we go. Controllers working.
Hopefully I'm actually streaming at fucking 1080 today. I've been stuck at 720 for some reason. Let me actually check.
Huh, that's weird.
It was weird. And 720. Oh, no. Yeah, 1080, baby. Yeah, baby. All right. I think I know what I had to fix too. My cat's meowing at me, being super cute. So of course I can't pet her.
It's like a stripper. Look, don't touch.
Hey, what up, Angel? Sorry, we were troubleshooting some shit and now everything's all fucked. So let me look at my chat. There it is. Yeah. All right. Let's go. How you doing, Angel?
You so Shadow Limit Dude just invited me to watch his stream.
What's that?
Too bad I'm already watching the greatest streamer ever.
I saw RE5 on screen. Wait, what did what was Scott saying?
Said some Shadow Limit Dude just invited me to watch his stream. Too bad I'm already watching the greatest streamer ever.
All right. It's all right. All right. All right. Let me start a game, and I think you join via Steam, shit like that. And we're on the DLC now. Hell yeah, brother. I think I played the mouse and keyboard last time, and I forgot the controls. Oh no, it was. My USB cable's all the way over there. Hey, we're grooving.
I remember trying to play the mouse and keyboard, and it was just weird.
No, I think you're right. No, because
the controls just felt bizarre.
I played RE4 mouse and keyboard and it was fine for me. I'll be right back. Let me get my cable. I'm watching, however, I'm running Rivals. Yeah, I saw your prompt that you went live. Have fun. Thank you for hanging out.
This fucking guy.
Are you winning? We haven't even started yet. All right. My bit rate is high as shit. Oh yeah, back. Play game. Not new game plus. We're doing extra content. Desperate Escape is the one. What's the reunion? What?
So
I just hit high rank in wilds. All he does is win no matter what. Go your face. Oh yeah. Hey, what up, Scott? Missed you, man. All right, and then you should be able to join me now. I think that's how it works.
Shift tab.
I was fucking dying after work. One of the things I needed to do before stream was grab a Red Bull. Mother of God. Good luck. What are you wearing? Oh, some airsoft stuff. And a S.t.a.R.s badge. But from a distance, I was like, oh, it's close enough. Oh, wait, maybe I have to actually start it. My bad.
Yeah, maybe.
Co-op play online. Post game. Normal. Little normies. Attack reaction, online, start game, right? And then waiting for another play. Now I think you can join me.
Joey wearing the e-bike special.
What's the e-bike?
It's one of the big airsoft suppliers.
Khakis. Nice. Can you see me online?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think joined.
You joined? Okay. There you go. Sounds like we have Terminator at home.
Chill.
Oh, hell yeah. Oh, I still have a tall boy, by the way.
Wait, what?
I have a tall boy in the fridge.
Oh, you? Oh, nice. I don't have one. I'm abstaining tonight.
I should. It's been a little heavy this week.
Here's Sheva.
But YOLO.
Yes.
Where I'm going, you don't need a liver.
God, I was still
Kidding.
awake.
Levers are. You got two.
I have one liver, you idiot. Think about kidneys.
Probably.
Nice.
Listen,
What did I tell you about keeping boys in your fridge?
you do need to stop him.
I killed him first. It's okay.
Just leave you here.
You have to. This is your only chance. If Wesker succeeds, Uroboros will be
Damn,
spread
this is
across
good.
the globe. Millions will die.
Oh, yeah, but
I'm all
Get a Red Bull
right.
like it's a soda.
You need to stop him.
Black Dahmer.
Chris,
Right? It's
you're
inverted.
the only one who can.
I only eat gay white boys.
It's too late. Don't you trust your partner?
Take a shot, Hoey. Actually, I'll go grab the beer. Yeah. I'll grab a tall boy. Be right back.
Immediately folds to peer pressure.
Take care of him.
Peer pressure.
I'm-
That wasn't even peer
Oh,
pressure. That was like a pure suggestion. I was like, yeah. All right, let's go. Are you drinking, Gruben? I'll do it if you do it. Jerome Dahmer.
I'm proud of you, you know that.
Jeffrey could be a black name, I think. He was the butler in Fresh Prince. That ass though. What's your favorite iteration of Jill?
I don't really know her that well to have a favorite. I guess this one because her tits are out.
are you all right?
Jeffrey. With a J. With a G. Nice.
Chris?
Noah. No, Josh.
You are
What am I
awake.
thinking of when I say Noah? I think about somebody else.
Wait a minute.
Name's
You are
Josh.
Jill Valentine.
Drew Valentine.
How?
Speak to the unbeliever.
This is
Who
the
are
queen.
you?
You are the queen.
Captain Josh Stone.
I found the queen, my buddy.
West
Want to
Africa
set the
hunt.
world
Got to
on
say,
fire.
I never thought that I would get the chance.
I like that
to
version
What-
of it too. What'd you say?
Nice. The
What
white
are you
goddess.
doing here?
I'm looking for my comrade Sheva and Chris.
The White Queen.
Have you seen them?
Yeah, they both went after Wesker.
Hey, that's a thing though too, because
some tear
every now
there.
and then, especially like in the first movie, they liked having Alice in Wonderland references. But she's the White
Yeah,
Queen.
but it's already left. It's too late.
Actually, I
to
think
get
the
to it
White
now.
Queen is canon now. Don't let the ads take me away. There's a cure for that.
After Sheva.
$4.99 a month, baby.
There's always room for a beautiful lady.
I bet you say that to all the girls.
Dude, I had a pretty epic stream last night. I had a 6-hour stream.
Let's go.
It's supposed to be like
shit.
3. All right, back to my game. Oh shit. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying Wilds, dude. Hope you have fun.
I wish I was enjoying Wilds.
I'll take a pull off the bottle. Hell yeah, brother. Of your mead. Dude, Gruben makes mead, and it looks good, and I want it.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I think one of my buddies makes meat also. I haven't gotten around to grabbing any yet.
I wanna try something like that cool. All right.
The helicopter's waiting on the other side of the
I will follow you, White Queen. I will follow the Queen.
Got it.
I want to say, oh shit.
Come on!
Nice. Come on. Come on. I
Yo,
forgot
all
about
right,
that.
hold it.
Yeah, I think.
Oh, I gotta use this again. Oh, this is so hard.
I gave you some. There you go.
Thank you.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
What is that?
Fuck your couch.
Oh,
Oh wait.
that's right.
That was a bad idea. That was a bad idea. That was a bad idea. Okay. Is he getting up? You might have to just run. Alright, let's just. I think they might just keep coming, actually.
Already.
Yeah, I remember, like, fighting for my life for a minute and being like, oh. Oh, they're not gonna stop.
Right, aim then A to reload.
Yeah, you have to aim.
Come on!
Come on. Come on. Cover me. Cover your queen.
I will cover the Queen.
Here, there's handgun ammo for there. Right there if you want it.
Cover Queen's chin with my nuts.
Move. Oh, wait.
Ah.
Lure them in.
Ah! Queen, protect me. They are everywhere.
Did that help? I'm climbing this thing for some reason. I don't know. Oh, there's a guy with I wish you could, like, tag enemies in here.
Where do we go?
I don't know. Oh wait, select.
On the door.
R1, the map. R1 is map.
On the door down here.
Hold on, I'm killing somebody. Oh, nice.
Ugh.
Alright, where you at? Oh shit.
Ugh.
Oh shit, I think I found you. I'm coming on you.
Oh, I forgot to play!
Yeah, you did. No! Okay, I saw him sneak up behind me.
Do not touch my queen. Oh shit, I'm gonna leave that to you, Mickey.
Alright, follow me!
There's a door over here.
This is where we go, though. Oh, we need to find the key. Fuck! Alright, what door were we talking about?
Yeah, back underneath the gantries or whatever the fuck.
Oh, shit.
Oh. Yeah, right here.
Oh, there's a gun. I'll get it.
Oh, this guy's gonna come in here. This big motherfucker. He's right outside the door.
We are fucked.
Found a gem or some shit.
Nice.
Did you find a key? There's another door over here.
No, I need a key. Where's the door?
I
Down
found
here?
a shotgun.
That's it.
It's like a speedrun DLC.
Sauce. That thing was ugly. Yeah, it was. Okay. Coming. Oh shit.
I forgot how to
Where the
do
fuck is the
stuff.
key?
See, there's a ladder right here. Let's
Yeah,
go.
it takes us back to where we came from, I think.
Oh.
Is it not? No, I'm following you. Yeah, oh no,
No,
it's not where
don't
we came from. Oh shit.
Oh, and oh, I found the key.
Hold on.
I found the key, my key.
Keep it the queen. I want one.
Oh, shit. Don't you shoot that at my queen.
Oh shit.
Oh, B.
Okay,
Oh, damn, he just
fucking rushed
tackled
it.
Nice.
Well, now we know where to go. I didn't expect that. You said
Yeah, he just football
came
time.
at him.
We do not touch
Go,
the
go,
queen.
go, go. You know if you double tap, you can kick it.
Oh.
Fuck. There we go.
Eh.
Oh, wait, you have a shotgun, right?
Ammo.
I'll give it to you. I'll give you the ammo.
Oh, machine gun ammo back here also.
Where at? Where you at?
Back by the gate door.
Okay, I think it's machine gun ammo right where I just was. I'll give you shotgun right now.
This handgun.
Okay, yeah, you need that too. Here, here you go, baby. Gosh. Oh, wait, here's more.
Thank you, Liquid. Do not deserve such a rock.
Can't be open from here. What the fuck do we do?
Oh.
It's like a dead end. Can you give me a boost?
Shit.
There's a ladder. Oh, right here. Here you go. Sorry, it's just... I was like, we're already kind of sweating a little bit. Over here. Oh, my God. Oh, there's a ladder. Oh. Because I think they are going to keep spawning.
I just hold my position, I guess. Oh.
I'm coming. Ah! Don't shoot me, don't shoot me. Bitch, he shot me.
Backhand. Nice. Oh, God.
Wait,
Oh, God.
I'm
Oh, God.
coming,
Oh,
coming
God.
on you,
Oh,
coming. Wait.
God. Oh, my God. Die.
No, I'm coming, I'm sorry. You good?
Yeah.
I'm here. Oh, did I pick up the back seat? Actually, I can start combining too. Here, let me see.
They're throwing shit at you.
Are they really? Shit, I was combining herbs. Where are they at? Oh, there they are. Yeah, you can. It's open.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Eh.
How much handgun ammo do you have? Oh, you need more. Here, come here.
Oh, 11. Thank you.
I'm gonna keep 15 for myself, just to be safe.
Okay. How do I? Right there. Oh, yeah, there we go.
It's all coming back to you.
Riding a bicycle.
Oh, we gotta open this. Come on. Come on.
Oh, I will come, my queen.
Come on. Me.
I will come for you anytime, my queen.
Still having fun out there?
It will be my pleasure. Oh shit.
I don't remember picking up.
Here, remember we can...
Machine gun ammo here.
Yeah. Fucking got a grenade. Wait, you don't like grenades, huh?
No. Machine gun ammo.
I'll get one of those handguns, and you get the other one. How are you doing in handgun ammo?
I got.
Actually, here, I'll give you this.
Nice.
Found the charter door.
You're doing great better now.
Oh, damn, you have 200 rounds of machine gun. Holy shit.
Yeah, I know. That's why I just gave it to you. I was like, fuck. There's a big one over here.
A big one?
A big one. That guy.
Oh.
That's a huge bush. I'm trying to lure him. Oh, there's that guy. Because there's fire over here, so let me see if I can get a little closer. A little closer.
Oh, good.
There we go. Got him.
Ah.
Oh, I actually killed him. Oh, no, I didn't. Yeah. Oh, I won't do it. Oh.
Look at that
God damn. Proximity mine. More explosives over here. More dudes with fucking crossbows. Oh shit!
guy. Yeah, already?
Where is he at?
Oh, nice.
Did you get him? Where is he?
Yeah. Oh, another chainsaw guy. No shit. Oh god, there's too many!
Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit.
Oh god!
That probably did some damage to him. I'm afraid to leave you.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so
Oh,
scared.
here it comes, here it comes, here it comes. Oh, I'm running.
Oh, nice. Oh, I got another. Oh, fuck.
Oh god.
Where is he?
He's up the hill.
Okay, I might have something for him. Slow him down.
Fine.
Come here.
This is not doing it right now.
Come here. I put a proximity bomb in the corner. If we can lure him, we can probably blow him up a little bit. Oh shit, he's coming up here.
God damn it.
Oh, that bastard. It's okay.
Here he comes, here he
He's
comes.
coming.
Hey. Power kick. Sweet. Sweet.
I think you can. Oh shit.
Sweet.
Damn,
Oh my god.
brother.
Just blew him up. Just exploded. Josh got them hands.
Hands. Let me see your fucking hands. Hey, I got something for you.
Oh no. Okay, I didn't mean to do that. What the fuck? Get me up.
I gave you a machine gun. Where's another chainsaw guy? But I got the key. Okay. Oh, fuck.
My quick select's all fucked up. He's pulled out the healing items.
Triangle will let you move stuff around, and square like we'll place it. Here, I'm using the key. We can get the fuck out of here now.
Found a magnum ammo.
I'm by the exit.
I can't. Okay, well I have to pick this up.
Yeah, do your thing. It's okay.
I was trying to open the door, but the ammo's right in the way. So. See where are you?
Right here.
Oh.
There's another chainsaw guy. Alright, I'm running.
Are we going through the door?
Yeah. Hopefully chainsaw guy doesn't follow us. Oh shit. Come on.
Oh. I am coming, my queen.
This is stressful.
Yeah.
And then the other one is like a throwback to the original game. So I think it's actually slower and attempting to be spookier, a bit more puzzle based, and there is like a pursuer kind of guy. I don't think it's that bad though. I remember quite liking it, but I only played through it once.
Josh, I'm sorry,
know.
but I have to go to the communication facility. There's something I have to tell Chris.
Extraction.
But don't think you can get rid of me
Go.
that
Down here?
The
Shit.
chopper is waiting for us beyond the communication facility. So we are heading in the same direction.
Thank you, Josh.
Get to the chopper.
Oh. Okay, and then.
There's a guy on a cannon.
Here, do you have green herb?
Somewhere? Oh,
do you have green herb?
Maybe?
Here, you have red herb now too.
Oh, there you go. Oh god. They combine those.
Who's blowing
Oh,
shit?
they're blowing shit up. They're blowing shit up.
Oh, it's
They
that
might
guy.
have to run.
Oh, shit. Oh, okay. Oh, I can't reach. I think I can get him from here. I doubt that killed him. Let me switch to my handgun.
Oh, he's aiming at me. I'm just like,
Okay,
I'm just running around.
No, don't think the missile has like drop. I don't think it'll reach us the way he's aiming. See, he was aiming right at me, and it's like going down. Oh, we got him. But more people will probably show up, so it's not worth it to focus on just him. So we should keep going.
Sweet.
Sweet. Oh, also, fuck. This might be one of those things where if we die, I think we start over.
Oh shit.
Okay, so we gotta get to that.
Double drop? Oh, he's dead.
It could be Resident Evil 6. Speaking of which, I'm really excited to replay that.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think the last time I played through it was with you. You can get that machine gun ammo if you want it. I feel like you could use it.
Oh my god! Nicky Milka, what's up? Oh, they're shooting shit! Oh my god! Oh, I actually did get hurt.
I did too, a little bit. I'll get the machine gun ammo then.
Oh my god, the fucking fire. It hurt me more than the missile.
Watch out for those flaming barrels too.
Okay, I'm running across. I'm running across.
Yeah. Oh shit! Look the rocks. Okay.
4-star. Okay, I found the door.
Okay. Can you find the guy with the turret? Because we have to use that to open the door, I believe. I think that's what the thing implied.
I think this way leads over to him. Like, go down. Are you just gonna stay over there?
No, I need you.
Oh, okay.
Where'd you go?
I went hook right.
Oh,
I'm
well,
okay.
it's here. Give me an assistant jump.
Are you?
Ah, fuck.
Come on!
Fuck. Okay, nice. All right, wish me luck.
Look, babe. Good luck, McQueen. I believe in you. Okay, there's a bunch of fucking relays pointing at me.
Fuck. Oh, I gotta do something for you. You get over here.
Oh my god, it's
Axeman.
landing at me.
There's an Axeman here. That's
The
not
turret's
good.
looking at me! What happens if I go down here?
Oh shit.
Okay, oh god.
I think I'm gonna die. Oh shit, I can climb up. The Axeman might kill me.
fuck.
Run, bitch!
Ow!
I'm trying to run to you now. Oh my gosh. Okay, there you are.
Oh shit! Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Whoa! What's happening? Assist jump. I found an assist jump. Oh my god! Wow!
Get him. Oh shit, he blew him up. Thanks, guys.
Amazing.
Oh shit.
I got you.
Thank you. Alright, we gotta go back up there.
Yeah, there's an assist jumping. Okay.
Oh, where? Is there the door
Right
here?
wall you're at.
It's just a jump. What's over there?
Ah, this is so irritating.
I know, I'm sorry. Come on. Okay. Alright, let's get this bitch. Hey! Asswipe! Dead? Got him. And I think the door over here is the one I gotta blow up, right? Okay.
Nice.
So we gotta go back. How you doing?
Bye. I'm good. We Gucci?
Remember the controls?
More or less.
Oh shit, they're back. Alright, so I think...
They just... Oh, box right here.
Yeah, I'll go over there right with you.
And gun ammo. Star.
Is that it? Okay. Fuck. We got time for that.
He's shooting that one. There's a assisted jump over here. I don't know where it goes.
No, I think that's where... Okay, I'll check it out. There's probably something over there. Well, glad we're not timed. Thought we were
my
timed
God.
before. Coming.
Not up.
Oh. Oh,
my God.
Shit. Fuck. Sorry, I didn't see where you were. I thought you were up there.
Right here. I'm not watching you. What the fuck?
Are you really?
It was for a second.
Shotgun ammo. I got a rocket up my ass. Because I know where we gotta go, but there might be something. Oh shit! God damn this game.
Up here.
Anything in here? Oh, nice. There's a safe with flashbangs. Sick.
This mission is insane.
Yeah. Maybe we should play this right when we were fresh off of the other one. Ooh, sniper rifle. I will get rid of bitch. Oh, this son of a bitch.
Magwell. 1 star. Fuck the flash.
Oh fuck. No.
I can't.
It's okay. You can't. But I'm coming right back to you, okay? Because I don't want to ever be alone again. I'm gonna get you some shotgun ammo too.
Okay.
Yeah, I really needed that. Could I see some up here? And I'll be right back there. I'm going back to that red door. If you can meet me there, that'd be awesome.
Fuck.
The one that we blew up.
Yep, I'm already over here.
Coming.
God, these motherfuckers keep fucking spawning.
I know.
What the fuck is this? I'm surrounded. There's enemies up there.
I need you.
Come on!
Also, get in the habit of double tapping that.
I was trying to do it. It wasn't working.
Oh, nice. That was like a cool audio reverb I heard just now. Oh, I'm stuck. That bro.
Where'd you go?
I went up here to the turret guy.
I just knocked him off.
What do I blow up here? Oh shit. There's nothing up here other than just that.
Lay down. Something over here?
Just a barrel from what I saw, and it had the combo points things. Little badges.
I'm pretty sure I picked up a rifle.
Rifle?
Rifle ammo.
Oh, I'll take it because I have a rifle now.
Machine gun, handgun, rifle.
Oh yeah, give you a shotgun. Get behind you.
Fuck.
I'm sorry. I think I caught you on fire.
I'm okay. That was
Nice, I
lucky.
just got a trophy for that.
Oh, big dude. No, what? What just happened? I have no idea.
Big dude just blew up. It needs a proximity bomb, so that'll come in handy. Alright. Are you good? Do you need heals?
I'm dying.
But that's the last of it. Make it last. Sorry.
Did you just fucking knee drop him? So
I did. Oh, nice. Shoddy. Sorry, here you go.
It's fine.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, I have a shitload of... Oh my god, I have so
Oh,
much
shit.
stuff.
Oh, fuck. I accidentally minimized it. Sorry. Hope that didn't end the game or something.
Oh, what happened?
Nothing. We're good. We're good.
Oh my god, I have,
You good? How's your ammo doing?
I have like a shitload of my...
Oh, I can see yours.
Complete
You have a lot of
Here's
shotgun
machine
ammo.
I'm gonna give you the machine gun, so I don't really use mine.
Thank you.
Do you have a Magnum?
I have Magnum ammo. Here.
Oh, I just have... Yeah, I don't have one, but I have ammo. I was gonna give it to you.
Oh. Well, we'll see who gets it first.
I have a shitload of ammo.
I think we're going down here now. I'm surprised we have a breather right now.
Right?
Not used to that. Well, let me reload everything though. Alright, you ready?
Yep.
I'm going back in. Oh, this is where we came from. How the fuck did we get over there then? Hang on. Yeah, because this is where I got the rifle.
Oh.
How did we get over there? Guess we do have to go back across the bridge. Alright, I'm going up, I guess. I'm a little confused. I don't really see how that connects.
Here. Over here. Handgun ammo. Machine gun.
Shotgun. Nice. Damn, brother.
Okay, I have 80 rounds of shotgun ammo. I guess I'm just gonna use this.
Oh shit, that's a lot. And then do we drop down here, maybe? Like, I don't really know how this connects. Maybe that was a mistake.
This looks right-ish.
Oh, and then there's a door right here that we never even tried.
Hurry up!
Come on! Did I say saving? Hell yeah.
Good.
Alright, I like how when I use my knife, she does like a prison shank, like she's aiming for the gut of the box.
Oh, nice.
I don't know if you noticed.
I didn't.
Oh, there's just a jump over here.
Hand grenade.
Oh shit.
Oh. Where you at?
Hold on, I have a rifle. Here, give me an assist jump and I'll try and flank him or something. Also, on your left, there's a guy.
Yeah. Dude, okay, this is really annoying. For some reason,
Oh, shit,
when I'm
boxes.
doing the assisted anything, like it sticks on your camera.
That is kind of weird. Like, it should just be like a cool, like, your angle of it, you know?
Okay, can't open it on the side. Oh, there's a fucking ammo stash in there. What does we got here?
Where's this motherfucker? Got him. There is first aid spray. Oh shit. Oh shit. I'm gonna drop this handgun, this magnum ammo unless you want it. No, there's no.
No,
room.
I don't.
All right. There's a first aid spray and a rocket launcher up here.
I found the turret guy. Hang on. Oh well, I found a turret.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can take this guy out. Fuck. I got the guy in the other turret, but I have a space problem. Oh shit! Is that the big guy? Oh shit, it is a big guy. I have an idea. Ah! But okay, hold on. I can take him out with this rocket launcher I just got.
Oh, god damn.
How cool did that look?
Pretty cool.
That might have been a waste, but I would have to leave either that or the healing spray, and I feel like a healing spray would serve us better in the end.
I can get back on the turret.
Alright, you wanna try to cover us?
Oh, yeah.
Rifle, handgun, machine gun. Oh shit.
Oh, they're too close.
If you can aim for the other turret.
I think I already got him off it.
No, he's back because he's aiming at me.
Oh, there's some. Okay, you're fine. Okay, go back up there. Just gotta remember where I had to aim.
Brine egg.
It's about here?
I don't know where to go.
That's a little too high.
Alright, I'm coming on you. Alright, I'm about to just gather my senses and then I'm about to head out. Yep, you got the turret guy?
I think so.
Okay. You didn't see that awful aim. Reload. Oh, nice.
Okay. Apparently I hit something.
I didn't even know that was the thing.
Me neither. I was just shooting. Oh, this guy.
Alright, hey, what up,
Did we
Shotty?
just run across?
How you doing? I'm going for it.
Alright, I'll catch up.
I'll buy you time! There's shotgun ammo here, too.
Nice. Oh, bunch of guys
shit.
behind you, bunch of guys behind you.
Shit. Thanks.
I didn't have a billion shotgun rounds, so fuck it. Ow, look at that. what?
Get the shotgun ammo behind you. Oh, that works too.
I'll punch that
I'm just gonna waste these. 'Cause I need the space. So what?
What? That's not another
Going
door
for a
I can
while,
do?
but I hope you guys are having fun. I am having fun, thank you. Alright, I'm just gonna go for it. There's too much ammo anyway. I'm trying to top myself off right now. Trying to head for whatever you blew up over here. Oh yeah. I only take a while to die. Like, are you gonna do the parasite thing?
Yeah.
Or?
Yeah.
Oh. Let's see what's happening. Let's see what's going on here.
4-star. Do you go up to the turret?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. Yeah, I think there's a red door.
Yeah, I got it. They're too close. I can't shoot them. So I'm coming down. Is the path clear? Okay, it is. Dude, that fucking shotgun.
Loading. It's amazing.
Left key. That's fine.
Man, they're just hammering out ammo right now.
This is fun though.
It is fun, yeah.
Like once you get the hang of the combat again, it's been like at least a month, right?
Yeah, more than that, I think.
Not
You
2
need,
months.
you
Was it
want
2 months?
machine
The
gun
handgun if you need it.
ammo? No, yeah, I could use it. Do you want machine
I'll
gun
get
ammo?
this. Yeah, I do. Alright, well, are you using the machine gun at all?
Yeah,
Oh, you don't have any?
I have it.
You have a shitload of
I have
shotgun
it.
ammo, dude. You have 90 plus what's in the. You have 98.
I got an incendiary grenade. Want that?
Here, let me drop the flashbang. Actually, you should hold on to that. It comes in kind of clutch, dude.
Alright. Let me put it somewhere useful.
Unless you need space, and then let me know, and then I'll grab it.
Oh, no,
shit.
I want to move it.
Don't shoot me, don't shoot me, don't shoot me, don't shoot me. I like how their explosions still hurt them too. It's actually refreshing.
Yeah.
Like, I almost got killed by an Axeman earlier, but they blew it up. I was like, oh, fuck yeah, thanks, guys.
Oh, no.
And because they explode, it looks double cool. Fuck, there's a green herb right there. We'll be okay, we'll be okay. We're crushing it right now.
I feel like a god with all this. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. That is a...
Axeman.
How did that hit me?
Splash. Or, splash damage, I think. Oh shit. Alright. Fuck, man. Yeah, if we want to back up, we can lure him to one of the explosions. Oh, good
Did it
shit.
blow up?
And I think they blew up this guy next to you. I think he fell down the ladder and died.
Oh, nice.
Just an explosion. Jesus. Okay. Alright. Let me hide behind here. I might take some damage. Oh, there's 2 of them. Here, if you can cover me from like maybe down there, I can snipe him. Oh shit. Thank you. Alright, let me... 1. Okay, and then let me get the other one.
Okay, I got knocked down to the guy behind you.
2. Okay. Well, I got these guys. Am I still in danger?
Nope.
Okay. A lot of points here. Alright, I can use my healing spray if you need. Yeah, let's do it. Let's just hop yeah. And then, in that case, I did see a green herb down there. I'm gonna go get it.
Okay.
Behind you, and in front of us. It's insane. Reload and pick up this. Oh shit, he's still alive.
Oh, boss guy. Oh my god!
Where?
Behind you!
Oh, he's not really a boss guy.
I'm a guy.
It's okay. I'll rifle him. I think we got it.
Sheesh. Don't sit down, you motherfucker.
Okay, look at this rifle ammo. Jeez. Oh my god, dude, the pressure is on.
Yeah.
I'm trying to fucking think. Alright, well, I actually use a lot of my machine gun ammo. I'm gonna switch to handgun for now.
Sure.
Let me see if there's any
Ooh,
boxes
ammo
or
stash,
nothing.
that's better.
Where at?
In the tents.
Anything useful for me?
Yep.
Rifle,
Handgun ammo.
machine
Yeah.
gun. Oh yeah, brother. I'm full on handgun though. Are you still full on? Oh, you have 70. You have like 80 something still. Damn. Actually, I'm gonna hop back down because I want that grenade.
Okay.
Oh wait, won't let me. Oh, because I have the herb now. All right. Tell me back up. Thanks, boy.
It's an honor to touch the queen's feet. The feet of the queen.
Wood is good. His ass. Stop
Oh,
it.
you have to open the door.
Coming. Getting chased. Cover me. Oh shit, never mind. Worry about you.
Come on!
Oh shit.
Oh, these big guys. Oh, fuck.
At least these guys, I think these guys are easier. Thank you for the
I
thank you
think
for that.
blowing up.
Discard. Yes. And I'll take these. Oh shit. Thank you.
Like a god.
R1. Because I think the enemies right now are actually easier. It's just they have strength in numbers right now.
Yeah.
Love guy.
just
Oh shit, what up, love guy? How you
The
doing?
bridge is up.
It has been a
I'm going to
while.
need you to come to us.
There's a
What's
landing
good?
pad on the roof of the communications facility. Can you meet us there?
Anything for you, Miss Valentine.
Anything for you, my queen.
He's quite a character.
Good to see you, love god. Come on.
Hang on, I'm using up shotgun ammo here.
Oh, don't use up. You stock up if you can.
Until they get to run out.
See, there's boxes right here. Little boxes, little boxes. Reload too. Oh, reload. Reload. All right, sick. What?
Yeah. Yeah, brother.
Here it is. Give me a hand.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll give you a hand.
The one that
I set it to broadcast on the
I'll
same
give you a
frequency as
hand.
Chris's PDA.
Where do you want it?
up the butt.
Please be there, Chris.
Dead Wolf, what's up, buddy?
I'm fine. Don't worry
You could
about
use my
it.
hand anytime you please, my queen.
Just listen carefully. There's something I need to tell you.
What up, Dead Wolf?
Wesker's superhuman strength.
bitch.
It comes from a virus. But the virus is unstable. In order to maintain a balance, he must inject himself regularly.
Apparently
with serum.
in late, I think it's June?
Affirmative. But he just
That
took a
Resident
dose,
Evil
so it's gonna be a while
Resistance,
before
not
he needs
Resistance,
another one.
Reverse, the PvP one.
Listen,
It's gonna be discontinued.
said that the amount
Delisted
administered has
this
to be
month, and then
precise.
like you can't play it after like June, I want to say. So I'm actually gonna add that to my list soon. It doesn't look like one that interests you, but if you want to play it, now's the time.
Nah.
Yeah, I didn't think so. But my goal is to play all of them. But I gotta do that one soon.
In an attaché case. Chris. Chris?
It's no good. It's being jammed.
It's okay.
Being jumped.
I told him what he needed to know.
Hurry. Doug should be on the roof by now.
All right.
Josh is a Chad, man. Like
Yes.
Josh, Sheva, Helena, and probably Billy. Like we need a game of just like the people that got left behind, you know? Because we haven't seen since their initial game. Where? Oh, there's machine gun ammo, rifle ammo.
Ray.
Sweet, my
Oh,
queen.
that's space.
Oh, nice. That's a first aid.
Rifle ammo here.
Rifle ammo? Oh yeah, I picked it
Yeah.
up. I'm full. I actually appreciate that. Where it's like, let's say I only have one I need to pick up. It'll actually just take just the one, you know, and it'll leave the rest for somebody else. Not a lot of games do that. Oops. It triggered something. Jill looks really good in that suit. Arrgh. Oh shit, we got Spider-Man, dude. It's Miles Morales.
We've been watching fucking parkour movies.
Parkour.
What the fuck? How did you survive that? How did you survive that?
Oh, okay. We just have to survive. I think this might be it.
Almost there. You worry about keeping Miss Valentine safe and let me
I have
worry about getting you
actually,
out.
I'm safe because I have a proximity mine. I'll use it when we need it. I like how we never found the fucking Magnum. Oh shit. The shotgun ammo here if you want it.
Oh yeah, I'll take it.
It's if you look at, do you have your map up?
Nope.
Right, R1, and you can open up your map and you can see where I'm at. It's this room over here to your left. In there.
Nice,
Get it?
nice. Yep.
Okay.
Go.
I feel like a god with that fucking shotgun right now. Ah,
I
fuck.
know. Oh, these guys. Ow.
Okay.
I'm stuck in a corner over there now.
Try my best to. Oh shit.
Pistol.
Dude, the guy in front of me's taken by fire. Okay, I'm trying to get the big guy over here. Can't see behind all the smoke.
I'll just watch
Okay,
your
I got
back.
the big guy. Dude, even his fucking backpack like pulsates before it explodes. That makes no fucking sense. Oh, dude, thank you for back to back. That was really helpful.
Yeah, well,
I didn't realize you were there. I was like, how am I not getting flanked right now? This is actually not a bad idea.
we're just totally corner camping this.
Yeah. I mean, it's working. Do you think we can keep this up for 3 minutes?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Fucking.
We can always book it if we need. Like, if there's another big guy who's too close. Let me reload my shit, though. I want to go in there. Just so I can... How you doing?
No one's even coming this way.
Well, keep your eye over there still. Just keep peeking over. Right in the dick.
Oh, I will peek my queen.
The hero always looks my queen. Here,
Oh,
I'm
I
gonna go
am
for those
going
bonus
to
points.
peek my queen.
I broke formation. I got greedy, sir. Oh my god!
Immediately!
Let's turn around, you're on fucking fire! That's pretty great. Alright. Get back in position.
Who's
What's in that barrel behind you? Or the box? Oh, thank you, dude. I didn't even know I was low health.
Oh, I don't know. Did that just spawn you?
I think it did.
Oh, what are the shotgun shells?
Oh yeah, dude.
Hell yeah.
Oh yeah, brother. Actually, I think the DLC's almost over. I'm kind of having a blast with it. Like, I wish it was a little longer even.
Yeah, they just
Oh shit! Axeman, or Chainsaw Guy.
Can do the hit.
Okay, nice.
Okay, that's fine.
That was pretty cool. You saw that? That was me.
I think that's me.
It was us.
Buckshot for you.
shit. I thought you were behind me.
Buckshot for you. We're behind you.
I thought you were behind me. It was an enemy.
I think
Oh,
we're
you,
good
probably, you
there.
probably went through that door because it loops back in the building.
Didn't hear it open or nothing. There's a rifle ammo back here.
I'll take it. In that room?
In the alley.
Okay.
And in the room, probably.
I think it is in the room. I'll just grab it. And the machine gun ammo. Shit. Actually, that's all I need. What up, Brixie? How you doing? Oh, shit behind us. Oh, I got it. I was reloading when I saw him, and he was like on my ass. I mean, can you blame him?
Oh, for fuck's sake. I got POWs flying all over the place.
POWs? Oh, fucking bitch. I thought we were good. No!
Wait, what?
The time was up, but now they added 2.5 minutes.
Oh. This narrative.
Cognitive dissonance. Like when idiots use that wrong to try and explain game mechanics. You ever find like trendy words that people just won't shut up once it kind of catches on?
Oh, yeah.
Like that's one. I hear grifter a lot now. It's kind of annoying.
Oh, yeah. Oh my god, what I hate the most right now is, I can't think with all this happening.
Oh shit, chainsaw guy. Oh, dude. Thank you. Oh, wait, is that me?
I don't know.
Oh, it was all me. I thought, oh shit, I thought it was for sure dead. It's pretty cool. Oh, god damn it.
God damn it.
Alright, where is he? I'm in the corner. Waiting for him. Oh, there he is. I see him.
I'll just watch the bag while you focus it. Oh, media literacy. It's full of media literacy right now.
Oh shit. Might take a little damage here. Die. That's a good one. I got the gunner. The shotgun ammo, I can give it to you. I just picked it up.
Yeah, guys behind you.
Yeah, I see him. Oh shit! Okay, I'm giving you the ammo. Alright, and then hold up, come here. Okay, never mind, you're too far. Right.
Oh, I'm full health. Oh god, they're running. They're running.
They got safety?
Ooh.
150 enemies single-handedly. Nice. Did you get that trophy too?
I was paying attention. I don't know.
Did I hashtag do better than you again?
Probably. I mean, I was just sitting in the corner while you were sniping everything.
Fair. Honestly, having you at my back though, that was really helpful. I think we did it.
You keep you waiting, Miss Valentine. Oh, and you too, Josh.
Oh, this is like Doug or something. I forgot his name. It's something like that. Doug or Duncan. I like how these Africans have like white names.
Must protect the queen's booty.
Honestly, like Josh is a fantastic character. Like I think he deserves to be in another game.
Oh shit, Doug going ham. He ain't just a pilot. Doug ready to fight.
Grabs a tit as he picks her up.
Stay away from my queen. You not touch the queen.
That's my queen!
Spit a lot of non-believers.
Get your own white girl!
Uh-oh.
Doc, no!
You don't have to tell me twice.
Doug's gonna die. Doug, no! What the fuck?
It is Doug, okay. Damn!
Oh my god!
I don't remember him dying. Fuck. After all we've been through together, fuck!
Yeah.
I will fly. Come on.
On it!
Oh
There's
shit.
2 countries of you! Not now!
What is it with the fucking helicopter pilots in these games? Like, fucking Mike in 4 dies, and we lost Doug. Oh, nice anime shot, dude.
I like
Oh,
for
dude,
this.
he's fucking 13 hours.
I like how this anti-air missile is designed specifically to lock onto air vehicles, somehow locked onto an individual soldier.
Yeah.
Nice flying.
Corkscrew around.
I think in this universe, even the arms dealers don't know, or armorers don't know what the fuck they're
Sorry,
doing.
Josh.
Gunsmiths, gunsmiths. Oh shit. Weapons
He was
designers,
a brave soldier.
all of it.
He was
My friend.
my friend. And if we don't help Sheva and Chris, he will have died for nothing.
Doug. Lost a good one.
Doug.
You're right.
Doug. No.
Let's go see if we can help them.
Thanks for playing this with me.
Yeah. Good time.
I'm really excited for 6. You're like my.
Yeah.
I think Deadwolf likes it too. But like you two, I think are my only friends that like that game. I'm not sure if Dontre does or not. I don't know if Dontre likes this game. I think he does. I mean 6.
Wait, did we kill the same number of people? Or does it just...
Accuracy, enemies routed. Oh, we killed the same amount of people. Nice. What are the fucking odds?
Yes, I know.
It was slightly less accuracy, but I dealt more damage. Probably because that fucking rocket I threw at the Axeman. Huh?
And the sniper rifle was...
And the sniper rifle, yeah.
Magnum sniper rounds into boss enemies.
Oh, we didn't even find that Magnum. I wonder where it was. It's probably in the first area. We just ran past it because we were panicking.
Yeah.
What does A do? All right. Ready for the next one?
Yeah, let's do it.
Hot in here. This vest is pretty warm, surprisingly. Save success. Sorry, I zoned out for a second. All right, I believe you're still in the game, right? Versus
I think so.
against others worldwide. There's versus? Well, let's do Lost in Nightmares. Chris lost his partner Jill on a top secret mission some years back. Find out what happened on that mission. Yeah, the flashback where she dies, this is it. Online. Host. Normal. Art? Are you here? Yeah, it says waiting for another player. I think you have to rejoin. Sorry.
Oh, don't worry.
Also, I'm gonna open up a window or something. Okay.
A few years ago, the BSAA received intel as to the whereabouts of Umbrella's founder, Oswell E. Spencer. Jill and I were ordered by the BSAA's
What?
European
What's in there?
headquarters to apprehend
It's an
him.
RPG master.
We accepted that mission in the hopes of uncovering some info.
It's an RPG master.
I was like, what'd you find, boy? It's an RPG master. Like, I don't know why, but that shit just wrecked me, man.
Chris to HQ.
And then the other one I remember, which I think I clipped, it was, what's up there, boy? It's, process cultural artifacts, sir.
What can you tell us about the area?
It's a big woods for you, boy.
Scan isn't showing anything out of the ordinary, but regardless, you should expect the unexpected.
Understood.
Oh,
We're in.
Let's move.
Inkatink. Name of a Pokemon.
Every little tink is gonna be alright.
Don't worry
about a tink.
about. I'll get one. You get one. Oh,
Oh yeah,
you
she
get
does
yours.
do it. Prison shank.
There's a
It's actually the proper way to stab someone.
What? Oh, you get that.
This is like the proper way to like use a knife. Not like this.
Oh, not the
crazy,
slash.
like,
These fucking prison shanks. Not the slash.
Yeah.
This is very less lethal than just fucking
Well, I mean, you have,
stabbing
like,
them in the
you have
gut.
a fucking sword,
Yeah, I'm like a
so-
machete, dude. Look at this thing. Gotta match my triceps. It's fucking just insanely huge. Huge. What's this do?
Huge.
Huge.
Everybody tells me I have the biggest sword, the biggest knife.
I have the biggest machete. You can ask anybody. I knew a guy. His name was Doug. He was the best guy. He was a great pilot. Tremendous pilot. Oh shit. Damn, goddamn. Goddamn, look at him go.
Eagle 6 to nest.
Like Slinky. Go down the stairs.
You read to Eagle 6. Go ahead.
We found some men down. Judging by their wounds, it looks like they were physically assaulted. I figure they're probably Spencer's security. Lord only knows what killed him.
Sexually.
Roger that. We knew this mission.
Hurry! 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 Jill!
I missed that sound.
Throw me.
Dude, what do you weigh, like 20 pounds? Either that or I'm literally superhuman.
What's in here? What
Yeah, I
the
think we have to split up for a second, maybe? 'Cause I'm going down this way.
Oh, there we go.
I like the door animation. Cute.
And the machine gun.
Here's a little song I wrote. Might want to sing it note for note. Don't worry. Be happy.
Kinda takes you back, doesn't it?
To Raccoon City? Fortunately, yeah.
Don't worry.
Where all this started.
Hard to believe that was 8 years ago. I guess I am getting older.
What a shotgun.
I thought we were in Raccoon City.
No.
They built a mansion with looks exactly like the one in
I
Raccoon
got
City.
password 3. Yeah, you might be surprised. Looks like the pages from a diary. Some entries or some are missing. Played poker night with Scott and Alias for security and Steve from research. Steve was the big winner, but I think he was cheating. That scumbag. One of the higher ups assigned me to take care of a new creature. It looks like a skinned gorilla to me. Oh yeah. Oh, this is my 1080. This is literally. Oh, it's like the Itchy Tasty. Nice. Why are they writing the same letter? Shit.
All these hallways and the rooms look like very similar to the mansion.
This was also this. I think this was Oswald E. Spencer's personal mansion.
Oh. Okay.
Don't worry. Be happy. Like something bit in here.
I'm all alone.
Here, I'm
beside me.
Talk from the other side. You gotta unlock the door. Unlock the fucking door.
No one to confide in.
Oh, what do you think of the new Shrek designs? Pretty gross, huh?
I didn't actually look at them.
Doesn't look great.
So,
I mean, it doesn't look bad, but it looks
like a tiny little like YouTube thumbnail, and I don't know, they kind of look the same, just higher def.
Slightly stylized. I don't really care. I'm watching it anyway.
Well, looks like I found a secret door.
Can you help me?
I can only investigate. I don't know where the fuck I'm at. Or where you at?
In the same room we were. You have to go downstairs and unlock the first floor. Like I'm guessing the dining room area, maybe. I don't know. Based on my knowledge of the first game. If you look at my stream, there's a door right here you have to unlock.
Here?
You already fucking know, bitch.
Do you see me coming out of it?
Yeah, I do, yeah.
Okay.
You walked so calmly out of that fucking door. Password 1. Nice. See, you need me.
I'm pretty sure I picked it up. Or looked at it.
Password 1?
I might not have read all the way through, though. Because I don't read things.
I noticed. Wonder who started the fire. We didn't start the fire. Did you check this door down here?
I did.
Oh.
I grabbed everything out of it.
Because I can't count on you. I'll double check it. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, not a bad idea. Yeah, there's like a secret door wall in here.
Patrick's memoirs. You don't care.
Moonlight Sonata. I remember the last
you
time
could
I
play
played
it.
this.
Yeah.
Think you can still play it?
You mean right now? I don't know. It's
You
been a
probably
while.
can.
Play. Yeah.
Oh, look. Oh, no, keep playing.
Did I hold it?
Playing, bitch.
Feedback. Like,
Dance, monkey dance. Yeah, it's opening a door.
oh, is it like
Fucking
quick time?
bitch. Is it quick time? Rock and roller wars, cause I can't. Oh, cause I can't take it anymore. What up, Road Rooster? I'm back, boo.
Oh, god damn it.
Oh my god, can I do it?
They mix it up. It's like X, 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 X. And
Yeah,
then
I
threw
never
an
picked
A.
up a fucking Xbox controller before.
They threw an A out of nowhere. It threw me off. A. X. A. Oh, god damn it.
Show me the gator. Out of this paper, don't go to class. Started look good with that double stuffed ass. Show me the gator, so I'll see you later. Your boy made it better, yeah, your shit is trash. Only a 5 in the face, or heck of that bag, and my time will get waste. Give me a time and a place, and I'm pulling up fast, and my tongue like the taste. Can I fucking try? Or is this like a Jill only puzzle? Because Jill is the only one that can play, typically. I never take piano lessons. Fuck. Alright, I believe in you.
It's not even the same every time. It's like, it's random.
Ooh, how do you do that? Keep my shit waving like do-rags. Make me the X-Man like Hugh Jack. I can't be your boot, I'm a douchebag. My cock! That's what you sounded like. Chaos control! You have the same
my cock back.
You have the same cock as me.
Oh, I almost picked up again.
I actually really do like this song. Please don't trap me in here. Okay.
Stay here? Okay.
Ooh, what does this button do? Hold on. Stay there. Oh, nice. I'm gonna shoot that red thing. Okay, I don't know. It looks like special. Oh, what probably happens is if you fuck up and I'm trapped in here, maybe it'll reopen.
We found the fucking thing.
I got the emblem. I got it. We got to go back to that one door in the main room.
Yeah, I got you.
I don't remember how this DLC ends either, so it's actually quite refreshing.
I'll get my cock back. My cock!
The cock! I miss his animations. He doesn't animate anymore.
Yeah.
Oh wait, no, that wasn't even him. That was somebody else, right? That was Game Grumps animated.
Yeah, that's somebody else.
Even that, I mean, still, this still remains true. I miss his animation.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. I like Game Grumps. I still come back to it. Oh shit.
Those things actually hurt you?
Had to be sure. Bloody! What it do, boo?
What up, bro?
Jill might be able to get it open. Oh yeah, you're the master of unlocking.
Oh.
What can I do? Just throw you across the goddamn room if I need to? Fuck.
Yeah, you're
What am I, chopped liver? I'm gonna go explore wherever else I can.
Like a throwing master.
How you doing, buddy? Oh, nice. I found proximity mines. That'll definitely come in handy. You truly are the most devious bastard in New York City.
Let's see. We found 2 passwords.
Incendiary grenades. Explosive grenades. I'm fucking loaded right now. And I found a rifle. Jesus Christ, the game's just fucking spoiling me right now. Heat sensitive paper. Oh, for the fireplace. Locked from the other side. Oh.
Well, I still need a 3rd password. I'm assuming it's on that heat sensitive paper.
It probably is. Oh, so we have to backtrack to that room again? The dining area? Alright.
I fucking hate that we can't go through the door at the same time.
Yeah, it's a little annoying. But, you know, this is they're trying to be nostalgic as shit for this one. And it's kind of working, but like, we get it. You know, also, there is a way, I think. This is... Hey, that's a reference to the fucking dogs. Bats. Bat! And I just transformed. You can play this in tank controls and with fixed cameras.
Oh.
I'm like 90% sure that that was a thing. You still streaming?
Yeah.
Sick.
Somebody play the piano?
Yeah, I think so.
The one that I left?
Password number 2.
Okay.
It's the 2 coming through. Cow. And we go this way.
No, we go back to the.
Yeah.
Here's my computer.
'Cause yeah. Well, I didn't even see a computer. I'll follow you.
You didn't go into the room. It's the one
Yeah,
I left.
oh yeah. Do you want some of this stuff? I got a bunch of shit. Hang on. You don't want grenades. Do you want a rifle?
I already have a machine gun.
Well, I have a shotgun and a rifle, so I guess I'll just hold into those, and you keep whatever else you find, I guess. You want the shotgun? I feel bad. Or maybe we'll probably find another one.
Here. Enter passwords.
Oh yeah. I'm glad I fixed the 720 problem. Streaming in full HD now, baby. We're in the future. 1080. A whopping 1080. Oh shit. Oh shit.
You're about to become a Chris sandwich.
Chris kebab.
Open. There's like a locked door over there.
Here's something. Oh, the crank. Here, let me give you the crank. Come here. Get back here.
Okay. I don't know where it's at, though.
Oh god. It's that place where I went. Where is it? Do you have it too? I think you have it.
Okay.
I'm gonna die.
The pressure.
Yeah, you have to loop all the way around. Go back to that one hallway.
And here.
Wait, where? Oh fuck. Yeah. Oh wait, and then yeah. There you go. I unlocked it. Come here. Fucking no. Come here. Nice.
Thanks. Let's hope all the rooms are.
I panicked a little bit. I'm sorry. Alright, now we gotta go back to that one where like the lever behind the stairs.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because we got the crank. Hey, Batch, do you want grenades or no?
Yeah.
You should probably combine your herbs.
I have herbs?
Yeah.
Shit.
Do you know how to peek at my inventory too?
Do you need a healing item?
I don't. I have a red or a green herb. God damn. But my mama said.
I have a first aid and a.
Oh, you do?
Combined. Yeah.
Oh. Well, I'll trade you a green herb for one of those because I have full ammo or full inventory. So I'll give you green, and you give me something. Pick. Put this over here. And... Oh, actually, I have 2 first aid sprays. I didn't realize that. Do you want
2 first aid sprays?
Yes. Yeah. So now I have
Wait,
more.
do you
want it back? It does include the one you gave me. I had one before. I didn't realize it.
That's fine. No biggie. No biggie.
All right, and then gun ammo. You want these proximity bombs?
Nah.
You want a shotgun?
Sure.
Yeah, if you open up your inventory with triangle and then press right bumper R1 to look at, you can open it to, or L1. I forgot it's inverted for you.
I see now. Right bumper.
Maybe with the proximity. Actually, no. Let me. Actually, yeah. I feel like I have more time to use grenades. Open inventory. Am I right? All right, you ready?
Yeah. You right. You right.
Oh, what do you mean? Oh, because you were looking at my inventory too. Just trying to be fair.
Oh, for the inventory, am I right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you right. When he right, he right.
Jill, how uncouth. Wait, actually, I'm curious if. Hold on. Can you do it, or do you need my big, strong muscles?
Yeah, I can do it.
Oh. Oh, do you want to go in there? You want to go in there this time?
No.
I was just wondering if, like, when do you get all the special treatment? You get to unlock the doors. You get to. Oh, and I gotta hold this for. Oh shit! Hold on. Keep. No, hold on. Nice. All right. Oh.
So
I got you.
leave?
You can leave now. I got you.
Okay, nice.
We trapped here. Now it gets hard. Like, there's a part in this where I know we have like a nemesis type dude following us. I know. Like, I played this with my niece 4 years ago? 5? Look at that wall. Oh, it's like dust in the air and it's volumetric lighting. They did the effect wrong, but that's cute. It looks like the wall is alive. You know? Actually, you remember what it looks like? You know, like in the Super Mario movie? Like the first one from the 90s, and they jump into like that weird quicksand wall, and then they're in the dinosaur world or whatever.
Vaguely.
That's what it reminds me of that.
What is that smell?
Oh no. I hope we don't run
I don't
into
know, it's like a bunch of
When have we ever
blood
been
lying
that
around.
happy?
Right? It's like wet and rusty, and she's like, "What's that smell?" It's like, I don't know, probably mold. Like, what the fuck?
Right.
Dead bodies. Looks pretty decomposed. I like that. I like your melee more than mine. Yours is like a prison shank. Oh. Fuck. It's okay, I should stop. I don't think there's zombies per se, but I could be wrong. Yep, there he is. There's our boy. Did you see him?
Oh, yeah, yep.
I don't know his name. Kmart Nemesis. You get the next handgun ammo. I hear somebody like.
Yeah.
Actually, I think there are zombies in here. Is he already here? Oh yeah. Yeah, I think he's already here.
Oh.
Shit. Yeah.
Oh shit. What do we do?
I don't know. I don't think we can kill him. I don't remember. I mean, he's got like eyes on his back, so I'm assuming that's the weak spot.
Huh.
Oh, and we have. You good?
Yeah, I avoided it.
Uppercut. I'm going downstairs. I'm scared. Music. Oh wait. Oh, maybe I should have done that. Oh, maybe I should have. Uh-oh, dead end?
Oh Lord, he come. Oh Lord, he
There's
come.
shotgun ammo here. Behind, you can loop around if you want, but there's shotgun ammo where I was. You can get the handgun. Oh my god, there's more than one.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I saw one across the wall.
Oh my god. Okay, well that one's chasing you.
Alright. Put my grenade at him. Oh, he's chasing you now?
I went down the shotgun ammo alley. Did he stun them or something? Okay, now they're both chasing you.
Uh-oh. Oh, he's got acid. Ah!
What do I do?
Where are you?
Oh, I'm still down there.
Oh shit. Are
Okay,
they both up here?
I tied one of them. Why does it have to be two? Okay, I found... Okay, if we go down that alley where the...
I killed one.
Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me.
No, I didn't.
There's another one. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh shit. Coming on you, coming on you. Oh god. Oh shit.
Game's bullshit.
Actually, I'm gonna take a quick piss. I'll be right back. Oh no, we have to continue. We paused? What happens if I pause?
Oh, he's right out there. He's jumping out.
I think keep going, maybe.
You can throw me up there, I guess.
Come on! Oh, probably. Fuck.
Can I go back? What do I do? Now there's a crank. Okay. Okay, I guess I'm gonna turn this crank.
Cranking.
This
The lava's
dude?
coming. Okay, nice. There's a key. Where does it go? Oh, down here. Nice. I know exactly where it goes. I can toss you up here if you want, but there's a motherfucker in the way.
Just jump down, jump down!
Is he here? Is he here?
Yeah, I'm here!
Oh, we have to loop around because there's a guy right in front of us. Actually, I might be able to stun him. Alright, let's go this way. Use key. Open. Okay. No. That's bullshit. Fuck. Investigate. Okay, yeah, we need a thingy. I gotta throw you over here. Follow me. Come down here.
Where'd you go?
Yeah, come down, come down,
I
come
know
down.
you would.
Come down.
Come on! Come on! Hurry!
Oh my god.
Oh shit, perfect timing.
More frames. Okay, got the thing.
Okay, we got half of it. Oh, they're both here. Please don't flank me. Oh shit. Okay, and then I gotta run around. Play the Benny Hill theme. I got the other half.
Okay.
Okay. Open. Oops.
Come on!
What the fuck? It's okay. I don't remember this in the original Resident Evil. Fuck you.
Jill, are you okay?
I'm fine.
Fuck, we fell down the same hole.
So, wait, even after playing 7 and 8, 6 is really your favorite?
Alright, try to find a way out of there. I'll find a way to meet up with you.
I don't like it
It's
a lot.
definitely fun. Like, I think it's still, to date, like one of my best co-op experiences ever. And I do attribute that. Oh, we lost everything. God damn it. Took our fucking knives. And we're separated. How are we separated? We both fell in the same spot.
That's what I was saying.
Alright. Not make sense. Fuck, actually, I kind of remember being stuck down here. Like, I died a lot, but also, I'm like half retarded or something, so maybe with our brains combined.
One of those enemies.
He's down here. Oh fuck, stop examining.
Come on!
Where the fuck am I? Oh, there he is. Oh lord, he come. Okay.
Did you pick up anything yet?
Oh, I found you.
Yeah.
Puzzle pieces? Took something to fit into this red block.
Found a blue triangle. A blue crank. It's not the triangle one. I have to make sure I put these in the right spots. At least he's on the map. Do you have your map up?
No.
Press R1.
I don't want
Dude, okay, fine. Don't know where he's at. Wonder. Get ambushed. I don't care.
Have you found the blue one?
I found the blue one. Are you by the blue thingy?
No, I'm by the...
Can I toss you up here? I'm still looking. Found a shitload of like grenades and stuff though.
Oh, motherfucker!
Oh, look at that! Look at that!
It wasn't him.
I bet you it would've been nice to know where he's at.
It was a random guy. It wasn't him.
Oh, sorry.
Look at hiding under the water.
He's on you though. Oh, I know where it goes. Hey, ugly! I run past him. Leave me alone, leave me alone, leave me alone, leave me alone, leave me alone. Oh. Well, where the fuck does the blue one go?
Fuck.
I know. This way? Oh, actually, I think if you lure him up here, I think, is this where it goes? No. What the fuck do I do with the blue crank? I think it's where I came from. I'm gonna backtrack a little bit. I think it's over here. No. What the fuck? Yeah, I have a blue crank thing, and we need the blue doodad. You think it would work on the blue lock over there, but it doesn't. It just lets me investigate. Where? You found where it goes?
In the center. Yeah. Okay, that raises.
Oh shit.
I guess if you get up there, somebody raises you up, and more items are up there probably.
Where you at?
Right here.
Okay.
You have to get on the platform.
Okay, be careful. He's right behind you.
Yeah, he's right behind me. Wait. What the fuck? Oh, I can't do it while you're on it. Apparently.
Do it
okay.
now.
Oh, I can't. Because
Okay. Because I'm up here. I think I know what's gonna happen. So let me know when you're ready. Until raise it a level, and then I get on it. I think, right? Oh shit, is he following me?
I do not know.
Yes.
Oh, he's on the platform.
Is he coming up here?
Is he gonna jump up there? He is.
All right. God damn it. All right, we'll raise it now. Well, actually, yeah, don't. Actually, you might be able to. Yeah, because that one will raise. I think you can raise that one. I'll try to learn this way.
Yeah, I'm raising
While he's over here, and then I'll loop around, and I'll get back on it. You might have to keep. Like, you might have to...
there's spikes under it.
Oh, so we gotta trap him, right? Okay. Lower it, and I'll lead him. I'll lead him onto it. Is it safe yet?
Okay, I dropped it, but the spikes are underneath though.
I know. I'll lure him onto it, and then you raise it, right?
Okay, yeah. But then you have to get him under it somehow.
Here, he's coming. Can you raise it now? And will he jump on it? When did the spikes come up? Oh, wait. Oh, that's what you meant. Okay. Never mind. I see what you mean. Oh, what, can you raise it higher than that or no?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna lure him around. Sorry. This feels like a Scooby-Doo trap.
Right.
When I say drop it, okay?
Okay.
Fuck, he might attack you.
Well, I'm worried about it, yeah.
Can I lure him, or I'm gonna lure him around the corner, hopefully. Hey, ugly. You got 20/20 vision with those eyes?
Okay, let me know if he looks at me.
He's looking at you. What? Well, I didn't say drop it. Oh, it's under there. But it's okay.
We have to let go.
That's funny. Here, I'll raise it now.
You have to stay off.
Okay.
Chill.
He's going back towards you. He's going back towards you.
Yeah, he is. So what the fuck do we do? So I'll lure him over here then. Oh shit. Well, how are we doing this?
If you can kite him, there's like side alleys.
Okay, I'll lure him this way, and then okay, I get it. So I'll hang out in here, and I can get around him. You can climb around. God, open up your fucking map, dude. It literally shows the layout. Please.
But my immersion.
Fuck your immersion. I'm trying to win. What's immersive about this dude with the fucking triceps the size of a bus? Alright, well I got him following me.
Okay.
I'll try to kite him around actually. Oh shit, he grabbed me. Oh shit, he grabbed me. Help.
I'm coming.
Fuck.
Why do you like these games again?
Story and action and gameplay and puzzles and you have to find it again? Ah, fuck you, game. I think I know where it was at. We just climb upstairs. Here's the second level. Well, either way, thanks for toughing it out.
Let's see. It's over here.
I think I found it again. About to pick it up. Found it.
Okay, well, he's stuck on the environment right now, so he's just walking in place.
How's that for your immersion?
Well, I guess I'll just keep him right here so you can just explore.
I found it. I got it.
Oh, okay.
So
right there,
I'll try. Whoever he follows, I'll try to lure him over here. Oh, he's stuck. Hey, idiot! Here, I'll do a loop-de-loop. Once it's safe, you could probably head over to the thingy. And we have flashbangs. That's definitely gonna come in handy because I think we can keep him there. Oh shit! There's a zombie that grabbed me. That scared the shit out of me. I'm going the long way, but this should work.
still gonna pass across the front of the...
No, it's okay. I'll lure him around this way. Oh, wait, no, you're right. Oh, god damn it. Fuck off. Hold on, you're right. That might be a problem.
You sure there wasn't any hidden items up top? I don't know, because I can't raise it when it's...
Well, I climbed up there. You can climb up there. It's not that high. But here, tell you what, if I lure him in here, you can start turning it. Alright, start turning it. Start turning it.
I...
Sorry, I had to get off of it, but turn it. Shit, he's chasing you now.
Yeah.
God damn it, this is gonna be annoying.
Back up top.
Think he's chasing me or you? He's chasing me. Well, how do we kite him over there?
Okay, found that thing.
No, dude, I found it. It's okay. But we gotta do this like 3 times, I think. And he's stuck in the environment again.
Yeah,
maybe you could try the lever? Because he's about to get loose. He's loose now. No, he's not. How is he?
As soon as I get on the water,
he's loose.
gonna look.
Oh, god damn it.
Okay, turn it.
No, it's too late. Oh, shit. Actually, I have an idea. Alright, keep it. Alright. And then he'll follow me, and then when Alright, now. Sick. Thank you. Serpent shard. That's what I'm talking about.
Goes on this thing.
Yep. Fuck. Alright. Oh no. We have 2 more at the same time.
God damn it.
Yeah.
This is annoying.
But I think they unlocked or they opened areas for us to explore, hopefully.
Oh, okay. Broke the wall down.
I think so. Yeah. Is your map open so you can at least, like, know where they're at?
Yeah. I guess so. Right here, big chest.
There's one, I think. Yep. Yeah, the red crank. Oh, fuck. So annoying. I wonder if we can do both at the same time. Biggity.
They break down 2
Oh, there's one here. I'm behind him.
You have to find the right thing.
Well, I found the red one, so... Oh my god.
What happened? Oh. What the fuck? I didn't realize he was that close. Holy shit.
Fuck!
Oh
Dude,
my god.
grab me again!
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh, dude. I really hope it saves the checkpoint. Okay.
I'm coming.
Thank you.
Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me. This is fucking bullshit.
I'm sorry. I found it though. I found the red. This way.
Okay, so it's
So
right
I
there.
remember him this way. So
I didn't on the other side. You have to cut it on the other side.
okay.
So do I have a? Oh, you have health potion. You should use it.
Do I? Okay. Here we'll do it in a second.
And I'm fine. So one of us has to hang out here, and then you have to kite him from the other
Yeah.
side.
You want to do the crank while he's on me?
Yeah, yeah.
Now I'll stun him. I'll stone cold stun him. Let me know when it's up.
It's going up. It's going up. It's going up.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit!
It's going up. It's going up as fast as I can go.
Okay, I'm going. All right, he's coming through, and it's safe. Drop it.
No, he's not in yet. He's not in.
Drop it.
Look, when you first said he was caught on the environment outside of it, so.
It is what it looked like happened, yeah. But now we got that one, and we got one more. We're good. We're on a roll, dude. As long as those fucking zombies don't grab us again. Actually, look at that one right there. He's totally gonna drop in the water. Oh, he's headless though. Never mind.
Oh.
Let's head over to the other side and find this bitch.
Oh, we still need to find another crank.
I think it's over here in his area, right? I'm guessing. There's a new area over here too. I think it's over here in this fat spot. And I have stun grenades. I have 2, so maybe.
Ooh.
Fucking bitch.
Well, got me.
It's carrying me a little. Alright, run and roll now. We got this, dude.
Use that one.
Is this the one? No. Wait.
No.
It looks purple on the fucking.
Yeah, the
map.
maps are.
Oh, it's over here. Ah! Like, actually turned me around too.
No, not this way.
No? Oh, no, yeah, because the lever's over here.
Oh, is it? Okay,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
we have to like put it all the way
So
around.
somebody has to stay here.
Yeah.
Are you comfortable? Well, I have the stun grenades. Maybe you should stay and I'll kite him.
Yeah.
You wanna do that? And I'll lure him over there?
Yep.
Alright, I'll just try my best to not get too close in case one of those fucking zombies follow or grabs me. Hey. Ugly! Alright.
I'll hang out nearby so I can somehow.
No. I'm good. I can shake the zombies off. I just can't be too close.
You almost died like 3 times in a row. It's just like a minute ago.
Well, because I got like stun locked, but he's following me now.
Yeah, I'm just saying bye, just in case that happens again.
Okay, alright. Wait, this doesn't connect.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, no, you can't go that way.
Oh, well, I'll go around. You have to do this 4 times? Hold on, look at the map. How do we get him? Oh, we have to go through the middle.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. And then take a right instead of a left. Okay. I've had back knee before, but oh my god, look at you. I don't know what the fuck they would say. Something stupid like that, right? I go left or right?
Right. No.
No, he lost track of me.
Okay.
Hey, you puta! You puta!
Is he really? He really doesn't want to come this way. It's like, I'm onto your game.
Okay, he's on me.
Okay.
I might get grabbed to go this way to the right. Yep. Fucking idiot. Okay.
Okay, turning it.
Okay, good. He's on to me. There may be a zombie coming. Dude, this guy is like, you know, all these eyes, he's got like fucking the worst vision ever.
He's like, where did it go?
What do I do, boss? I get the idiot at the end. Okay, do it. Okay. You might have to do this again. I saw a purple.
Oh.
Well, I got the piece. Coming on you.
Okay. Could we... Was there more stuff back there? This looks like another...
Was there? I thought... Weren't we over there?
It's over here.
I thought that reconnected, no?
We were here already?
I thought so. Maybe not.
Oh, yeah, we did.
Yeah, we did.
Is there anything to go up? What's up here? Up here? We must have been up here already. Oh, no, we have...
No. Maybe purple?
Purple.
Oh, shit! Snake. Don't worry, babe. I got you. Got you, babe. Alright, let's explore the purple, because I think it wants us to go in the yellow, but... Actually, no, I think we do need another emblem, huh? Right?
Yeah, I think so.
Let me see how many spots we have left. Nope, this is the last one. And that leads to the thing, but so let's go to the purple, though. There's probably something hidden, right? Something special? What do you think?
Maybe.
That's this way. I swear to God, if it's like a death trap, I will get mad. Over here. Here we go. I'm raising it. Find anything good?
Just one of the little crests. Right.
Oh wait, what is
I
that? Oh, it's just a web. Alright.
Oh my god!
I'm raising it. There might be something down there. Are you able to get down there or no?
I can see down there.
I can lower it if you need to drop back down. Oh, actually...
Go down this way.
What'd you see, boy?
Nothing?
Get in there.
I don't wanna.
Get in there. We'll switch spots if we have to.
Here.
Really? Okay, I'll drop it then. It's just another option to... Alright.
Here.
Well, in case we need it... No! I didn't mean to fucking stun the snake. Did you see me flashbang myself?
Yeah.
Alright, let's skedaddle.
I mean, it might pop up when you activate this thing.
Probably. Now we know. Oh.
Come on!
Okay.
Come on!
Okay.
Actually, hold on. I'm about to look up how long it takes to beat this shit real quick. What is it? Desperate Escape or Lost in Desperation? Lost in Nightmare. How long to beat RE5 Lost in Night? Oh, like an hour. About how long we spent in the other one, so... Okay, we're good. It might be a short stream, or I might, you know... Do you have RE6 installed?
I don't. I can't imagine it would take very long to install it, though.
Man, it's like, what, 8 gigs for some tops? It'd be nice to have a weapon.
Yeah, we can't get that.
You can get it. Oh, because there's 2 guns. Fuck you.
Nice. Does it have ammo in it?
Not much, but yeah.
30 rounds.
Hopefully we're done with the pursuers, and now we just have zombies or something. Oh, this is the Wesker fight, isn't it? Oh, god damn it. I fucking hate fighting Wesker. 7 minutes. 7 minutes is all I can lie.
I was gonna make that joke.
7 minutes is my record.
Get out of my head!
We're just so in tune. Honestly, like I said, I think we're drift compatible. Alright.
Rooster and I, definitely not drift compatible.
Huh?
Oh.
Rooster? You and Rooster? You think you're drift compatible? No?
No, absolutely. I forget. How many people?
I think while he's engaged with one of us, you can shoot him in the back.
Oh, okay, okay.
I want to say. I could be wrong. Shoot him!
Oh.
Maybe we can overwhelm him. I don't know. Either way, we have a checkpoint here, so if we die...
Oh. No. Do we have to just do the counter?
No. Shoot him. Did that work? No?
I did. I tried. No. Oh. Okay. No, I think we have to do the counter.
Well, it's not really a counter so much as it is just a dodge.
Oh.
We'll figure it out. This happens every time we fight this asshole is what I'm saying, though. You know what I mean? What do we do? Jill shows up and we're just like, fuck.
Oh,
Shit, that shit better keep spawning.
Oh. Oh. Ah.
Oh, shit. It wasn't X that time.
It's still
Actually, wait, I have an idea.
Oh, flashbang?
Yeah. Get out of my head.
I'll definitely dodge that.
Oh.
Punch me in.
Hell no! Rumor says you and Leon are the next one. This is 60. This is 60 frames.
Yeah.
Well, I'm saying because like now I'm addicted to the upscale thing, so I almost wonder if I can make it like 180 on my end. I mean 120. I'm out.
Hey.
You know, I'm like stunned. Hold on. You got me too. Wait. Is it because you don't have muscles like I do? Why does he kill you in one hit?
Maybe because you were stunned while...
Oh, okay. Well, at least it's not just on me. We both suck. Oh shit, he doesn't give a shit. He don't give a fuck. Nope.
Yeah, you...
We just gotta keep him. Fuck! Oh, thank you.
Okay, is there like some trick? What's going on here? Oh.
Wiggle with it.
Oh, he's coming for me. He's coming for me.
Oh god, he coming. Fuck! Oh my god. Ah! Yeah, what are we doing wrong here?
Right. I have to stab him?
They killed me. It was like X the first like 5 times. Now it's just nothing but A and X. Like mixing up and...
Oh, try to shoot him for once. Okay.
Sorry, I needed help. I got infected by the suck.
What? Is there some gimmick to this fucking level?
I pressed A, you bitch. Yeah, there has to be. Who said, why do you like these again? Oh! Are you wiggling the stick? I know you recover faster if you wiggle left stick.
Oh really? Well, no, I didn't really get any chance to.
It gave me the prompt the first time. I don't know why I didn't do it like ever since.
Okay.
Right, hold on. Let me look around the fucking room. What are we doing around here?
Doors don't open. Come for me. Yes. God damn it.
Wiggle with it. Bitch! Get her!
Oh, I was wondering if I could shoot him before he even hit you.
I'm reloading!
Yeah,
like by the window, by dead Oswald? What are we gonna fucking do? What are we doing fucking wrong? You're cheating, dude. We don't have fucking powers. Maybe we have to shoot right after the dodge? Not before, but like right after. Right after I roll. That's the only thing I can think of. It's coming after me. Wait for the roll.
They just like...
Oh shit.
Oh, they hit him.
Did you get him? Yeah, you got him. Wiggle.
He's behind the wall.
Oh shit, he's like playing like fucking Dante, okay? Just keep it up, maybe? 7 minutes.
It's one of those bullshit things where you just have to use all your fucking ammo.
Doubt it.
It's just...
Well, maybe it's time-based, and then like he just has to run out the fucking window or some shit, right?
Really low on ammo. Oh, just found some ammo.
I think it respawns. Which makes it more annoying. It's not like we can at least... Oh, fuck. Help. Help. Thank you. Thanks, babe. Oh, shit.
Oh, shit. Oh, okay.
Bitch. Oh, my god.
This is such bullshit. God damn it. Oh, perfect.
I tried to
This
heal
is
you.
perfect.
Hold
This
on, I'm about
is-
to look it up.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Defeat Wesker, lost in
Where are people
Nightmare. What are we
pausing?
doing wrong? Shoot him until he charges at you, usually 3 shots. Do the quick time. Dodging will leave a small... Do a melee move? What?
Like, I have to melee him while you're dodging?
How do you... Hold on. Let me see. Just survive. Hold on. Okay, so it says, how do you kill him? Just survive. Other than that, shoot him at a distance and make him run at you. Dodge the attack with the QTE that comes up, and then run at him, and you can hit him. You don't have to shoot him. Just try meleeing, I guess. It'll trigger his rush animation. Once you dodge that, you have to... Oh, shit.
Oh, he's at the game.
Oops. Can we continue? Please tell me we can fucking continue.
God damn it, Joe.
Oh my god, dude. I don't know if we can continue or not. You have to join again. Oh, fuck, man. I'm sorry. You probably don't want to play anymore, do you? But we have to use the knife.
If we can just start on him.
I don't think we can. Fuck!
Oh my god.
Oh
my god.
I'm so sorry, dude.
A few years ago,
God
the
damn it,
BSAA
dude.
I'm sorry.
intel as to the whereabouts
Well,
of
we're
Umbrella's
pros now, right?
founder, Oswell E. Spencer.
I don't want to fucking do all this shit again.
I know you don't. I'm sorry, man.
By the BSAA's
Do you want to keep
European
playing?
headquarters to apprehend him.
That was literally it.
Oh, really?
No, come on. We can do it. We can do
You
it.
didn't watch the fucking cutscene on YouTube. We
No.
beat it. You beat it.
I'll come back to it alone. Are you sure?
Chris to HQ.
I really don't want to do that.
Okay, that's fine. I'll
Doesn't
solo
even-
it later.
You couldn't even fucking fight those zombies or anything. Just run those stupid ass monsters the whole time.
That's so annoying. You don't want to? You done?
Oh, I don't.
Alright.
Understood.
Alright.
God,
Yeah, that does suck.
that was like such a come down from the previous one.
I know, right? Alright, so do you want to download 6 or...
I could download 6.
Alright, well at least do that. And I'll come back to this one alone. Or maybe, yeah, you won't.
Yeah, no. That DLC sucked.
You're like, we beat it. Actually, hold on, I'll quit it. And then I'll load the cutscene. And then we'll play 6. And I'll come back to it. Quitting the game. Sorry, dude.
It's all good.
I wasn't paying attention.
I was expecting like, oh, we'll shoot like some dogs or some zombies, like old school. It's like, nah, we just fucking run the whole time.
Let's see. RE5 Lost in Nightmare. Just watch my stream for a second. Unless you just don't give a shit. Yeah, we can beat it in 40 minutes. But that's too much. Alright, so let's pretend we're here. This is us, we're playing. Here, I'm blocking the... God damn, what's this resolution? This is like fucking... Remastered, Lost in Nightmare. Wait, that's the remastered? HD, okay. Go. No, Lost in Nightmare. Sorry, I'm quick to click. Oh damn, these guys beat it in half an hour. But you ready?
You bailed me out.
I have it going on stream right now. Here, let's just pretend I'm playing. Here, watch out, I'm getting some ammo. You ready? He's coming.
Okay.
Let's see what we did wrong. So yeah, you just gotta recover.
I expected more.
And then... Oh, dude, I think we got him. Is this it? Oh, this is it. Good shit, dude. GG's. We blocked the... GG, dude.
GG's, good guys.
Good job. You wanna play RE6 now?
Yeah, sure.
Whose campaign do you want to start with?
Which ones? Oh, which one is the first?
Well, you can play 3 of them. Like, they all... Actually, and then ever since the remastered, you can just play all 4. So there's... Ada and some dude. There's, Sherry and Jake. There's, Chris and Piers. And then there's, Leon and Helena!
Are they in like is that chronological order to play them?
What did you say? Can you speak up?
Is there chronological order to play them?
No, they all happen concurrently, and they overlap at some points. Chris and Piers. Oh, Rooster's saying Chris and Piers. Do you want to play Chris and Piers?
Sure.
Alright, good shit. GG's. Jill, no!
Finish this.
Alright, 3 minutes.
It takes 3 minutes to download?
Yeah.
Alright, I'll see you in hell, and then I'll download it while I'm there. We have better Wi-Fi.
Nice.
Alright, GG's, dude.
GG's.
Right. Oh, look, I got PlayStation trophies on Steam. Look at that. Yeah, I'll go to hell.
Why does it feel so late? 40. So that goddamn DLC, like, fucking time.
It's just
drained. Yeah.
Just drained the shit out of you. Alright. You know the good thing about Chris and Piers is I can still wear this.
Nice. Yeah, that DLC aged me by 5 hours. Feels like 3 in the morning.
That's funny. So I'm stopping RE5. I'm gonna uninstall it, and then I'll install RE6, and then I'll update my stream. I might actually end. No, yeah, I'll probably end the stream for a second. What should I call the?
Why?
It's fine. LOL. It's a
Why
good game, I swear. Huh?
You want to break it up or something?
What'd you say? Yeah, to break it up. Or what'd you say? Well, I'd rather download 2 VODs than download 1 and then cut it up myself. You know?
Oh, I got you.
And, you know, I could lose the viewers, but they'll be back.
What are you just like? What are you downloading them for?
RE6, so we can play it. Oh,
Well,
because I upload my VODs to YouTube.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
All right, I'm gonna install it now. 36, goddamn. That's actually more than I expected.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised by that too, but I mean, still goes pretty quick. Well, it's weird. Like when I hit the download, it shows 14 gigs. Not.
Oh, there's probably a patch because then after this, there's the. Remember they had that weird cross promotion with Left 4 Dead 2, where Mercenaries had Left 4 Dead monsters, and then I think Left 4 Dead 2 had Resident Evil monsters. For that?
I don't remember that. I do not. I do not.
All right. Let me see who's here. I have 8 viewers. That's fine. I'll just cut it up myself.
Would you really want to play Ready or Not with like Scott and I?
Is it on sale?
I have no idea.
Probably not.
I'm just asking if you would want to play though.
Probably not tonight. It's on sale for $30, but
not tonight.
Yeah,
me like,
I got.
would you actually want to play it?
I would. Once I get it, I would actually like to play it with you guys. It looks fun. Yeah, and like I said, I really want to play it in VR.
Oh yeah, that'd be cool. I was thinking that like that'd be a really fucking cool game to play in VR.
And I saw there's voice control that you can add, and then what the dude did was I think he actually deleted the voice files because apparently when you say like breach as a command or something, or I don't know what and then the character will yell breach. So what happens if you're doing it in VR with voice controls? It'll be like breach, So yeah, he did it so the character doesn't confirm it. So it's just more immersive that way. That's what he did.
Right. So it's just him saying it, and then it activates the prompt in game, but he doesn't do the voice.
It's a good game. Okay. RE6.
Okay, mine's installed.
Oh, nice. Mine is. It's still downloading. Where'd you see the time left?
You go to library or like install manager.
Oh, I just clicked it. Mine says 3.5 minutes. All right, I'm actually gonna go pee now, but I'm gonna update my stream. So Resident Evil 6 featuring Resident Evil 6 co-op featuring Lemon Wedge and Resident Evil 6.
What the fuck is this? Open Steam? The hell?
All right, and then we'll play Chris and Piers. As per Rooster. That's actually a fun campaign. I like Piers as a character too. I was gonna say I wish he'd come back, but did you play this before, Rooster? Is Rooster an RE6 fan?
What's this game doing right
I'm gonna go to my Be Right Back. It's probably gonna take a minute to download, but I'm here. Be right back.
What the hell's going on?
Oh shit, he's eating her butt. He's eating her butt. My butt.
It's the FBI, motherfucker! Open up!
Oh, okay. Oh, there goes. There goes.
Catch. Oh shit. Later,
He
Prince.
was thinking.
No, I did not. No, I did not. Ew. Ew. Damn,
Still
dude.
thinking
What the
about
fuck
it.
were you drinking?
There we go.
Thank you. Gang, gang. Gang, gang. These nuts. Gang, gang.
Fat takes a state the no!
Okay. I can
Sucks about a
close-
shotgun ammo, but
Well,
there'll be
I
more.
Leave that up for a minute, just in case.
Wait, what the fuck?
I barely know you, but you seem cool. Here you go.
That.
Mwah.
Yes.
No, one of my favorite lines in the whole franchise of 007 is the
Okay.
Dr. Schmidt in question. And you've had your checks. He like shoots it in the back twice. Like, my man. I must be dreaming. But this game is less Sean Connery and more. Hello, baby.
Full screen.
Like you
off,
ready?
display frequency. Let's go 120. Sync on. Frame rate variable. Yeah, that's fine.
Without her face. From
Motion
inside
blur,
box,
I
scent
don't
of
know.
mommy. Maybe true mother there.
Hi,
Stone
hi,
box
hi.
hard. It hurt.
Okay. Yes. Oh, is it gonna do this thing? Doesn't it have borderless windowed? Come on, this game's modern enough. Did I break it? What's happening? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I might have broke it. God damn it. The game is not that old. Why does it have these problems? Okay.
Oh, I'm muted. My bad. What problems are you having? What'd you do? Hello,
Tried to
Governor.
switch-
Hello, Angel.
I literally just tried to switch it to windowed mode and then it just froze up.
Why are you going windowed? Are you trying lossless upscaling or something?
No, so I can see the chat box. 'Cause I can only see the chat box in windowed mode.
Oh, this has to have windowed mode. Every game has windowed mode.
Yeah, it has it. Just fucking when it switched, the game froze.
Oh, I got a hoot hoot. What up, Angel? What are you up to? Hello, Governor. All right. No, it's installing for me right now. And it's installed, baby! Yeah, baby! Eating dinner. What's for dinner? Can I have some? Alright. Are you actually troubleshooting right now?
No, it's back up.
Okay. I'm launching too. I'm gonna switch it to windowed. Hopefully I don't break it because I want to see if I can bump up my fave spaghetti. Skitty! Skitty's pretty good. That's a solid favorite food.
Adjust brightness.
Yeah, I'm gonna switch it to windowed. Me too. Oh shit. Oh, I see. I think what's going on here.
Oh, I can't get it any darker. Holy shit.
She said. Yeah, I can't see chat either because I have two monitors. What resolution is this? 1080? Sketties. Oh yeah, brother. Oh shit, I just yoinked the buds out of my ear. Alright, I agree to terms and conditions, whatever. A wild salad. Okay. Oh, Resident Evil giraffe sucking dick. Did they patch that out? Did they patch the 6?
Wait, what? Like it used to say Resident 6?
Well, because it said Resident Evil 6, but like the logo for the 6, you know about the meme. It looks like a giraffe getting head.
No.
It 100% does. 1440.
Did not know about that.
Yeah. Full screen off. Then display 60. VSync on. Frame rate 60. And I'm gonna upscale it myself.
60. I got that 120 frames, baby.
Well, I have. Wait, is there a 120 option in game?
Yeah.
Oh shit. Never mind. Full screen.
Whoa.
Okay, cool. When you say whoa, you better be saying it like Sonic and going, whoa!
No, I say like.
Oh
like,
shit.
Wow.
I got
Wow.
165, baby.
Wow. Wow.
Okay. Screen quality, texture, shadow quality. Wow.
Can I skip this? This is a long ass intro sequence. Okay, it literally just threw me into the game.
Oh yeah. It does that. I didn't adjust my brightness right. Set until the 6 is barely visible, so I'm gonna have a bright ass game right now. Okay, so we have to do the prologue and then I think we can play together.
Okay.
Yeah. See you in a few minutes. Huh?
Wonder if it's gonna let me use my controller.
Oh yeah, of course. I'm out of beer, but should I get my Pepsi? Oh no, dude, I have the root beer cream soda. That shit's good.
Nice.
Tactical sweats.
Okay, cool. Yep, controller's working. Let me see.
Did you just skip the cutscene?
No, it wouldn't let me. Okay, I can close this now. Let me see if I can just do game capture. 6. Come on, baby, work.
So
it's working.
It's working. It's working.
It's working.
My controller was on my desk and just fucking scared the shit out of me. Like, blah.
Oh my god, it's so fucking dark.
The game is too loud?
No, it's dark.
Oh.
I had to like turn, you know, it's like setting up the game on whatever. I had to turn it down as far as possible, and like I still could not. I could still see the 6, so it might be brightness might be a little off.
Of like your monitor?
Yeah.
Actually, yeah, I think it's just a little too bright.
Yeah, I turned it all the way down. Because the 6 was still very visible.
Actually, this part's in this game where I think it gets annoyingly dark too, so... But yeah, honestly, I think the white's a little blown out right now. Like, yeah, this game is just dark from what I remember now. Maybe I won't. I don't think I will. Oh yeah, it's crunchy. Oh, I don't want to lower the brightness though. It's too dark already.
I can't even see what he's looking at right now.
Because it's so bright or so dark.
So much shadow.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, this rings a bell.
It's not over yet.
Oh shit, it's timed, okay. Super over the top. Quick time success.
Success.
Very nice.
Graphic settings. I can't change the brightness in the brightness setting. Okay. Or in the...
I mean, it makes the lighting look really nice.
I think so. Just having it all the way down or all the way...
Yeah, if it's really dark, because then the lighting comes through in high contrast.
I'll only slow you down. Just go.
I'll only slow you down.
You're not getting off that easy. Come on.
Get up, bitch.
What is he looking at?
This is, in particular, I think, where the meme really starts, where, but it's kind of true. Every vehicle Leon ever gets behind, he crashes.
After all we've been through,
I think the only time he doesn't crash it, which might be debatable to an extent, is the jet ski thing in 4 at the end. Other than that, you know, he gets back in a helicopter, it crashes. He drives, it crashes. Motorcycle, it crashes. Like, no matter what this motherfucker drives, it crashes.
Oh, we playing. We're playing.
Oh shit. This game does look pretty good with a high frame rate though.
Yeah.
Also, this game is the longest one. If I remember, this game was like 12 hours, which is pretty long for a Resident Evil. At the time. Now I think RE4 Remake is like 20. You know?
Alright. Oh, damn, the textures on this Humvee. Dog shit.
Dude, that's what I was saying when I was playing War for Cybertron. It's like the resolution was great, but the textures, I was like, oh god.
Yeah.
Let's try this way.
Open item
Almost
slots.
through this.
Like 128 by 128 or something.
Select mix. Mine, okay. Place tablet in case.
Oh yeah, the first aid tablets. I think this is the only game that doesn't make an appearance. Angle my monitor down. It's catching a bit too much of my like light.
Let's take a break.
Actually, that helped.
Oh shit.
There's gotta be a first aid kit in here somewhere.
There's gotta be a first aid kit here somewhere.
Fuck, I shot him 3 times in the head.
Oh, is he still standing? Shot him 5 times. He chooses standing now.
Makes me
That
sick
really is the
seeing good soldiers
Oh,
die like
okay.
this.
I fucked up. I'm gonna have to put this on Games Journalist difficulty, apparently.
Leon, are you there?
No, you got this.
Hunnigan.
I fucked up the fucking quick time event in the tutorial.
You get the hang of
Doing
it.
too good. She needs medical attention.
Games journalist mode.
Do you have any herbs left?
I like
A
that.
few, but I'm not sure they'll help.
Okay, listen. Just follow my instructions.
What difficulty do you want to play this on?
Normal,
Wanna do hard?
preferably.
Normal? Okay.
You want to do hard?
We'll see.
Many good agents have died here today.
I like how
You're
you
not
just
getting out of
reverted
that
that. You were like, oh, I'm gonna have to put this on Games Journalist mode. What the heck?
Yeah.
Pussy. I will defend this game till the day I die. Like, I'll admit, it ain't scary. You know?
Oh yeah, no.
Like, as far as like what a Resident Evil game should be, it ain't it, fam. But what it is, dope fucking third-person shooter.
Yeah. It's just a
Damn it, out of ammo.
fun zombie shooter.
I like how I shoot him 3 times in the head, but the knife is what gets him.
Yeah.
Like, oh, did each bullet miss the brain?
Yeah.
Can't let your guard down for a second.
When can I turn off the fucking subtitles?
They're chunky too, dude.
I know, they're gigantic.
Like, I saw that and I was like, do they need to be that big? Like, I'll turn them on, but that's ridiculous. It's like in the movies, like Fast and Furious, when somebody's speaking like Portuguese or something, and then they translate it all stylistically. It takes up like a good third of the screen. I'm like, can you stop?
Right.
We're heading to the quad
I
tower.
forget, is there a way to turn on like the original laser sight in this game?
There are BSAA agents there with survivors. I can't abandon
Yes, there is, because by default it's the crosshairs, which you hate, right?
Yeah. I mean, I don't
Well,
hate
the laser's
crosses,
just
but like, it's fucking iconic.
Yeah, I would say, yeah. I was just about to say the same fucking thing. Yeah, and press select for the change game settings, and then
oh, it's in
laser
select.
sight. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I have a hold on, but there is a way. Control settings, targeting reticle, laser. Yeah. There you go. But I made mine purple because I'm weird.
Oh, you can do that?
So, I don't know why they split it like this. So, press select the gun icon, which is control settings. That's where you switch it to the laser.
Yeah.
Is this dominant hand? Oh, wow. And then, sorry. And then you go to the gear for game settings, and then you can change the color of it there. Which really, those should be the same fucking spot.
Yeah,
but
yeah. That's
honestly, being able to set dominant hand, that's kind of...
That's cool.
Yeah, that's kind of cool, yeah. Like, everybody bitch. It's like, oh, dude, you can't... It's fucking the 5th game. You can't move and shoot at the same time. It's like, now you can fucking roll on the floor and shoot and fucking...
Yeah.
Backhand zombies, do a backflip, and, like, people still bitch, you know? Like, what do you want?
Display subtitles in the game. No.
They sold like 1 billion copies with Resident Evil 5. You vote with your money, okay? Quit sucking? Wait, I'm not sucking. You quit sucking. I didn't do anything wrong.
What the hell?
What up, Deadwolf? How you doing, man?
What up, buddy?
Did he tell you to quit sucking too?
Yeah.
Nice.
Can a motherfucker have a flashlight?
Can a nigga borrow a flashlight? Is you gonna give it back?
How do you borrow a flashlight?
Hunnigan, can we make it to the tower this way?
Yes, just keep moving in that direction.
This is the longest prologue ever.
I cannot see shit right now. Oh.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of glad I didn't lower the brightness right now.
Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. No, oh god. Oh god. It's dark as fuck. I literally cannot see shit. Holy shit.
Yeah, maybe turn your brightness back up. I probably also didn't account for a fucking like HDR monitor that we have, you know?
Yeah. Oh. I literally cannot see where I'm supposed to go. Hey, can I just melee shit?
Yeah. I was quick shotting my way through.
Oh, nice. Sweet. 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 Big shot. I got a John Wick mode.
L2 and R2 at the same time.
What's up?
I think we're in the same spot. Are you in all the cars right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're in the same spot. I'm running from explosions right now.
Over here! Get in!
It's so dark. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to
back to where it was. I'm actually glad I didn't change it. Because I can't imagine, like...
Does it not pause the game? No,
it doesn't.
Can I change the brightness?
You're like, I'm starting to see why people fucking hate this.
Settings, adjust screen brightness.
You know what this feels like? This feels like if Sega made a Resident Evil game.
Okay, here we go. Let's shoot it up. This game is all like
oh, hell yeah. Okay.
Damn it. I can't bring her up. Come on.
You know what I'm wondering? I'm literally just talking to my rooster. Why did your settings change when I joined?
I don't know. I legitimately do not know why I did that.
Come on, pull up!
You might actually have to quit the game to go into the brightness settings.
This thing isn't
Even now, it's like, the blacks are black. And the brightness are white, you know?
I found it. Whoa, what? Wait, what the? Yeah. Oh god.
Just keep deciding to sort the fucking options.
Yeah, that was awful. Oh, wouldn't it be cool if it was like a cell phone, smartphone?
Which I don't hate that. It's just like...
It's like, no, do you know how
find the options
to figure out a new phone UI? Most of your trading worlds. Normalized fucking...
Also, the HUD is different for every campaign, which is something I actually kind of liked. Like, it's a phone for him. Actually, might be a phone for everybody else, but they have different OS or something. I don't know, but...
Oh, over the top right now.
I know. The helicopter and shit.
Look at the whole goddamn highway's exploding.
That's why
what is happening here?
It's so fucking dumb. And it's like, regardless of all this Fast and Furious bullshit that's happening, it's like it takes itself so fucking seriously.
Yeah.
It's the Call of Duty World War II of Resident Evil, right?
Yeah, yeah. Get off me! Don't touch me.
Oh, yeah.
Alright.
These are the beefiest subtitles I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Just die.
I like having subtitles on. These are... I don't remember them being this big.
You got it.
Were they always this big? Oh, nice. This is like the end of the game.
Something doesn't feel right.
Hold up. What the fuck I'm doing, bitch?
Sweet.
Wait, what the fuck? Oh, is this guy... Just let him fall, he's dead.
Back for more.
Resident Evil, giraffe getting head.
Oh god. This is so ridiculous.
Yeah, look at the number 6 when you get it. Like when you get to the title card, it looks like a giraffe getting head. You've heard that meme before, right?
I haven't. This is the first time I heard about it.
Oh shit. You will never unsee it. You will never unsee it. Alright, actually, I'm gonna... Yeah, I'll leave the brightness where it's at, and I'll wait for you. Yeah, Scott wanted the Chris campaign, so we'll do that one. You wanna play as Chris, or you wanna play as Piers?
I don't care.
You play as Piers. It's cool. Piers is, you know, I know what he is. He's basically like a stand-in for like what Chris used to be, you know, because right now he's like the fucking... No.
The movie.
I gave that life up.
Yeah.
My team died on my watch.
Yeah. He's like the new guy with aspirations and goals.
Yeah, and he's like the stand-in. Yeah, like he's basically like Code Veronica Chris.
Right.
And then I'm playing as PTSD fucking Resident Evil 5.
Yeah.
5, I guess, Chris.
I didn't even know why it's PTSD. It ended well enough. I think it turned out alright.
Did you want to do normal or veteran? You're on load. Huh?
I don't know. Do you want to run through 12 hours of veteran?
I don't think 12 hours of professional. Or no hope. Dang, it's not even like the last fucking difficulty. Let's do normal though, because I think all these games have bullshit. Like there's an invisible snake earlier that kind of sucks. There's those dudes that explode and they shoot darts everywhere. Those ones kind of suck. Chris, am I doing this right? Is this? Oh fuck! Is this one of those games where, regardless of playing co-op, it's gonna be split screen? You know? Let me see.
No way.
No, it's not. It's not. Okay. Because you get to pick between split or single, which I actually don't think this game launched with. I think that was patched in, to be honest. Online, partner join, allow. Oh, do not allow. Yeah, I'll allow, because you're gonna join this way. Settings. Tree. Attack reaction. No. Infinite ammo. The fuck? No. Agent hunt settings. No. Start game? Running game session. And then, yeah, I think you can join now. Or I can invite you directly. Finally.
Join through...
Did you get that?
Oh yeah, I did. Nice.
5 didn't have that. Whoa.
Yeah. No.
Oh my god, please no hiccups.
Oh, we're going to mute in-game chat.
Oh. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Like double?
I hear you twice, yeah.
I hear you once.
What the fuck?
Damn it.
Another round.
It's the biggest subtitles of all time.
That's actually a pretty good looking steak.
Yeah, I was gonna say, this is when we were getting to the food actually looking pretty fucking good in the video game.
Hard to find a good steak around here.
I think it peaked in Monster Hunter World and Final Fantasy 15.
Oh yeah.
That 15 food looked amazing.
Fill her up.
You've had enough.
Bitch!
Bitch! I said fill her up!
You're here to pour drinks and look pretty. So how about you shut your mouth?
It's an asshole.
I better get the hell out of my bar.
Gets in his eyes, he's like, ah!
Ej, dama vas je zamolila da odete. I said she asked you to leave.
Jesus Christ, Chris.
Kill him! Kill him!
Chris and Chris campaign is just a few hours of Head State and Predator, where Stallone and Weathers dap up and just stare at each other, basically. That's Stallone Schwarzenegger. I know what you meant. I know what you meant.
Piers.
See what happens to
Piers Gibbons.
Dylan!
How about this? You heard of this?
What is that?
It's fucking, like meat spin.
Right.
Two girls, one cup.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, basically. What are you up to, Rooster?
You can't
Just hanging
hide
out?
from your past, Chris. No matter where you go or what you do.
Don't be a bitch, Chris.
Who are you? What is this?
Okay.
Why are these subtitles so
You
big?
don't remember me? Well, how about them?
Then it really is meat spin. Yeah, nice, dude.
I said, look! Those were your men. Men who died under your
Scott, you want some
command.
Dr. Pepper cream soda?
You owe it to
Yeah, drink
them
up,
to
buddy.
Remember, Chris. If you walk away now, then this was all for nothing.
It's good shit, isn't it?
Enough!
Nice chain. He's fucking sharp right now, dude.
6 months of searching for you. And this is what I find.
Apparently, the prequel comics to this game were like hype as shit.
Yes,
Oh
Dr.
yeah.
Pepper cream soda is the best. Yeah, I think it's just called Resident Evil the comic, whatever. That some shit like that. And it's supposed to be fucking awesome.
Everyone's waiting.
Everyone.
Shut the fuck up.
Everybody in here. Bullshit.
I'm Chris Redfield. I'm Chris Redfield, like Spartacus or something.
Yeah.
One way or another.
Yeah, it really. This is one of my favorite sodas. Like I went to go get that beer today. And I was like, because I know we'll play something later, and I saw this and I was like, ooh.
I can't keep
I haven't
running
used it in a
away. I have to face the truth. Accept responsibility. That's the only way I'll ever remember. The only way I'll get my life back.
HQ to Alpha Team.
Now step back into the world of survival horror. Yeah, dude, even on normal, it's still fucking bright. I mean, it's still too dark.
Roger that. Prepare your drop on the 8 o'clock. We'll make our way to the Ace of Spades.
They wanted that 6 not visible? Dude, fuck you. Whee!
Nice. Okay, hang on a second. I need to turn off.
Yeah, do your thing. Yeah, see, we have a completely different HUD, and it's fucking jarring as shit. Game settings. Where was your brightness settings? Screen settings. Okay. Can I turn it up? I'm gonna turn it up a little bit. I'm gonna go 5 points up. And I change the subtitle size, please. The volume. Game settings. Display subtitles. Yeah, but they're too big. I want them on, just not fucking taking up most of the screen.
Okay, there we go.
What'd you do?
I muted you in the game.
Oh, okay. Yeah, dude, I didn't even hear you. Game was like, I don't want to hear him either. Oh, can I change this to be like fake? Oh. Cause I prefer like the PlayStation look of it. Oh yeah! What's shoulders? It's it's like nunchucks with a gun, dude. It's
yeah.
Alright. Son! I'm practicing my kung fu.
Oh my God.
It's like breaking logic. Do it again. I want to see.
You can't hit me. This is my ultimate defense. Just try and bite me now.
I see. We're just fighting. This is our melee fighting.
Rock'em Sock'em robots.
So stupid. Alright.
I need to get some water.
Okay. I'm excited to play this again. More so than 5. I'm excited. This is a good game. Fuck the haters. This is a good game. Get the fuck up. No, just kidding. Then oh, is that to manually switch to the knife this time? There's no. Okay, let me look at the controls. What do we got? Camera movement. We switch that? Be weird with it. Display route. Nice. That's already pretty anti-Resident Evil. Health tablet. Rear weapon and cover. Shoot. Action. Action confirm alt. Oh. Okay. Weird too. Reload. Pick up item. Item slot. Why? Right. Partner action. Up is next item. Okay, items, weapons. Switch left and right hand. Item slot. Oh! Wanna talk about mothers? Doing like a little hoedown. I think this one's better because it looks like he's like nunchucking a gun. Oh shit. Oh, what was melee? Oh, it's just attack without aiming. Okay. And this is shoot. Alright, I'm ready. Put me in, coach. What'd you say?
Okay. You hit me as I was like, ah, Jim Carrey.
Oh, are you doing Ace Ventura?
Yeah.
Owie! What does he say? It's like 3 darts is too much.
Yeah.
And he needs it again like 5 times in the back. He's like, hey! He goes in. I fucking love Jim Carrey, dude.
Yeah.
Dude, when they started dancing with like that laser scene in Sonic 3, I kind of lost my shit for a second. Like I didn't expect it. It just hit me fast, you know?
It's pretty good. Do I have a pistol? No, 9mm going in my machine gun?
And I like the line where he's just like,
We've encountered
to make an omelet,
Diamond 3.
gotta make a few eggs. And then shout out, he's like, a revenge omelet, or whatever the fuck he says, something like that. I liked Keanu as Shadow.
Yeah, I thought he did good.
Oh, there's boxes over here. And boxes.
I do cool combos.
Are there items over here? Do you get items too?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So we get our own shit. We don't have to share.
Oh, do we?
Yeah, I picked up what was in those boxes, and it looks like you did too.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Sick. Tight.
Cheers.
Helena.
The BSAA has arrived on the scene. Excuse me, can I get a comment, please? Excuse me. Is this
that was a nice push. It's like when Dave Chappelle pushes that bitch out of the way in that one scene. And then we have to hold to run. Hold on, can I switch that to toggle?
Oh, yeah.
Target is ahead.
I don't think we can. Dominant hand, auto reload off and on. Sound settings. Yeah, no, I think we're stuck with hold. Gross.
Bummer.
Come in, HQ. Your floor is a mix of civvies and hostiles.
Vault.
Oh, we can hold A too, like the other ones.
Oh, we can? Oh, no. Whoa, okay.
Son of a...
Jesus Cristo.
Alpha team, switch course from Route 4 to Route 9er. Head to the destination through the building in the 6 of clubs.
Captain.
I say route.
Ew.
I know. It's a regional thing.
Is it?
HQ to all teams.
Huh?
Alpha is en route to
Fucking,
Ace
is
Space.
this guy left-handed or something? Like screen keeps
After they
up on the
rendezvous with
Pierce?
Delta,
I think
we will
Pierce is
proceed with
left-handed.
the operation as planned.
Fucking weirdo.
Gross. Nice. We got red and green orbs right here. Let me combine them.
See, how do I do that again?
Triangle or Y, and then mix. Go.
Oh, yeah, there.
Oh, and then add to tablet thing,
Oh, yeah.
and then right bumper to use. Look at that. Feels like we're playing a modern game.
Right.
I need to break the habit of pressing left bumper in melee. Because I don't need to knife it anymore. I have to actually switch to my knife. Or I can just click in... No, I can attack without aiming. That's melee. Okay.
Yeah.
Alright, it'll take a little adjusting, but we'll get the hang of it. Bye.
Why'd you push that man off?
I just pushed him. I just rocked into him.
It's not looking good. Requesting immediate backup. Copy that. HQ to Charlie. Assist Bravo with the 4 of Hearts.
2 of Hearts.
If they're killing unarmed civilians, they're gonna really love us.
You're gonna love me.
Bad guys.
Terrorists. Damn! That's pretty satisfying. Oh shit.
It's healing itself.
Here's HQ. We've made contact with 2 of them. It's the same kind of attack as Macedonia.
Hell
Copy
yeah.
that. Proceed with extreme caution.
See, where do we go?
If you get lost, just hold left bumper and it fucking just tells you. When you were gone, I was running through the controls and I was like, that's pretty anti-Resident Evil, to be honest. You know what went wrong with this one, right? They were trying to please everybody and they just ended up pissing everybody off.
Oh, shit.
But like, we gotta get the Call of Duty kids playing.
Yeah.
Look at that turned out. Like, I get it, I do, but I still will never call this a bad game. Okay, game, I see it.
Yeah.
Put an end to all this violence.
God damn.
Violence to end violence, yeah. Might just be crazy enough to work.
Alpha team, proceed along Route 9er. Take a back alley to get to the Ace of Spades.
Boxes over here. You stomp those boxes.
Fuck them all. Oh, is there more?
Still trying to wrap my head around what I'm seeing here.
Hey. Hey.
Hey. Hey, why is that open? Why is it doing a thing?
You have to aim.
Oh, that's right, man. Hey, whip this one around. Hey, can I whip this one around? Oh, no.
While going aim down sights. Is it a rifle?
Yeah, it's a sniper rifle.
Where'd you get the right sniper rifle?
They just gave it to me. Was I better than you?
Oh, fuck you. No, I'm a sniper rifle. I want a sniper rifle. I was pretty good with a sniper rifle in the last game. Thank God it's Friday, man. This week, like I was telling my coworkers, I feel like it's been Tuesday for like the past week and a half. You know what I mean? Like I was trapped in like a time freeze.
You ready?
Anything over here?
I don't see anything. Yo, Rooster, you still here? turn your brightness back up? How's that treating you?
A little bit. A little bit. Because I wanted to be kind of low.
I mean, even on normal, it's kind of like, yeah, okay, nice. I just wanted to say, and I've said it before, I'm glad you're back. You know, we all gotta, you know, it's nice to, you know, fly solo and decompress, but I was worried about you, buddy.
Oh, it reloads like normal.
Yeah, I know, exactly. I took normal controls for granted.
Yeah.
All clear.
We still gotta play, Spec Ops The Line one of these days, Scott.
Oh, yeah. Oh, now the door.
I swear to God, if you stop not double tapping, I'm just gonna shoot you IRL.
I didn't know it was still a thing.
It's been a thing since 4. I think even no, I don't think 7 does it. He might. Like you won't kick it open, but I think you do make it faster. I forget. Oh no, you just run through it now. But yeah, 4, 5, and 6. You double tap and they'll just kick that shit down.
All clear.
Except for the RE5 DLC, which we totally beat.
Yeah. You got close enough.
I'm sorry, man. I wasn't paying attention. I was like, right when I figure out what to do, we just have to quit sucking and try to melee him.
Oh,
that was quick.
Oh, I didn't even jump on our buddy.
Sorry, guy. The story wanted you dead.
Okay.
Oh, he's alive. Neighborhood motherfucker! I dropped ammo.
Let him go. Let him go.
Echo to HQ. We can't hold them up.
Let me go.
Retreating from Diamond Street. HQ to weapons. Requesting immediate status update. What's going on? There's too many of them. We got no choice. We have to fall back.
This game is so goofy. But it's good goofy. It's like Sci-Fi Channel goofy, where you're like, hey,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
dumb, but it's kind of hype. See what they're going for.
Holy shit, did you suplex that guy?
I threw him. I just fucking threw him.
Amazing.
Watch, I'll do it again. I'll fucking do it again. Oh shit. Aren't these guys supposed to like turn into ash, like fucking Blade killed them or something?
Yeah, I don't know.
Later down the line, they do that. Like they burn up like vampires.
Oh.
Vampires.
I want Blade and Rivals so bad.
I can't wait. He'll have to be like DPS, but I know he'll use his sword for melee. And then he'll probably use like his gun or like a stake crossbow or something for like range.
What are you doing? Shoot him!
Oh, also, I think the audio work in this game is really well done too.
That's pretty good.
Like on a technical level, this game has a lot going for it.
Yeah.
The same thing happened to me when I hit puberty. Like the first time I came, this is what happened to my arm.
Oh, that's what happened to my dick.
This is when I realized my dick was more. You can do more with it than just pee. Come on, Chris, get your shit together. What are you doing?
Right.
HQ, we just witnessed the
Oh yeah, and then A lets you dodge.
A lets you dodge?
Aim and then direction and then A. And you like throw it back, remember? Does it all come back to you?
Oh, nice, nice. Oh, you dive to prone! Shoot from supine! It's so cool.
Exactly, dude. That's what I'm saying. It's like everything everybody was bitching about in like older Resident Evil games is fixed in this one, and nobody was still happy.
I got him.
Oh, there's a guy right here. Yeah, they're doing the blade thing now. Sweet.
You two, stay here and tend to the wounded.
HQ.
We tend to the infected?
4 was heading along Route 9.
Oh, ammo back here. I need that.
Some ammo on the floor right here. Oh, nice, because the game's so fucking dark. It's nice to see a little red letter or a red arrow.
Yeah.
Wonders where the fuck to go. There you go. Attaboy.
Skill points. What are those for?
You can
upgrade.
Yeah, there's an upgrade system in this game.
I forgot about that.
The way I said "attaboy" reminded me of Seed of Chucky, when Glenn is like chopping up Chucky's limbs off.
Enemy sighted!
And he's like, "Attaboy, fucking boy."
Just hunker down and pick a target.
HQ to all teams.
Oh, it's a bolt action.
We've just received reports that hostiles are gathering around Bosawan. Proceed with caution.
God damn.
Damn, dude.
This thing fucking
Pretty
rocks.
satisfying, right?
And I want to get collateral. Come on for me.
I
don't even like that to be.
The stamina. Forgot about that.
Oh lord, he coming.
Oh shit!
Another one?
I didn't see him.
Oh, I'm reloading. Fuck. Man, this gun is awesome. Yeah, hang on, I want to see this.
What are you trying to see?
That's so cool.
Oh, don't go too far ahead.
The dive.
There's stuff in here. Oh yeah, the dive is fun. Dude, this game controls so fucking well, and you can roll on the floor.
Yeah, it's so good.
You can immediately go prone if you go back.
Yeah.
Yeah, what happens if I roll? You can roll forward. Dude, this is fucking great. Like, there's a good game hidden in the bad Resident Evil here.
Yeah. Come here.
What are you doing? Let me see.
Oh, I wonder if we could do it while diving. Hang on.
Oh, what are you trying to do? Oh! Look at me, I'll do it too. Look.
Oh, amazing.
So dumb. Oh, dude. Hold your knife on the floor. You look like a badass, actually.
I think you're about to throw it. Do I even have a knife?
You know?
How'd you get yours?
I just had it.
Oh, is it part of your inventory?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have one.
I'm like, oh, look at that. You got a rifle. I got a fucking knife. Fuck you.
Hinder nerd.
Also, I like doing this. Look at me. Whee!
Yeah.
That wasn't the thing I bitched at you at.
Yeah, like this game, this zombie game has like better third-person shooting controls than 90% of third-person shooters.
Right? Did you open up another box? Oh.
I did, and found a gem or some shit.
Oh shit.
Wait, what?
It startled me. Something hit the on the other side of like that. What do you call that?
Idiot.
What do you call it?
We've lost contact with the recon unit.
Is it a great?
Proceed with extreme caution.
I thought great was more meshy. Oh shit.
Oh, fuck, another one? Damn, this gun's good.
No.
Goddamn right.
Wait. Oh, I could have meleeed him. Oh, damn. I am pressing A out of habit to reload. It's the Resident Evil way. Oh, I can't go over that. Like, I'm surprised, like, I can't go. Like, this game's character. Oh, dude, I can crawl like this. Did you know that? I'm moving around. I think the only other character controller better than this is like Metal Gear Solid 5. Even this has some points against that.
HQ. Still neutralizing hostiles at 4 Harvey Charlie team. Taking HQ copy. Sending medics your way.
Oh, and then just press A. I think you can dodge. Like if you aim and just tap A, you can like crouch.
Oh, yeah.
There's a pretty versatile fucking moveset. I fucks with it. Fucks with it heavy.
Yeah.
Nigga shit. Oh shit.
Oh. That. Yep. Oh, yeah.
What you doing here, buddy? Oh, it's the same room. It's in this one though. Nice. Skill points. Yeah, because you can add stuff like critical damage and like.
Okay. How do I remember that?
Reload speed. You do it between levels. Get to the roof. There's ammo and shit over here if you need. Oh.
No, I was always like throw them off.
Nice head pops too. I'd say second place behind RE2 remake. The RE3 remake, because they don't do it enough in that one. Oh nice! I just pushed him up. Did you see that?
Yeah, that was great.
HQ to Alpha Team. That tenement building up ahead is the Ace of Spades. The UN staff have been taken hostage or inside. Proceed with extraction.
That's a hard voice to replicate.
Did I steady my aim?
Probably. Okay, fuck, I gotta take some cover.
Got to pick up?
No, I'm good. Staying down because it's cool.
God damn, this gun's cool.
I'm glad you fucking like it.
Just fucking launch that guy. Oh, reloading. Oh, is that a big guy coming?
Where?
I think I saw him way up on the rooftops, farther ahead.
Oh, sure he has zoomies.
Oh, did I just kick you?
Yeah, you did. How'd you do that? Oh.
I just jumped out.
That's kind of cool.
We've regrouped and are awaiting new
I thought you were an
orders.
enemy. That's why I was like, what the fuck happened?
Things aren't going too well over at the Three of Diamonds. They need you down there. Roger that.
It'd be funny if we like ran into each other during the melee.
Yeah.
Like, they could knock each other out.
Popping in. Hey, what up, buddy? Feeling any better?
Buddy. Diva. Jumping back here. I forgot there's even a cover system.
It's really well done too. Oh damn, they fly now?
Okay, they're doing that shit? Okay.
Jesus Christ.
This gun is so overpowered.
All clear.
Just fucking Django Unchained that man.
Hi, Diva Weeva. Feeling alright. Alright, well, that's good. That's good. It's like Home Alone.
I'll totally be with you.
Dun, 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 dun,
Oh, I thought I was about to like back,
shit.
dude. Oh no!
Captain!
Like Rush Hour 2, the bamboo.
Right. Oh.
I guess the muscle memory saved me there. Hey, Pierce, I'm taking a little
Oh, they
fire
got to
here.
save you. Oh shit.
Yeah, I want you
Save
to
your ass. You want to return the favor?
I want to save it for the big guys.
Oh, there's some in front of me too.
Oh, are there?
Yeah. Thanks, buddy. Can I shoot? No.
That's surprising. Oh shit, I'm empty.
Right? I'm surprised I can't fucking like shoot with my feet like a goddamn monkey or something.
Oh, shut up.
Gonna need a hand here.
Got
Make
it.
your way back to me ASAP.
Radio HQ for backup.
What are you up to, Audie?
Ace of Spades.
Roger.
The Ace of Spades!
Oh, nice. Oh, hey, whoa, 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 whoa. Okay.
Any ammo?
Ammo.
Where the hell do they keep coming from? Pierce, can I get some cover?
No problem,
Come on. Gun is ridiculous. Oh, baby.
I also wonder if because everybody fucking idiots were like Resident Evil 5 is racist and they're like, fine, they're all white now.
Right.
No brown sugar for you.
Right?
Babies.
Like Sheva from us.
That
Look what they took from us!
was about to say. That was today, Carbine! Today! Look what they took from us! Is that what you're doing? Or are you doing the Tony
HQ
McGuire
to
one?
Bravo.
I was doing a different one, but
Alpha
Okay.
needs to move out to
Like
Ace
the
of
same
Spades.
idea.
Can you relieve them? Roger. Coming in from the 4 lines. En route to assist.
Can the motherfucker get some machine gun ammo? Damn.
Can I make them borrow some ammo?
Yeah, can I borrow some ammo?
Oh shit, they fly now. Oh, thanks, man. Oh, he's got like moth wings, that's cool.
Ew.
Oh shit.
What's that? Oh. Let's see. Can I go out here?
Are you playing anything tonight, Audie?
Oh,
I think I gotta
Bring it
go
up.
in here, maybe. Are you good?
yeah, I was stuck
coming
on
in
a
you,
door.
coming in you.
Combo door.
I think I'm over here now. Get to the Ace of Spades!
Spades! Ace of Spades! What's over this way?
HQ to Alpha
I thought it was
Team.
supposed to
You're
be.
almost at the Ace of Spades.
It's called the fucking... I don't know. Evac point, something.
Yeah, yeah.
God damn it, an RPG.
Probably not. Sad face. Aw, don't be sad, please.
HQ. We're taking some major
Oh, I'm gonna go over side of this
I
room.
don't think we'll make any time to release Alpha. HQ here. Copy that.
I just over there spraying and praying.
Got it. Why is that? Why am I blurry? What's my screen blurry right now?
Are you dying?
No, I just like randomly blurry. I don't know why. Oh, I guess it's because I'm in cover.
Oh yeah, yeah. You gotta pop out and then it focuses again.
Did he not die?
He mutated.
Oh, okay.
And then yeah, you shot him. He landed down, and I finished him off.
I feel like they're pushing me to use the rifle more than my machine gun, honestly, because I find way more ammo for my rifle.
Another, I think it's another Chris thing. Chris is, supposed to be like a world-renowned marksman.
Right. Where am I going?
Press L1. There.
Hey. Here's. Hurry up.
Did you find ammo down
Over
there?
here.
I did.
Here's. Over here.
Find it?
Here's.
I found a skill point.
Here's.
Oh, maybe that's what I picked up.
Hurry up.
I see it. Nothing.
Chris to HQ. We're at the Ace of Spades.
Copy that.
Where's this going?
Bravo team has been dispatched to assist with search and rescue. Stand by for instructions.
What's this random ladder for?
Good. I needed a break.
It just like leads up to your.
There's like there's boxes down there, but I'm gonna see what. Oh, nice.
Damn it.
Oh. Oh, okay.
We've been spotted. They're right on top of us.
Oh God.
Oh shit.
HQ to Bravo team.
Oh, there's some ammo.
Alpha team surrounded by hostiles. Get to the Ace of Spades on the double.
We're here. Oh shit. Bitch, he got me while he was dying.
Alpha team, this is Bravo. We're moving as fast as we can. Keep your panties on, everyone.
Alpha team here. Roger that. We'll do what we can until you get
The
here.
boxer briefs, okay? Damn it, I was trying to aim for that, but the camera wouldn't stop fucking shaking.
Quick scope, bitch. Oh, you got that one. I don't know when my laser disappears while I'm shooting.
Is it?
Makes it hard to
mine
find
did too, actually. Oh, I didn't notice that until just now.
Very annoying.
It's just kind of random.
What? Oh, there it is. Shit, reloading.
How many of these assholes do we have to kill? Where the hell's that backup?
God damn it.
Coming.
Oh, man. And my lasers are gonna disappear like that. I have mice with that.
That's fair. I'm gonna pop some ibuprofen and lay back down, Charlie. Oh, well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you're not feeling super well.
Feel better.
Hope you feel better.
You dead?
All BOWs have been eliminated. Alpha team, help Bravo team get the civvies out of there.
Ammo.
The BSAA is so cool. Like Monster SWAT.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, I really want to know where they're going with what they left off in 8. Or like the BSAA. Or no, it's Umbrella. No, it was the BSAA. The BSAA are using BOWs now. And they started Umbrella Blue to kind of counteract that.
HQ
Some shit
to
like
Alpha.
that.
We have your mission brief.
Yeah.
Something like that, right?
Rescue
Like that's kind of like that plot there where they left. Which I'm sure they'll follow up on.
As soon as all teams are clear, we will commence bombing.
Anya. You saw that?
Yeah, I just watching throw somebody. He just run around punching everybody.
Yeah. It does use your stamina, so you can't abuse it too much.
You have stamina?
Yeah, it's the red meter underneath your health and between your ammo. Ooh, fuckers. I can get him if you fucking move. Nah. Oh. Is that you? That was you, huh?
No, I didn't shoot him.
Oh. Hold on. Let me combine some herbs.
Oh yeah, I haven't even been paying attention to my health. I haven't felt in danger like the whole time. Let me see here. I want to do the same. See, it's Y.
Yeah, and then just mash A until they all combine, and then you throw them in your inventory.
Only give me one block.
What many do you have? Because you can combine 1 and 1 makes 3, and then 3 and 1 makes 6 somehow. And then I threw those. Huh?
I only have 1 herb and like a billion grenades.
Oh. How many guys do I have? 4, 6. Okay.
Oh yeah, hang on. I want to change. I think I'm gonna change my.
Oh, to the crosshairs. I think it's more weird than annoying, so I'll stick with it, but it isn't ideal for sure.
Control settings.
Yeah, I think this is where we fight like the invisible snake or some shit.
It's difficult to do like quick follow-up shots when my fucking laser keeps disappearing. Found some boxes over here.
See him. Oh, there was a box over here. I don't know if you got it. It was. What was it? It was in here. Did you get this stuff?
Oh no, you're not. Nice, nice, nice. Very nice.
What'd you find?
Just ammo from a machine gun.
It's machine gun. Oh, there's ammo right here too. Handgun. And this is where we go. What? Wait, up? No, we can't go up.
He's going down.
Well, I know, but I like exploring a little.
Oh, I found a door.
And I found a door down here too. Let's split ways. Oh wait, actually. Oh, actually, I think it's important. If I'm not mistaken, the snake thing. We can like follow it or something like that. Like it'll go between floors, right? I don't remember. There is stuff down here though. I'm opening some boxes. Oh, and I found something. What is this? Oh shit! Did you get 1,000 skill points just now or whatever?
Ammo. Yeah, I picked some up.
Oh, go over here. Do you see the same thing? Or I think we both share it, but.
Let me see. What are you looking at?
In that crate is it empty?
Oh, no. Yeah. No, I got it.
Oh, nice. Cool, cool, cool.
I just picked it up.
Then there's a box over here.
Nice, nice.
I guess we can go back upstairs. Anything in here? Oh, there's a box over here too. It's worth it, especially since, like I said, I know we're gonna run into a boss.
Yeah.
Oh, there's one right here too. Telegraphing it. Well, this cover too.
Right.
I think we cleared it.
See, where's the staircase again?
This way.
Oh yeah, there it is.
This game would be unfair with mouse and keyboard. Like against the enemies.
Oh. Just walked right in, this guy didn't even react. We have a teammate right there, he wasn't even doing nothing.
I threw him into somebody, which knocked him down, then I meleeed him.
Nice.
I'm an unstoppable force right now. The juggernaut, bitch.
Oh, that was a cool quick shot.
Fuck. I just suplexed Spider-Man. Jesus Christ. That felt really good.
There's some boxes by here.
People that say this is a bad game are fucking morons. Wait, where? Oh,
Yeah.
here. Nice.
I forgot about the quick shot.
It's pretty handy. Especially if you start feeling a little overwhelmed or like there's too many that are close, just fucking double tap that shit. Like I said, it uses your stamina, but it can get you out of a pinch. Right spot.
HQ to Alpha.
That weird.
The hostages are just up ahead of you. Eliminate the hostiles in there and get those people out of there.
Hold on, sir. We're breaking every box we can find.
Yeah.
Alpha here. Roger that. We're going.
That's fucking terrifying.
Yeah. Where's this guy go? Where'd he go?
You can quick shot it if you see
Alpha
it.
to HQ, 7th floor hostage security.
It's fucking disappeared.
It probably went on the other floor. Remember?
Where's the other hostage?
So do you want to split up or something? Or?
The floor above you. You need to move quickly.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Altitude to HQ.
Oh, geez. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Quick shot. Quick shot, Padawan. And melee. Oh my god. It's pretty high.
That won't fucking hurt.
Wow, that's like the first time he got hit, huh?
I've been hit before, it's just not that hard.
Should I stay on the bottom floor?
Yeah.
No, that's just one. I got the other hostage. It's ridiculous, man.
Oh my god.
Fucking Triple H over here, dude.
Yeah.
I see him, I see him, I see him.
Hey, come back. You little fucker.
Honestly, if you see him, just quick shot him.
Yeah. Try it. He's moving so goddamn fast.
Oh, I got slave feet.
What the fuck?
Oh shit. Got him. Good shit.
Alpha to HQ. 8th floor hostage security.
Copy that.
There's one more on the first floor.
Now we gotta go down again, go down.
God damn it.
Memories. Wait, is this the right floor?
I think so. Oh my god, another hand grenade. Should probably start using those. Holy shit.
They really do help.
I have a billion.
Actually, I think we have to go down another floor. Was there another floor we could go down?
Was there?
He said floor below you, didn't he?
Oh, I didn't hear it.
Maybe he said first floor, and in my mind I was like, we're on the second. Yeah, we can go down a bit more. That's right. Oh shit, nice. Did you get that too, the serpent emblem thing?
Oh yeah, I did.
Okay.
I didn't realize it was share on.
That's what I was asking, I wanted to verify. I'm having so much fun right now.
Delta 1 to HQ.
Way better than
All hostages on the 15th floor secure.
You really weren't enjoying
the
that.
building now.
Okay.
It's just so
that leaves
goddamn
us.
stressful. It's hard to have fun. It's so fucking irritating how many shots the goddamn zombies take.
Oh, and 2? Oh. They're talking about 5 still.
I mean, 5 was fun, except for that one DLC.
Yeah. I hate you. Aw. Sorry, Adi.
I can get through the ceiling if you give me a hand.
Better luck next time, Shoddy.
Oh, I can pull you up.
Oh, you can? Oh, tight. Oh, dude, it's like tank controls. What the fuck? Oh. It was a cute Pokemon. Shinotic? I think another one. That's a mushroom one, right? Is that one of the mushrooms?
I got a mushroom for you.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah. Fine.
Here, I gotta catch you, I think.
Oh. You have to shoot this guy? Am I hitting? Yeah, I got it.
Give me an option somewhere to press fucking B button for you. Why isn't it? I'm like precise here. Hang on, I'm coming. There we go.
Oh, I see.
Oh, I thought you were gonna jump and I was gonna like catch you or something. I'm just used to fucking throwing a pretty purple Pokemon.
Kind of getting the feeling we're not welcome here. Come on, we can take him.
Wait, actually, let me throw a grenade.
I was gonna do the same thing.
Got on my head, Charles.
God!
That was
Nice.
dope, dude.
Follow me.
Another!
Oh shit.
Oh shit.
Oh shit, I'm down. I need help. Okay. What got him?
Iframes. Yeah!
Quick shot? Nice.
Yeah, with the sniper rifle.
Hold on, damn it, I was gonna grab him.
This is amazing. This is amazing.
It's so fun, dude. Just keep an eye on your stamina. You'll get a speed penalty if you empty it.
Where?
And he grabs his tummy like he's gonna poop or something.
Oh,
shitload of skill points here, though. There's more in here. Boxes up here too. The corner where you saw me. Literally opposite of where you're at.
Okay.
I can lead you if you need.
No, I can find it. I can find it.
Nice, you're right by the door where we gotta go too. I'm gonna look around a little bit more. Maybe there's like one of those little target things or another box. I think that was it. You found it, right? Yeah. Alright, well, let's go. I think we're done here. I love the slide over like cover.
Yeah, yeah.
This is Delta
I let you
1.
planning on playing games
Clear
tonight.
the building. HQ here. Copy that.
So I'm tired, I guess.
Are you tired? I ain't tired.
This is Delta 2.
Yeah, before I go downstairs, I see. Oh, what's here?
HQ here. Copy that. Alpha is still on premises. Bombing will start once they're clear.
Nice, there's something here. Nice. Alright, you ready to go down?
Yep.
Any more boxes? I think that was. Oh, there's boxes over here. Still up here, or did you go down there? Nice. Any more herbs? No. I have a first aid spray, but I should be good. Alright, I'm going down. Oh, this box right here. How do we get down there?
right here, it looks like. Well, what's happening? What?
You stuck?
What's going on here? I think I'm stuck.
No, it's a. We both had B.
Oh.
Okay. Breach!
I'm just using the sniper like a shotgun right now. Whoa!
Oh, that was kind of cool.
That was cool.
First floor hostage secured.
Copy
I almost
that.
shot her with the
Clear
big
out of
cow.
there.
Well, I was waiting because like he initially hides behind her, and then his head pops out at the end. And I was like, now's my chance. 'Cause I was just gonna hope that she wouldn't take damage, but I was like, she will. She will. We got anything secrets? Any? Oh.
I'm in HQ. All hostages are okay. Alpha team is clear.
Copy that. Commencing with bombing.
I wish I had a monster.
Yeah, I think the snake comes up. I know it's in Chinatown. I know it's us.
Shit, we're
like it's a
trapped.
Chris thing.
What the hell do we do now?
I don't know.
We shoot our way out.
You can get out on the 3rd floor. There's a balcony on the west side of the building. Get moving.
What you did to my friend?
Alpha team, get out of there now.
The scream he does.
Preparations to bomb the building are complete. Planes have been scrambled.
I can't feel my legs.
I said,
I realized I had no choice but to blast my way out.
They started bombing.
Oh shit. Where'd it go? Oh, the big target. Wait. Where'd you go?
I'm right next to you. You go downstairs? Oh god.
Oh.
Okay, well, we took that.
He's not gonna be resting at 7. Press continue, Joey. We'll start the whole fucking game over again. Yeah, where do we go?
I think I found a staircase. Right
I'll follow you then.
To the light to the left.
They started bombing because they don't care that we're still in here.
It's not personal. You know the
Over
mission
here.
takes
The
priority.
government for you.
Alright.
Oh yeah,
This
nice,
building
nice.
isn't
Yeah,
gonna last
this-
long.
Take us back up.
3rd floor. What they said. I think this is the floor. Nice.
Oh, go. Oh shit.
I think we can get around it.
Nice.
Go.
Oh shit.
Oh.
Did you die?
No, I'm quick night on that.
Get up.
I just pull up.
Get up, boy.
Pull yourself up, soldier.
Get up, kid. I know. And then they're deaf. Their internal organs are mush.
Yeah.
Bleeding from their eyes.
Yeah.
I like that part in the other guys when they're like, "Oh my god, that was so loud! I can't hear anything."
Yeah.
Movies expect us to believe you can just walk away from this.
Yeah.
I like that movie a lot. Her name is Meredith.
That was a good one.
Yeah, he looks a lot like fucking young Chris. That's got to be intentional.
Oh yeah, it's gotta be.
Captain.
Finn. So edgy.
How come we didn't have this PTSD in 5?
Because this happens between.
Oh, does it?
Yeah. This is that cutscene that gave him PTSD is between both games. Actually, I have another movie night I need to do. I gotta do Degeneration. I'm gonna be lurking again. Okay. Thank you for the lurk. Here's Nivens.
Now
New
for
skills. Melee would be nice. Critical hit. Piercing. A Javelin killer. Adds an extra level of magnification for sniper rifle. You might like that. Quick reload. Greatly increases shot of the strength of your final remaining shot. That's not, oh damn, it's expensive. Breakout. Are you gonna be on for a while longer? I'll be back if you are. I might. I probably will be. Item drop increase causes more defeated enemies to drop items. Oh, that sounds like it could be worth it in the end because if they drop more skill points, right?
Yeah, right.
Strengthens your partner's attacks when you are near each other. Single player only. Oh, fuck off. Single player only. Just skip those ones, I guess.
Meanwhile, moves your targeting site but increases your firepower. That's interesting.
You try it?
I can't afford it. It's 65,000.
Oh yeah. Arrow pickup increase. Arrow. Alright, I'll probably for now, I'll do, because I've been meleeing like a motherfucker.
Yeah.
Probably do melee one. And then,
Steady hand shooting.
Whip.
Kind of important for a sniper. It's got a lot of wobble.
And I could do firearm. Slightly reduces damage received. That's not a bad one.
God damn, level 2's 31,000? That only costs like 4,000.
What are you talking about?
The upgrade to level 2 is like a massive spike in cost.
Oh. We'll get more. Lock on.
I mean, I don't really need fireman when I have a goddamn sniper rifle.
Piercing might be nice. Oh, I don't have enough for any of these anymore. Never mind.
I really love the piercing. I'm assuming, I mean, considering how massive the cost jump was, I'm assuming we're gonna get a shitload more.
You will. Lone wolf.
Just his recoil? My gun doesn't really have recoil.
Yeah, I'm okay for now. Let me know when you're ready.
Oh, crit hit. Equip. And equip.
Are you equipping?
My skills.
Which ones did you get? Is my
lock
question.
on and crit hit.
What's lock on do?
Steadies hand when shooting.
Oh nice. Last shot sounds kind of cool too.
Yeah, it does. I'm curious like how that would work with the sniper. Like the last shot of the sniper just does absurd
crazy damage. Yeah.
I kind of want to try this Rocksteady one.
Do it.
Nah. Defense is probably a good one.
Why didn't I get 2 beers? I didn't think I'd be streaming late. Idiot.
Yeah. Same. Quit?
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Back, quit. Chapstick on. Finn! Oh yeah, Chris has PTSD and amnesia as well, I'm pretty sure. And the failure of this mission really fucked him up.
He was running recon. Alone.
Wait, so this game takes place before 5?
No, these flashbacks take place before, no. Listen up. Between 5 and 6. Because you were asking why he's not all fucked up in 5, like all PTSD. So the flashbacks happen after 5, but before 6.
Exactly. Now each and every one of you may be ready to die for our cause.
Sorry if I worded that weird earlier.
Make sure we all get through this alive.
It happened after 5.
Yeah, but before 6.
No one gets left behind.
Okay, so
not on my
are we playing a flashback right now?
Understood?
Yes,
this is a flashback right now, yeah.
Finn, give us the update.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
This is Finn.
The gorillas are using a new
Finn,
species.
Finna die.
Finn ain't gonna make it.
Is calling them Juavo.
Come on, that was a good joke. Fuck you.
Oh wait, what did you say?
Strong and have the
Said finna die.
You know the drill. Split into 3 teams. Move out.
You got it, sir.
Yes, sir.
You're the rookie, huh?
Yes, sir. Finn McCauley, sir.
It's my first mission. I have a girl back at home. She's pregnant.
Team's got your back.
Yeah. All the death flags.
This is everything I've got.
I really looked up to you, sir.
Yeah.
You're a real inspiration.
Yeah.
You're a hero.
Awesome.
I joined up because my mom has cancer and I need to afford the medical bills.
Right.
I'm sending my paychecks back to her.
Pay for college, sir.
Yeah.
Enemy fire! Enemy fire! Alpha team, engage!
Oh fuck! I already know this level. This one's one to the big motherfuckers.
We're taking fire.
You can like unplug their backs or
Engaging
something.
the enemy.
Oh, you left?
Keep an eye out for those
Oh shit.
Game cried.
Let me pause it. God damn this game. Here, I'll quit. I'll quit and wait for you to come back.
I hope that's not gonna happen every time I load that level.
I mean, if it does, then I'll be mad. All right, play game. Hi, my friend. His name is Lemon Wedges. He's the best Pierce. Great with a sniper rifle. He's a tremendous sniper. And then screen mode, single. Hold on, I gotta load. I gotta start the match again. Online, allow.
I mean, you should just keep it going. I wonder if I would have been able to join.
Maybe, actually. I didn't think about that. Let me invite you.
I don't see the giraffe.
Okay, here, I'll send you an image. Let me know when you're in.
Let's see.
RE6 giraffe.
Join game.
It was a big meme when this game came out. I'll text it to you. Oh, you here?
Yeah.
Can I skip cutscenes? Press start and select with me.
It says skip. Please don't rush.
Enemy fire! Enemy fire! Alpha team, engage!
Enemy fire!
All troops, spread out! Return fire! Come in, HQ. We're taking fire at the Two of Hearts. Engaging the enemy.
Cards, what's with the fucking card thing? What are you guys doing? Is that tactical? Shut the fuck up.
Alpha team, come in.
It's so weird.
Our units are spread too thin right now. I'm afraid we can't offer you any assistance.
Copy that. I'm going alone then.
Let's see, do I still have my sniper? I do. Nice.
Are you down?
No.
Oh, I thought I heard like the boom, 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 boom. Like, can you help?
Oh, I think I just shot a friendly.
You shot a friendly? Good job. Oh shit!
Collateral.
Forgot to switch shoulders. That's so fucking helpful. Oh shit, there's a sniper up there. Oh, you got him. Good shit.
God, there's so many.
Dude, I carved a hole out of the dude's side by shooting him. That was kind of cool.
Did you?
Yeah. I shot the armor guy, or you know the guys with the shield arm? I shot him in the back, and it looked like I was like carving out holes in his like side.
Sweet.
This game continues to impress. Got me accuracy.
Damn, nice.
The fucking laser, Joey. Use it.
Not that one. God damn! That was some pink mess. Fucking parts of his head went flying. Oh, what the fuck is this guy?
Oh, you got him. Good job, kid.
I'm not a kid.
You're sitting ducks out there, Alpha. Get inside that building.
These the new species HQ was warning us about? Bullets don't even phase them.
There's
They say they're a normal class of enemy.
I don't know. That bullets will work pretty well.
Hell yeah.
Hey, it's like run. Oh, nice. Oh, I thought I killed him. You get a little cocky with the melee.
A little bit.
Stay out of my way.
I was saving POWs before you were even born. Where the fuck people say like that, you know? Oh. That's weird, I had to load the option to press B on it. Should I catch a Pokemon like Pokemon Master right now? Yeah. Yeah, remember you have to like unplug their backs?
I thought we fought this guy on with the other campaign.
There's a crossover with Jake and Harry, I want to say. It's a fishy opinion. Wait, is this the butt plug looking one? Or is this the goofy looking one? Opinion. Yeah, there's one that looks like it has a butt plug for a fin.
You know they came in extra large. How many new species are there?
Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh We're still on the bridge.
Yeah.
Are you still here too? I can't go anywhere. I wasted my ammo.
They aim high enough.
Oh, so we just wasted our ammo. That's good to know.
Right.
Thanks, game. Ben, we got a new POW on our tails.
Well, it was the Crash Bandicoot part.
Now.
Moving the barricade now, sir. I'll be there as soon as I can.
Oh, ladder.
Saw it too. Hold out for armored vehicle. Oh, fine.
Oh, so we just fucking.
Yeah, I think he falls down and then we can like unplug it. Oh, some shit like that. What hit you? Oh, it's two. We got Java still.
Oh god, oh shit. Oh, you asshole.
You got you?
Yeah, man.
It's okay. I think we can jump over here, maybe? Yep, got him.
Nice. We'll cover you. Come over here. I'm a safe distance.
So stupid. There's like hellish monsters, they're just like, let me punch it.
Yeah.
You gotta fucking running. Why are you running? Why are you running?
HQ. Our route's blocked by a BOW.
Change course from Route 1 to
Flee,
Route
Batman,
4.
flee!
These things are enormous.
How many health?
I didn't know
I got
BOWs
a
could
few
get that
health.
big.
They're giving them new
Let's
stuff.
see.
They can make any kind of freak show they want.
Can I combine this again?
Probably.
No. I'm pretty sure I missed some boxes up in that.
Oh yeah, go back up there. I'll go with you, or I'll prevent it from triggering the next spot. You did. There were several boxes up here.
APC for cover.
Well, we're not there now.
Get behind it.
Whack.
Find cover. The door to port the open.
Oh.
They really do look like vampires from Blade. Oh, let me melee.
Oh shit.
What happened?
got shot in the back all of a sudden.
That's how I did my partner. This is a really, like, not bad cover system.
Yeah, yeah. Really like it.
Almost
like
like
a really solid, fun game.
That was what it's almost like it's a good game. Huh.
Oh, nice shot.
I don't think I killed him though. Maybe I did.
Oh, whoa, there's a guy right here.
Oh shit. Oh shit, what the fuck? What the fuck is that?
I can't. Not nothing over there. He's covered in smoke.
It was like a. I think it was one of those spider dudes. I think we caught him mid mutation. Oh shit. There's some item right here. I like how even the enemies' lasers are purple too, instead of just mine. Actually, I'm switching to red. This is dumb.
Well, I use green.
They took the fun out of it. Is green tactical?
Kind of, yeah. Theoretically, like green is one of the easiest colors for the human eye to pick up. So theoretically more visible than. What the fuck is shooting right now?
Do you need heals?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Oh, combine. How do I use it? Oh. Yeah, I got a little fucked up over there. We'll go through this building and see if there's anything. On your 6.
Oh, what's? Oh shit! Something aiming at me? Holy fuck!
Oh shit! There's more.
Is that a triple? I just killed 3 of them with 1 shot.
Did you get a trophy?
No, I wish. Oh, they didn't die. They just went. I got knocked down. Way to go. I need to go up here and check for ammo and stuff.
I'll wait for you.
Oh yeah, boxes up here.
Where are you?
Up on the
there
right
you are.
hand side.
Okay, I see you. Sweet. Nice to have a green herb. I combine red with red? No. Of course not, silly. I like the idea of popping tablets. Like, it feels kind of good. Like, each press is like a new...
I'm on it, sir. Setting charges now.
It's like a, each press fills a square.
Right.
You could just like tic-tacs and just pop them like, oh.
Yeah, yeah. It's like they finally figured out how to, like, I don't know, do more than just wrap up some green and red herbs and smoke it. It's like kind of medicalize it.
I don't know if they've ever canonically explained what they do with it. I imagine they do the thing where they put it on the wound and wrap it, you know?
No, I imagine they light it up.
I'll blow the car into your path.
For me, it's either that or they eat it.
I need you to cover me till I get it set.
Just smoke up. Oh
Isn't
shit!
It the song I wrote. I want to sing it. Be happy. Don't worry. Be happy.
Is it covered back here?
Oh, nice. Alright. Ah, shit.
Working as fast as I can here. Hang in there.
You know, I probably shouldn't be killing them up there because then I can't get any ammo.
Oh, well, you can go over there. Being a pussy.
Like 13 shots. My assault. Okay, that was close.
It'd be nice when they drop some herbs. We gotta clean up since Chinatown.
Out of here.
Fuck on out of here.
How much longer, Finn?
Almost done!
I need ammo. Where'd he go? Oh shit. Oh.
Why can't I throw them anymore? I miss throwing them. Oh shit. Nice herb. We all space for it. So I can.
Ready to blow!
No, there's an herb I want to pick up. Drop. Yes. And pick up. No. Drop the fucking ammo. Drop one of these grenades. No, use a grenade.
Can't throw a grenade up there? There it goes. Did I get it?
I think you did.
Ow.
Oh, you got him now. I saw that. Alright, now I think we can flee. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Did you get any ammo?
Like fucking 5 rounds. Or no, maybe it's more than that.
I like how Wade tries to get closer to trigger the explosion when we're all the way over there. Oh, I guess that makes no fucking sense, dude. No fucking way. Did they use an explosion to lift it so we can go underneath it?
Right.
That's amazing. Well, the boxes are on the right.
City Hall's on the other side of the bridge. Pick up Bravo.
Yeah, don't blow it out of the way.
What's the
Knock
status?
it up.
Any casualties?
Run
That's
under
funny,
it.
dude. That's so stupid.
They've got a man down on the bridge.
Too late for him.
Take on the bridge! The whole thing is blocked off! Okay, people. Getting to the wounded is priority
They signed
one.
up for. I'd expect any of you to do the same for me.
Leave men behind.
It's liability now. Didn't see that.
Did you try like the running melee?
Alpha team, lay down suppressing
Yeah,
fire from the
I have.
flank. All snipers.
You like charge it? Is that what you did to it?
No, I just found out that you could do it, like do a melee while sprinting in.
Oh, nice. I get to shove you over there. There you go, you twink.
He's just up ahead, but he's hurt bad. You gotta get him out.
Copy that! I'll take point!
Oh, it looks a little sketchy in here.
Captain! Over here!
Ben!
Oh god.
Hurry, sir!
Oh. I didn't know I could call faster. When I get out
How
of
are you
here,
doing, Finn?
I'm inviting you to my
How's our
wedding.
injured friend?
I'm gonna name my child Chris.
Alpha team, come in.
Oh shit, I need to hop over. I want to take cover.
Moving on your position. Looks like it's had some modifications.
I made a few modifications.
Captain!
God damn, okay. It's looking kind of crazy in here.
Okay, I don't need you. Dude, I like how whenever when you blow up, it just mutates. Like this fucker has bigger legs now. He had like chicken legs. The arrival. Oh shit, he's right next to me. I like how he said he's taking point, and you're like fighting for your life over there too, huh?
Yeah.
Get covered in shit. Oh, that's for one guy. Oh shit, there's a tank.
Ooh.
I thought that was us.
Yeah. You didn't see that in the cutscene?
I thought it was us. I thought it was our tank. I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, no,
I'm gonna need a bigger gun.
Alright, well, we'll try that again. What are we waiting for, though? You have to do something up there?
I think so, yeah.
Oh. It's not gonna hurry up.
I have like no goddamn ammo.
Use a different weapon.
I only have 2 weapons.
Use the other one.
I was. And if I use all the ammo for that, then I can't help you on the bridge, now can I?
Cut it out.
I'm gonna need a bigger gun.
We're missing.
Captain, if you draw the tank out of position, I can take care of that truck.
What are you supposed to be shooting at right now? Something. Oh. There we go.
Nice shooting, Piers.
Oh shit, they got
Way's
grenades too.
clear. We better catch up with Captain Redfield. Let's go.
Okay. I'm up here just for that.
What the fuck? Where the fuck did that come from? Enemies up here? Oh, dude, I see the helicopter carrying another one of those big motherfuckers. That was kind of cool. Did you see it?
No, I was busy fighting over here. Go up on top of the bridge.
They even do the pose like Blade killed them. Like the arms flail up.
Ah, fuck. Fucking asshole. That's bullshit.
Don't die.
I'm heading for the upper level of the bridge. Meet me up on top.
Coming on you, coming on you.
What the fuck? Just die already, holy shit.
Why don't you just die already?
Did you fucking die?
Think?
Shit. Like they get a whole new health bar when they mutate.
Yeah.
Oh, come on.
How do I make it to you? I'm trying to come to you.
Oh shit, I just gotta do fucking bicycle kicks now.
Where are you?
I'm up on top of the bridge.
You gotta come this way.
Yeah, I know. I'm fucking fighting all these mutants over here.
Fight faster. I hear them. I don't see anybody. Oh, there he is. I think I see in Die Hard when I shoot the dude on the table. Oh, there you are.
Okay, well, it sent me down.
Dude, they blow up in the most satisfying fucking way.
Captain, we've got no way to reach you.
Okay,
I need you to lower the ladder.
Or okay.
Oh, here you go. There you go.
You have to put my fucking SMG on semi-auto because it uses so much ammo.
Wait, there's an option to do that?
Yeah, or at least for me, you aim and then it's wide. I don't know if you.
Oh, I don't have that now. Why do all the fucking cool shit?
It's not cool. They probably put in that because they knew I could be stingy as fuck with my ammo.
Oh.
It's like, oh, you want to preserve this a little bit.
We want to balance it, so I'll just nerf it.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Enemy reinforcements are moving in.
What's happening?
Ben, I need you here.
I got a Bravo here
The
that can't
hydrating
block.
posture chuck.
Go on
What's
without
up,
me for now.
Frank?
Hey, what up, Frank?
Oh
No
shit.
one on this
Oh shit.
team gets left behind.
What's happening? Why am I stuck?
Hold our
Why am I
positions
stuck?
for now.
Seen.
I don't care if you have to drag him. Just get your butts up here.
He's still over there?
Yes, sir. On my way.
Don't worry, that was water in that can. Wait, trust me.
We gotta keep this bridge secure until Finn gets back.
Hold off until Finn arrives.
Fuck Finn. I know I'm the youngin', but I'm only 2 days from retirement, sir.
Okay, what the fuck am I supposed to do about that? Who's this guy? They parachute freaking? The fuck?
Why are
they got an airport?
Why are they so alert?
Oh, what's that? Right in the booty. Oops. What happened, buddy?
Damn, I can't fucking aim for shit in this distance. He's got the shield.
Yeah, I don't think I can shoot through that.
I can do this. Oh, wait, there's a tank. That'll probably shoot me, huh?
Maybe.
I want those points. Oh, shit.
I'm at the bottom of the ladder, sir!
Points.
Almost there!
Hold off until Finn arrives. Man, get the fuck over here right now!
Oh, shit. We're just supposed to defend, right?
Yeah, just hold off. Oh, Finn's obviously gonna die. Ass gets over here.
Good stupid ass.
Here, sir!
Okay.
Boy, am I glad to see you, Finn.
Need to cut off the
when we get home, drinks are on me.
I want you to blow the bridge.
Yes, sir!
Oh, great shield guy.
Are you carrying him? Nice.
Oh, I'm not. Great, down his legs and a shield.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. I got some for him. I'm gonna
explosives!
Boom!
All right,
nice.
That was pretty good. You landed right on it. Aim at their torso. You're only making them stronger, sir.
It's all set to blow!
Everyone fall back and find cover.
All right, let's go, let's go. Move, move, move.
Captain, we've got a railway gun in play.
Yeah.
Let it come as
What's happening?
before you blow the target. Finn, it's all on you now.
Finn, hurry the fuck up.
Roger
I don't know what the fuck he told me to do. Oh, no, it's Finn doing it. He's gonna die.
Oh, we got
oh shit, sorry.
Thanks, Finn. Finally, dude. Took you long enough. I want you to just get crushed by this thing.
Right.
Searching for partner. Are you really gonna get kicked every time?
I don't know.
Says searching for partner for me.
Yeah, same.
I mean, we have to, I guess. It's fucking. It didn't crash for you, did it?
No. What the fuck is going on here? You just get disconnected? Once I hit 0. Loading? Okay. What was that about?
Oh no. I we're still playing together and not separate or something. Like it just loaded separately.
Yeah.
Sherry Birkin, National
Yeah, this is. Yeah, we're gonna fight like 3 of those big guys right now.
Sherry Birkin, you were in Raccoon City.
How do you know that?
Claire,
Wait, are you Chris?
my sisters told me all about you.
Chris.
You've
The man is wanted
grown.
Yes, he's a mercenary, but right now he's under the protection of the U.S. government. He's no threat to the PSAA.
Unless someone pays me to be.
What did you just say?
Aw, Chris.
Nothing.
HQ to Alpha Team. Reinforcements are unable to land due to anti-aircraft artillery. Take them out.
Alpha Team copy.
We're picking up a large bogey on radar. It's heading right for you.
I kinda like that.
What the fuck do they get all this shit?
I forget. This is still Umbrella.
What?
No, I think it's like the death throes of Umbrella. Like that. Basically, the story goes: some dude was really hardcore simping on Ada, and then he cloned her. Basically, like he turned some chick into an Ada clone. It's weird. I honestly, this is a pretty disjointed story.
Roger that, Echo. We'll take care of him for you.
Hey, get the fuck out of there! I'll go upstairs. Oh, the guy on the floor? What are you doing?
Our first target's over here!
Out of the question! You need to get to safety!
Don't help him get. Oh, shit! I just grabbed that guy's head and smashed it into the table next to him. That was nice.
Nice.
Like when he was taking cover behind, I just threw his head in there. That was amazing.
Good shit. Alright, so let's like shoot his back until he kneels out.
I'm heading over to this. There's a turret over here that I think we can use.
I heard him.
I'm setting charges on the anti-aircraft guns now.
Okay, yeah.
Take a while. See if you can buy me some time.
Yeah, I think I can. Fuck it.
Oh, yeah.
Fuck, move.
I got him.
Okay. You sure? Nice. Good
Oh
shit.
shit.
Did you get on it?
Move it in the back.
Yeah,
Okay, got it.
Good job, dude. Good job. Good job, kid.
I'm not a kid.
Sport. Young blood. All these fucking Jabba on my way. I couldn't. Oh, he's still alive.
Are you supposed to defend?
Just need a little more time.
Get it. Hurry the fuck up. I'll wait for him to get a little closer. Oh shit.
Oh shit. Okay. We got bogeys. Oh.
Yeah, there's a lot
Everyone
here.
get back.
Oh, stuck out here.
Only 2 guns left.
Oh, okay, I didn't mean to do that. Ow, okay. Who the fuck did that?
Heading over to the next one. Is he just immortal until?
Maybe. Until we destroy all the fucking
Tell me to go this way. How do we get in there? I'm gonna go around the corner. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh nice! You fucking electrocuted him. There's so much shit going on. Ah!
Right.
Oh, the turret knocks me off. Bitch. Oh, I'm gonna deal with him. The snipers, goddamn. Fuck! I thought I could hop through the window. Goddamn. Fucking pigging it over here. Fucking bleep, bleep, bleep.
Guess I can try and snipe him.
There's no train.
Oh, there's boxes up there, so he should definitely be able to get up there. Okay, killed the turret guy.
You did?
Turret
You
guy.
got him?
Yeah.
Oh, I think I could throw you up here.
Oh,
Maybe?
okay. Head over there.
Well, hold on. I don't see the option. There's no, like... Over here! But it's the red ladder. Maybe not yet? I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
But you got that guy over there, so let me see if I can climb this one. I think you're getting that sniper, or the guy in the turret, right?
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Ah, don't shoot me. How do I get over there, though? How do we get over there?
Just for enemies to use? Oh, looks like it.
I don't know. I'm running around, though. Oh, maybe in here. No. God damn this game.
I mean, Sherry's fighting over here. Maybe we're supposed to go over there.
Where? I'll follow
Oh,
you.
yeah, he just flattened them.
How'd you get in there? Oh, there's a ladder right here.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. I might be able to get him. Please. Yes! Like pointless until we get the... Oh, there's an entrance right here now. Oh my god.
What are you shooting, Jack?
What?
Sherry's just being weird.
Oh. What's the tactics?
What the fuck?
Alright. I'm inside this area. There's any ammo? Aid. Is that you or an enemy behind me? Oh god.
Oh, an enemy, so I'm nowhere near you.
It's an enemy.
I'm setting charges on the anti-aircraft guns now, but it's gonna take a while.
Oh,
See if you
okay.
can buy me some time.
Ooh.
Just need a little more time.
Oh nice, I'm with Sherry. And Jake. And you now. I don't know how much time this guy needs.
Oh, there's a downstairs.
Oh, is there? What's down there?
There's the basement. I haven't gone
Try
down
my
yet.
best to protect him. Oh yeah. Yeah, he needs cover. Yeah, they dropped ammo. Oh yeah. I missed throwing them like I didn't. Oh, this is flashback, Chris. He's not angry, Chris. He just
Oh, yeah, bro.
I think that's exactly what what's going on.
He hasn't taken his steroids yet.
Wait, did we kill that big dude?
Yeah.
Oh shit, nice. Now we just have the job open.
Did you not pick up the massive skill points that get dropped on them?
Oh, I didn't.
Yeah, there's like a 4,000 point skill point where he died.
Alright. Oh shit, we gotta get out of here.
Oh.
Please don't die. Okay, I think we're good.
Okay.
I'm gonna go look for those skill points. Were they outside this door?
Another giant BOW closing.
Yeah, they're out in the street.
Damn it.
Killed
The
them.
one we lost. 2 hearts.
Alpha, prepare to engage.
Alright, can you show me where it was? Maybe it despawned.
It's right outside.
Huh?
Like, you
Oh,
walk
it's right
outside
here.
onto
Nice.
the...
Yeah, I got it. Thank you. Now what do we do?
Yeah, kill that turret guy. Got him.
Oh, shit!
What?
He just
Oh, that was
landed on
you.
me.
Oh.
Oh no!
Oh shit.
Cherry got me.
Shit.
He landed on me. I have no health. Oh my god. Do I have?
Give you health?
You have a first aid?
No, I don't think so.
Press down. You don't got one?
No, I don't.
Fuck. All right.
Can I give you tablets? I have like red and green.
Maybe? Can you? Oh wait, I can combine. Never mind. Leave me alone. You're good. I'm just being an idiot. As I do. Alright. Where do we go? It's telling me to go this way.
Sorry, go into that.
We can try and kill this guy, I guess. But I have to look around.
Oh, I see a ladder over there. There was a downstairs. Yeah, there's a downstairs in the center building. And there's a door down there. You hear me?
Yeah. Do you need me?
Yeah, in the center building, the cathedral, there's a downstairs with a door.
Oh, okay, and it's like one of those. Okay, hold on. I have the mutant in front of me. Let me try to get around him. Ah! Fuck, he's gonna...
Think I aggroed him?
Jake and Cher probably, hopefully, being distracted.
Oh!
Where they at?
Jesus. Too many people die.
Too many cooks. There's boxes here too. Where'd you go?
I'm down here. There's way too many fucking bodies in there.
Yeah, it's like, I think Sherry, I'm like, oh god. Oh, it's nothing. Oh shit! Alright.
Nice.
You shall die a peasant's death! God damn, how fucking far do we have to go? What's up here? Oh, this is how we unlock that door. Nice, that's good to know. That's how we escape, I think. So I'll get back down there. But I unlocked the door.
Cool. Found a ladder.
On your 6. Nice, checkpoint, nice. Nice, we jumped at the same time. Oh, nice, there's a turret here. Can I use it? I can.
Oh my god!
Fuck. Oh, she killed me! He threw a vehicle at me. God damn it. Well, at least we just hit a checkpoint. Right? Right, game?
Good job, Alpha.
Okay.
One time left.
Good shit. Here we go.
This is fucking ridiculous right now.
What?
This is so ridiculous right now. Just like fucking a billion people on this goddamn ledge and this fucking monster. This is fucking retarded.
That's kind of epic. Ratsy. This fucker walking around making me hard as fuck to aim.
Yeah.
Right, watch out. Ah! Oh, nice.
And
can we get up there? Fuck, I wish somebody was still up there. Let me see if I can get up there. Don't kill me, don't kill me, don't kill me, don't kill me. Okay. Ben!
Oh.
Coming. Okay, nice.
Nice work, Alpha. But you're not out of the woods yet. Echo Team can't land until you take care of that other POW. We'll try to hit it from the air. See if it has any weakness.
Alright.
Alpha, this is Echo. Take a look at that thing's back. That device is directly attached to the organs that are keeping it alive. I don't know how, but see if you can pull it out.
Alright. Back to this. I like how we're acting like we didn't do this like 3 times already.
Right.
It's weird. Oh god. Oh shit.
Where does this go?
Nice. This works. Got him.
Nice.
He just went down right next to me. Oh shit. No! The fucking...
What's happening?
Because, okay, so I tried rotating the stick, but I flipped it. And it opens up his, like, sub-menu.
Oops. Okay, we stunned him, I think.
Alright, I can get back up there. We can try again. That was annoying, though. Because instead of mashing A, it's rotate the stick, you know?
Yeah.
And it just so happens that that button is used, you know, by clicking it in. It was very easy to do. That's fucked up.
Well, how'd you get him knocked down the first time?
He got stunned somehow, and he got electrocuted. Oh, grenade, maybe? I don't fucking know. Yeah, he walked into like a power pole. Jake, you dipshit.
Right. You fucking idiot.
Let me stun him again. Alright, sure, calm down. It's a fast as fuck, boy! Just running around like goddamn.
Yeah.
Fuck, we fixed it.
You just died?
No, I got sniped. Now I died.
Oh my god.
Sorry, I got stunned because of the sniper. Alright, we get it this time. We'll get it this time.
Gooey.
All anti-aircraft guns are in silence. Nice work, Alpha.
I'll just rotate the
not
thing
out of the woods yet.
gently.
Echo Team can't land until you take care of that other BOW. We'll try to hit it from the air. See if it has any weakness.
But yeah, we didn't climb that. We didn't kick down the ladder, so we can't get up there. Can I do it from down here? No.
Alpha, this is Echo.
Yeah, see that ladder? Can we shoot it?
The device is directly attached to the organs that are keeping it alive.
But he'll get stunned if you check him over here, because that's what happened last time. Like there's a power pole like right here. Yeah, honestly, yeah. You can see them even. That's cool. Right, let me lure him over here. Here, yeah, this way. And he'll reach over here. You reach over here to get us, and he'll fall down. And then, for the love of God, when you rotate, don't push the stick. Here, come over here. Alright, he's coming. He's coming. He's about to get stunned. Oh, no. Oh, he's coming this way. Wow, this way! God damn sure.
What the fuck is shooting at?
It's probably a sniper. But, I'll take care of him. Shit. This is how it's done, sport. Kid. You're gonna jump on the once?
I'm going up under the tower. Keep these fucking snipers.
I'm lining him up now. Good shit. Is he dead? Yeah, he's dead. He's melting now.
Right.
It's turning into goo.
Good work out there, Alpha. Echo team will be landing shortly.
Oh, fuck.
Coming. You good?
Yeah,
Where are
I'm
you?
fine.
Shit, you're far.
No, I was in the center, really.
I already gave the pilot the coordinates.
Thank you so much for your help.
Call me when you get back.
Hey. We met?
Well, you jarheads all look the same to me, pal. Sorry. You're kidding me.
My mistake.
I like how this one even kind of looks like Troy Baker. This is around when you started being in everything.
Captain, we're crazy for letting him walk away. How many men have we lost to mercenaries like him?
He's not our problem. We can't lose sight of the BSAA's mission.
Kid. Junior.
To fight bioterrorism, sir. You know what we're here for, rookie.
Man, shut the fuck up.
You're being a fucking bitch.
Flying rest position, move.
Nerd.
Ben, beat your face.
Ben. Fuck you. Fuck, all I have is like handgun ammo.
Okay, spread out. Search this place top to bottom.
Aw. Cute. I even explore.
Are these?
I want to see if I can change my field of view. The camera shake is kind of ridiculous.
Like they're in cocoons.
I don't know if you can. You probably can like a INI file or something.
The graphic settings.
Nice. I'd be really surprised if this game lets you tweak your FOV.
Over here. I'm getting a reading on the other side of this door.
Oh, God damn it,
Here's
Finn!
Finn, you're with me.
Menus.
Everyone else keeps searching out here.
HQ. Three
Hope
of
you
us are
fucking
splitting
die.
up. Heading further into the building.
You ain't got long to live.
Someone's gonna get their wish. It's gonna be.
It's gonna be me.
Camera settings?
Move it up, buddy. Ain't got many
speed.
Don't got much time left.
Set aiming speed. Oh, I didn't want to raise that a little bit actually. By 6.
Oh, you can equip skills from here. Nice. Did you find FOV? Would it be under camera settings?
It's not. Set camera pattern for dashing?
That mean? What?
Correct horizontal and vertical directions. Correct horizontal direction only.
What the fuck that means? Here, hold on. I'm gonna go take a piss, okay?
Okay.
Don't advance yet. You'll kill me.
Okay. Sound settings, game settings. Nope. Game setting? No, that's where it was. Yeah, I can't do it. Maybe... Set direction for aiming. Yeah, definitely that. What the fuck? God, these menus are so confusing.
Alright, you there? 1 second. Let me check something too while I'm at this.
It's a dominant hand.
I'm curious if this will be working right. All right. Working? No. Damn it. Sorry.
What was it?
Oh, I was tweaking something. What happened? Oh, I was testing something.
Shot position.
There's an app that I'm trying to test out that it keeps track of my heart rate, but it freezes on my phone when my phone becomes deactivated, you know? So I tried removing it from my sleeping apps, and I think that might do it.
Right, I'm ready.
All right, let's go upstairs and watch Finn die.
Finally. Yes.
I think it's working. I don't want to jinx it, but
Hey, go get him, Finn.
I can turn it on so you guys can see my heart rate live. I was trying to do that for VR. Oh, I wonder who that is.
Oh, I missed it.
I shot it. Oh, it was not Ada.
Oh,
oh my boy! Oh, motherfucking souls. What's up? What up, man? What were you playing? Hey, Shoddy, would you mind giving him a shout out for me? Oh, I got an assault rifle. Did you get one? Or assault shotgun? Did you get one too? No, fuck you. You have a rifle. Oh, you got one too? Dude, it's working. It's working. I think I figured out what the problem was.
oh nice.
I actually kind of want to turn it on so you can see my elevated heart rate. I'm gonna turn it on real quick. Sorry. Pulsoid. No, I think it'll be cool. I want to. This is my tests. Where's my camera? Pulsoid. There it is.
I should turn it on when I play RA2.
Huh?
I'll turn it on when I play RA2.
The heart rate monitor so you can see it rage. You get fucking pissed off. That'd be nice. All right. Sweet. I got it to work. There's even a Resident Evil themed one, but I have to pay for it. They have a subscription, $5 a month, which is not terrible.
$5 a month.
Yeah, just pay for one. Huh? Well, you have access to their whole catalog. I only want it for one, but this is close enough. It's got a little heart rate monitor. We beat Lords of the Fallen unarmed run. Oh, dude, good shit, man. Good shit. Nice. Yeah, Bo was playing Lords of the Fallen, the remake.
Oh, the new one?
Or it's like a remake, sequel, or requel? What is it?
Reboot.
Is it a reboot?
Thinking about kind of reboot.
Bo seemed to like it. Yeah, thank you so much for the raid, Bo. I appreciate you, dude. Oh, he's opening it slow. Ooh. Thanks, bro. Yeah, it's an awesome game. I'm glad you liked it. I haven't really played many Souls-likes, but I've been hearing good things about that. Did I land on you?
Yeah, you did.
What are you up to now, man?
One of them's hatching,
you
sir.
calling it a night?
Call it into HQ.
That's a very satisfying shotgun, though. That's just saying. It feels good. I like the recoil it has.
Yeah. Let's see, when is he weak? When is he weak?
Oh shit, it's a huge bitch. I got coming at you. Oh, nice. Fuck him up.
Here we go. Here we go up front. Oh, I didn't know where I could shoot him. His back was still.
I threw a grenade. I can throw another one.
Oh fuck! Another one just over.
Shit. Did my grenade just hurt you?
Oh my god! There's no fucking targeting now.
One's down. One's down.
Nice.
Feel better, bro. Oh yeah, gotta get some rest. Fighting a cold. Oh no. Oh, I hope you feel better, dude.
Oh.
Thanks for hanging out. Thank you so much for the raid. To anybody new here, my name is Shattered Limit. You can call me Shat or Joey. It's your pick. And then, yeah, I'm a variety streamer with a heavy emphasis on Resident Evil, the best franchise ever made. Welcome in, everybody. And if you gotta, you know, raid and run, it's all good. I get it. I get it. Alright, another one's down. Dude, I'm really glad I got the heart rate thing working. There's like as I was peeing, I looked at my phone and I was like, I want this. So I shook it off, washed my hands, and I turned off sleeping apps, and I was like, oh shit, look at that. Huh? Oh, there's more grenades here. Yeah, you know, I actually kind of like that. Like, different parts of them get exposed. It's not the same every time. Chat, yay! Loserman? Loserman? Is that Loserman? Yeah, I'm gonna have this for sure on when I play, Oh shit! Alright. While he's on me, shoot him in the butt. Yes, Loser Man. Okay.
Break his armor.
I feel bad calling you Loser Man, but you know that's your name, so. Yeah, the shotgun. I think we have to blast his armor off. That's kind of neat. I fucks with that. Has anybody played this game before?
BOW's neutralized.
Are you guys Resident Evil fans?
Search the rest of the place, but stay on your guard.
Shit, hold on, I'm gonna do something real quick. Sorry. And we're back.
Oh.
Okay. Wait, you're good? Did the game crash or something?
Oh, here we go. No, the game's going. Stuff's happening.
Wait.
Oh, Finn's just blocked it up.
Oh, you scared me. I wanted to click off of something in OBS. Yeah, thank you so much for the raid, dude. I hope you feel better. Colds suck. Everybody who's not following Bo, what are you doing, you know? He's legit. Honestly, he's like a sleeper hit, dude. Like, he is a fantastic streamer. Super personable, plays a lot of Souls likes, friendly as fuck, so inviting. He's a good time in his streams. Oh shit.
He's the best.
He's a tremendous streamer. He's one of the best streamers. Ask anybody. Thank you, sir. Oh, no problem, dude. I wish I had a flashlight. Oh, there's boxes in here.
Right? No.
No problem, Bo. Just keep being you, dude. There's a red herb in here. 12 gauge shotgun ammo. Hell yeah. I just need a green herb and we'll be in business. To reload everything. Yikes. Yeah, I have to switch to the Shotty for a minute and then a handgun. Yeah, I have a lot of handgun ammo. Let me do that for a minute. Oh, grenade. Ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy. There's a skill point right here. Are you ready to proceed, sir?
I'm ready. I'm ready.
All right, Junior, listen up.
I'm ready.
Candy.
I thought we were the one that before and Finn is the one who opened it.
I know, right? Welcome in, everybody. I hope you're all having a great night. Thank you again, Bo, for trusting me with your audience.
Jabs it.
Somebody here doing crack.
S.t.a.r.s. That's what the guerrillas were calling it. Nice to see the cavalry's here.
Who are you?
I work here.
You look hotter in the remake of 4.
They held me hostage.
S.t.a.r.s. That must be what's creating those Jawavo.
Yeah.
Jawavo? Oh, I've been saying Javo.
Something about that.
What else did you hear?
Well, we're all saying it wrong. It's probably more like
Maybe
Guavo.
you could put your
Right.
guns down first.
Guavo.
Not until you give us a reason to.
Man, I gotta start doing cardio again.
Neo Umbrella.
Look at my heart rate. It's like 93. I'm not doing shit. It was down to 77.
Or at least
Till,
think
I
that's
guess,
what they were calling
oops.
themselves.
So the sea virus came from them.
A Kabuto. Oh, I want a
That's all
Kabuto.
I know.
Thank you. We appreciate your cooperation. Finn,
Actually, I want a Kabuto.
You're in charge of keeping her safe.
Arrested, bitch.
Yes, sir. Keep an eye on her. Will do.
Do I have your permission to search for him? He's like so nice and like considerate, and then yeah.
Found one of the staff.
I like that idea.
Turning to the foyer now.
Come on, I'll show you a quick way back to the entrance.
All right, sugar tits. Dead.
Box.
Little boxes, little boxes. Little boxes on the something something, little ticky tacky. I don't remember the lyrics, but I remember I really fucked with Weeds. If you guys ever seen that show.
Shit, they're everywhere.
Oh shit!
We'll never get out. Everyone get to the second floor. The fire's too dangerous.
Is it? I think we could take them.
We could, but the game wants us to go. Actually, nah, I don't know. Should we waste our ammo?
Second floor.
We could probably beat them.
Suggest we take it.
Oh no, there's more hatching.
Okay.
Got a Kabuto. Hell
Yeah,
yeah.
bitch, we'll kill them.
Your friends are having a hard time.
I'm having a hard time.
Used to be one of my favorite shows. Of course, Audie's seen it. Audie's seen everything that's good. Oh shit! Did it knock you down too?
Yeah.
Oh, we killed it. Audie has great taste in everything.
Nice. Oh, it's twitching.
Yeah, he's dying, he's dying, he's dying. We got another one. Oh, damn.
All hostiles eliminated. Let's move.
Oh yeah.
This door leads to the warehouse next
These
door.
guys ain't shit besides
Get
Blade.
outside through
Yeah,
there.
I gotta show you Blade. Hopefully this weekend.
Audie hasn't
Blade?
seen Blade?
Blade hasn't seen Blade. Audie hasn't seen Blade. Because we were watching What We Do in the Shadows, and they reference Blade like constantly in that show. I didn't even realize.
Do they really?
Yeah, they really do. So I told her, I was like, I'm showing you Blade. Oh, there's a green herb right here.
Oh, nice. Wait, what? Where at?
You don't get it right here?
Oh, maybe I picked it up.
Oh.
Oh, I didn't. Oh, no, I got something else. I got skill points, I think, or a grenade.
Oh, okay, okay. I'm really glad you're playing this with me.
Yeah, me too. It's a fun game. Whoa!
Oh, he got me again. Yeah, I just
big guy
oh,
bottom.
shit.
Yo, shit.
Oh, that flashbang you too? Oops. Thank you, Audie. Oh, for the shout out and stuff. Used to be one of my favorite shows. Oh, yeah, yeah, Weeds. I still hear that other one. Somewhere around here. Oh, he's down here. Oh, shit, there's two of them.
Got one.
No, 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 no. Hell yeah. I like having my heart rate up. Maybe for like tense games and like spookies. I'll keep that going. What do you guys think of the heart rate monitor? Try to see how out of shape I'm becoming.
Something just spawned behind us?
Yeah, I hear it somewhere. It's probably gonna come down, or we can circle around. Yep, found
Yeah,
it.
I think
It's one of the armored guys. Shit.
I got him.
Do you have any grenades?
No, I brought him up.
Okay. Oh, dude, nice. Dude, that did a lot of damage.
Yeah.
That's cool. Thanks,
This
loser.
thing is ridiculous. This thing is ridiculous.
Thanks, loser.
Gun is so overpowered.
Yeah, dude. I want one.
So why they just give this to me?
Loser. I'll call you loser. I'm not happy about it, but I'll do it. Wait, what? Besides Blade or booby picks? Wait, what? What did I miss?
Oh.
What about booby pics? Oh, the heart rate monitor. Is that why? That's funny.
Oh,
yeah. Okay, I see what you're saying. Oh, wait, there's a door right here. Is this where we go? No, there's an extra door right here.
Crawling, dude.
What?
One of those crawly guys.
Oh, okay. My bad. That's funny. I didn't catch that on either.
Okay.
Funny.
Die already, damn.
Jesus. Die already. It'll be funny for the bit, you know? Yeah, for the bit. It'd be hilarious. You should do it. For the lore.
We're almost out. Just hold it together, people.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I like having that up. That's kind of neat. You know who did it initially that gave me the idea? It was Rin XP. He had one on when he was playing the remake of Resident Evil, I want to say. Like the first remake. And I thought it was cool. But I thought it'd be like really neat to have that in VR. But yeah, if I pay $5 just for the month, or
I don't know what happened. She was here.
there's actually a trial I can do for 2 weeks.
Idiot! You did one job!
Don't worry, sir, I'm gonna get you out of there. Like he's worried about us or something.
Thanks for the escort. Here's something to remember me by.
Just shoot already.
I know, right? Hey, it looked like the COVID thing, you know?
Right.
Like the actual virus.
Ah, COVID!
This is basically what happened in 2020.
She gave us all COVID! Oh, god damn!
This is what everybody thought the vaccine would do to you. That's what they were acting like. This is the autism happening right now. This is measles. This is what happens when you don't get vaccines.
Captain, we gotta move.
That's what happens when you don't put a condom on.
What was the line you okay, so yeah, I was playing Son of 4 one day, and you're watching me, and you're like, see boys, this is why you gotta clean under your foreskin. And that shit, man, that was so fucking funny. Because it actually looks like a big dick monster, you know? Big foreskin monster. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh, god damn.
He's got that fire, dude. He's dead! He did no fucking way! Look at that, he fucking anime bounced. You can't do that in real life without shattering your spine.
Damn, why you let Finn bitch you like that? Just beat your ass.
Tight. Oh, I'm really glad I figured it out. I'm really glad I figured out the heart rate thing. Because, like, if my display turns off, it would freeze. But it turns out there's a list of sleeping apps. So I removed it from the list of sleeping apps to save battery. And, yeah. Hell yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. God damn it. Why do you always have more accuracy than me? I have more depth too. No!
I mean, I was using a sniper rifle half the time.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's true. Thanks, man. That made me feel better.
I'm also just better than you.
You also fucking suck.
Nice.
Right.
For the firearm.
I can get piercing. Is there? Oh, actually, I kind of want the one for. How much was it for like more ammo drops? Item drop increase. I'm getting that. I'm tired of running out of ammo.
Yeah, same. Where's that one?
It's like a third the way down. Item drop increase. That one.
Oh hell yeah.
Like that's a good one.
Yep, that's really good.
And then you don't have enough for the greatly increase at the last shot, dude. With your sniper rifle, I'm genuinely curious.
It might be ridiculous.
Like, are you gonna save? You can save up for it or no? We're halfway there. I think...
allows your partner to give you a few health tablets when you're rescued.
What's that one?
No, it's single player only.
Oh,
there's a bunch.
Yeah, honestly, I think
There's an
Shotgun
AR
shell
ammo pickup
increase. I like the shotgun one. I'm really digging the shotgun.
Oh my god.
Field medic, yeah, single player. Oh, what?
I already get so much rifle ammo. There's a rifle ammo pickup increase.
Because you're only using your sniper rifle, right? Is that why?
I mean, I guess. I mean, I'm always running. I always only have like barely a magazine for my SMG, but it just keeps giving me rifle ammo. So I was like, well, guess I'll use more rifles.
I don't even have a Magnum yet. I kind of want to try the shotgun one. Only because it has like that armor. Like you fucking melted the fucking armor off those guys. Oh, you were also using your rifle for that, right? I want a fucking. I want a rifle. I want a sniper rifle.
Dude, why isn't there an SMG fucking pickup increase? That's what I need.
Well, there's the AR ammo. Do you not have an AR?
That's not what I have. Oh, I have an SMG.
Oh. Let's suck it. And then after this, I'll upgrade my melee because I'd be liking that melee. I think there's also one for what's recovery? Is that recovery time of dying? I think there's one for stamina.
Wait a second. Why is my lock on level 1? I thought I unlocked these. The fuck? Did it fucking delete my shit? Like, didn't save my upgrades. What the fuck? That's some bullshit. I think because I crashed, it didn't save my progress.
What do you mean your progress? What'd you lose?
Those upgrades that I bought first time are not unlocked anymore.
Thanks, Audie.
Yeah, thanks, Audie. Broke my progress.
Thanks, Obama.
Yeah.
Arigato, Obama-san.
Equip that one. Okay. Quit.
Yeah, good job, Diva.
Wait, what the
So it didn't save the stuff you unlocked?
No.
Did you? And it didn't save your skill points?
I don't know.
It's pretty dirty.
Did you ready up?
Oh, I thought you were working on stuff. My bad.
Yeah, good.
I was distracted. Alright, so I got shotgun shell increase, item drop increase, and
So item affects like the rate at stuff?
Enemies are more likely to drop enemies or items.
Oh, okay.
So hopefully that'll translate to you know, more ammo and more skills, ideally, right? Because they drop a lot of that too.
Sir.
Hopefully.
I'm sorry I didn't save your shit.
It's not a big deal.
You remember?
It's a big deal to me.
Captain?
I need you in tip-top shape, sport.
Is she? She's leading Neo Umbrella. All these terrorists.
Is she in the city or not?
Neo Umbrella, that's right. Where is she? Yeah, this is Grizzled Chris.
Attacks began. Yeah, she's here.
This is like Optimus Prime. Yeah, this is Optimus Prime in the 4th movie.
Right.
Tell the men we're moving out.
Yes, sir.
You're kind of right about that forest scene. What was the line? It was like, "What are you without me?" And he's like, "Time to find out." No, that was 3. That was 3. That was the
3.
Yeah.
Forest scene is where he's like, "Give me your face."
You going for a 5-hour plus stream? Where am I at? I'm at. Oh shit. Maybe. At least when I finish another chapter, I'm kind of having fun. This is a good game. Where do we go?
I don't know. That's what I'm wondering.
Where we can go. Oh, hit L1. Oh, we jump into the fire. All right. Slugma. Slugma dick! Bo trust me. There it is. Bo trusted me with his audience. I gotta give him a show. I love Bo.
Alpha to HQ. We're engaging a hostile.
I gotta do right by them.
Pierce, Marco, everyone on me. We're going after that thing.
Follow me.
Heard the man, people. Let's move.
Oh, let me see what's over here, though.
Go.
Damn, I'm getting hungry.
Eat this dick.
You?
You guys can hear Lemon, right? There was one time I was streaming and nobody could hear you, so I sounded crazy. This time I'm routing you through my desktop audio, and I think that just kind of mixes better. I hear Dino. Okay.
Is this saliva coming off the roof or just rain?
It's probably invisible spit. It's not raining anymore.
Yeah, yeah.
It's his invisible goo. Oh yeah. Check this out.
Nice. Who can hate this game? Can hate this game.
Yeah, how can you hate this? Exactly. Look at that.
Can I ride the fucking slide?
Can you? Please tell me you can.
I'm getting
Oh
up.
my god, I think you can. Close enough.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah!
Oh my god.
Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah,
Come here, little
brother.
grandpa looking poke. Which one is it?
Hell yeah,
Looks gross.
brother.
Can I slide
Yeah,
down?
get that slide, brother.
Whee!
Get that slide. Oh, you might
do it
slide it down the
differently.
cool.
Can you? Do you ride the panda differently?
Oh.
You gotta examine it.
It's not giving me.
Oh, you're not cool enough. Only cool kids ride the panda.
Yep. Not cool enough for
You don't have panda
ride.
privileges yet. I fucking got Slugma cute. You like Slugma? That sounds like I'm setting somebody up, like Slugma Nick, you know?
Yeah. Who can hate this game? This game is perfect.
This game is great. Like I'll say, like I do see the points. This is not a great Resident Evil, but it is a fantastic co-op third-person shooter. This is just dumb fun.
Better than Resident Evil 2.
The hell it is.
Bivon.
Oh my god, he was so tilted after that.
Derb over here.
Where? Oh, coming.
Over by me.
Well, I loved was like you knew what I was doing, right? Because like I was like, no, I didn't really like the Doom 2016.
Yeah.
Let's move in.
Like at the end of the day, it's pretty mild. Pretty mild trolling.
Supposed to go for that. Oh.
Meanwhile, he'll call you names. He'll yell at you. I kind of miss him, but there's always a risk of him. But the kids say crashing out now.
Crash, yeah, right. Yeah, that's another word I've seen all over the place lately.
Yeah, he'll keep that.
Everybody's putting crashing out in their YouTube titles.
It kind of reminds me of like clickbait titles, like we have to talk about the crash out problem.
Yeah.
I played Resident Evil 6, and it's not all caps what I expected. I hate seeing the trends, and everybody just kind of hops on. If I want to make it on YouTube, I'm gonna have to do the same shit, you know?
Yeah, I mean,
like when I upload my VODs, I'm gonna have to do thumbnails. I'm gonna have to go.
Never changed. You gotta put in the red circle and the arrow.
Yeah, exactly. You hate that, huh? Yeah. That's definitely one of them. That's definitely one of them. Oh shit!
Oh god. Okay, well.
Oh, this is pissed off Chris now. I can fucking King Kong them. I can pick them up. I like throwing them. That's my favorite move in the game, I think.
How do you do that one?
I think I just have to like. I think I just melee them from the front. Like they get stunned, and then I hit a button, and then like R2.
Oh,
and then he just grabs them and throws them the other direction. It's amazing. And one of the things I like doing is because that usually kills them. Sometimes. But if I throw it at somebody, I think it is a kill, and then the other dude knocks down, so I can just like rifle butt them, stomp their fucking head in. I can go sicko mode.
Yeah.
Stop mutating. Fuck, I have flashbang. Sorry. Seemed like the right thing to do at the time. Oh shit! He jizzed on me a little bit. Did you see that? He squirted something at me.
Just squirter.
We got a squirter! Don't get too excited, it's just pee.
What? Squirt's not pee.
Squirt is pee.
What are you talking about?
Like, squirt, squirt, okay? Your team squirt is squirt.
Squirt is the best. I'm just gonna no-scope these guys.
Oh, did you add that one where he no-scope? See, he scored.
He just does that. Oh, he's scoring. He gets a pee.
The viscous adhesive that restricts body movement.
Did you?
Shit.
Did you just die? Please? Holy shit.
I'll use the shoddy. I'll use shoddy for shoddy. Oh yeah, you said to let you know if anything goes down on the weekends. Well, tomorrow, I mean, we already saw them, but Frank has been wanting to watch the Terrifiers, so we're gonna watch at least 1 and 2. Searching for Partner again. But yeah, we just wait, and it was fun.
Why is it doing this?
I don't know. Probably because our servers are dead and it's peer-to-peer. Are you talking to me or talking about the shoddy gun? Both. I said shoddy for shoddy. I'm dedicating this shoddy. Hey, Sherry. Baby. I pet you if you run away from me.
If you're out of health tablets, press RB plus X to refill the case. If you don't have any tablets, your herbs will automatically be converted to tablets. Oh.
Sounds like you're gonna kill me. It kind of does. That's not my intention. Look. Oh, you said you might take your gun to a shooting range?
Alright, I did today.
Nice. Did you stream it?
No.
Like, honestly, you might want to look into that. I know it said dangerous things. That's not dangerous, but I can see the, like, Witch being a dick about it, you know?
They're alive.
Yeah, it was a good thing I only went to test out my compensator, and it was not working properly because I used someone else to install it. So I was only there for like 10 minutes. They have fucking Apaches now.
And these zombies are well armed. Well, they're not zombies, but you know.
Take every one of those damn things down.
Every goddamn one of them.
Kill them all! Captain, Marco. That's an armored chopper
Chris
they
the
brought
most.
in.
You know?
Yeah.
It's fucking over it, Chris.
Hey. We need to protect those two down there.
Unhinged Chris. Crash out Chris.
Yeah, he stole it.
Oh, this box is right here.
Chris just crashed out.
Forget the chopper for
We have
now.
to talk about the Chris Redfield problem. I played as Chris Redfield, and it is not what I expected. And there's a lot of fucking ammo. Nice. Actually, I remember this fight now. I think it's kind of fucking annoying. I'm gonna play a few rounds of game, plus still listening, so holler if you need me. Oh, will do. Enjoy yourself, though. You're not working. You are best mod, just so you know. How do you get down there? Help Sherry and Jake. Do we just snipe?
I think we just shoot, yeah.
Can't reach those two on the radio. They're not responding. What should we do?
Oh, there's enemies on the helicopter. We can
Wiped out
shoot
the
too.
hostile. After that, they're on their own.
I thought that was their helicopter.
That's ours.
Oh.
I mean, no, that's the enemies, not ours. I meant like hours to shoot.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Joe, kind of retarded. Big hot, taking a break. Yeah. My pink chili. Wait, are you down?
No,
Oh.
I got grabbed for a second.
Hey, sniper, why don't you?
I am? Fuck you. They shot all those guys out that chopper.
Yeah, you like that, wouldn't you, Pierce?
Never seen a mutation like that before. Reed, uplink a reading to HQ. Already on it, sir.
Look, I can't shoot for shit. I'm gonna start playing with my goddamn mouse.
Can really jump.
Pussy.
What? Oh, fuck. I minimized it by accident.
These enemies? No, those are for this.
Alright. Controller only. Damn it, he's not throwing them anymore. What am I doing wrong?
Got even more? Guy on the chopper? How'd they get up there?
Yeah, I think they're like respawning or something.
Alright. God damn it. Let's go.
Why would I shoot the actual helicopter? Am I wasting my ammo?
Oh.
It looks like it's doing something.
They said to forget the helicopter.
Oh, did they? Oh, okay. Did they really?
Yeah. It's like, forget the helicopter, just defend.
Our guys.
Just defend these guys.
You sure, game?
Pretty sure.
Nice! I did it again. I just smashed his fucking head into the railing right here. That's probably, besides the throwing, I think that's my second favorite execution.
Let's go.
Like, there's nobody down there to shoot.
Yeah, they're kind of mostly up here right now.
Yeah.
And on the chopper. God damn it. God damn it.
Chopper!
God damn it.
Oh, coming. You good?
Yeah, they just knocked me
Are you
down.
down? Do you need a revive?
They just knocked me down.
I'm getting knocked out. Knock it up again. Why do they have cricket legs? Oh, now they're marking. Hell yeah. Pink chilling. Helicopter, I guess. I hate being up here.
Yeah, yeah. Look at down there.
Me and coach. Oh, we can. This fell down. Oh wait, no. We're just down another level. Bitch.
God damn it. Get the shit out.
Looks like I'm doing any damage to them. Reloading.
Fucking. That fucking thing is moving too much.
I know. I need ammo too. Oh, I think there's ammo over here.
That's the last one.
Not one.
Hi. Yeah, there's ammo over here for me at least. It's a despawned.
Oh, okay, that should hit him. There we go.
Great! No!
The chopper's pulling back. That'd be too easy. Come on, keep moving.
But not pulling out.
I was trying to make it work. I was like thinking about it.
We're moving out. Let's go.
Oh, there's a ladder over here, I see.
Get ready.
Oh, I guess we're going this way. Man!
So you load my shotty.
Yeah, pretty low on ammo.
I actually have a surplus of SMG.
Interesting. Their legs are like a grasshopper's.
I don't care what they are.
I got saying shit like 2 chapters after we first encountered it. Like,
right.
Why are you surprised now?
Yeah. Pay attention, Marine.
You want to
your
be
fucking eyes.
You want to be here? What's your PT score? Ben, drink water. Lots of boxes. Tight. Piyukumuku. Piyukumuku? What the fuck's a Piyukumuku? You don't puke me, I puke you.
Puke on your chin. New gun?
There's a grenade launcher
Oh,
here.
the grenade launcher.
We both get it?
Yeah, I think
Chopper's
I'm
back
too.
to finish the job! HQ, come in! This is Alpha! The chopper's targeting
aid
us
spray?
now! Everyone!
Wait, where?
Bring that chopper down and bring it down hard!
Space?
I know.
Press Y to move your inventory around. You might be able to combine herbs or something. I have 2 first aid sprays, nice.
Oh shit! Oh god, 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 oh god.
Got him.
Nice.
Reloading.
Stolen cage.
What are we doing?
I got.
You got a gun? Oh.
No, I got the first aid spray. Can I go up here? What's up here? We're just fighting the helicopter?
Yes, this actually does ring a bell. Oh. I just blew up some. It's cool.
Right. Nice.
I got like at least 3 of those hits. Jesus Christ. How is he still flying?
Ow, holy shit, he hit me really hard.
You good?
Heal, 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 heal.
Don't crash
Again?
out, just crash. Oh shit. That fucked me up.
I missed.
Got him.
Nice. Oh, I should have tried to see if I could shoot the pilot out, the sniper.
Oh, that'd have been neat. That's always been a cool move in those kinds of games. Like, I think you could do that in like Battlefield and shit.
Yeah.
Captain, we can't let them go.
Our mission is to terminate the BOWs.
But Neo Umbrella is after them.
I
Shouldn't we?
said our mission is to terminate the BOWs.
Pierce, shut the fuck up.
Going after that BOW. Ada's not getting away with this.
Captain, please, you need to think things through.
What are these status effects on me?
These what?
Do you have like weird little markers below your grenade ammo count? It's like,
Oh, you can switch ammo types. That's explosive, acid, and I don't know what the other one is. Fire, maybe? These?
yeah. Oh, you aim. Oh, I don't have any.
Yeah, we don't have any other. We just have explosive rounds. We don't have the other ammo types. First Resident Evil? Actually, I think this is your first Resident Evil, isn't it?
I think it was, yeah. Well, no. 5 was the first one I ever played.
Oh, okay, okay. Did you play alone or co-op?
Alpha Team to HQ.
I don't remember.
I think I did the same thing with 6 and 5, where I played it like 4 times at once. It's like I had a campaign going with 2 friends and then alone, you know?
Shit! That's no way to go out!
I mean, looks pretty normal.
It's Angel's favorite Resident Evil.
What 5 is?
Yeah.
It's a good one.
Pretty solid choice.
Clear.
I'm so fucking hungry.
Oh, yeah, do you want to just call it after this one? After this mission?
Yeah.
You eat and then... I got invited to lunch tomorrow. I don't want to be an asshole and sleep through it again. Yeah, Vinny invited me to go out shooting with him a couple weeks ago. And I was like, oh, you gonna be here? Just like noon. And then I woke up at like 3 p.m. I texted him. I was like, I'm so sorry. Oh, shit.
Oh.
It actually startled me.
That's the target.
Damn it! When will this thing show itself?
He's a little bitch. He was a bitch.
I only do that for effect. Like, don't slow me down. Just let me move. It's okay.
Yeah.
Cutscenes are for immersion. Let me fucking... Yeah, we're gonna fight the fucking snake, and then I think that's the end of the mission.
Oh. Jeez, this guy's gonna die.
It's kind of cool because it looks like they're just getting carried up by like. Yeah. Also, I like how you can see in the mouth.
Nice.
Wait!
That's why don't leave your battle buddies.
Dude, Jesus Christ.
Don't you ever point that gun at me.
Well, the color coffee's not like that.
These are my men. You follow my lead, or I'll find
like slowly becoming a villain.
Do you even hear yourself?
He's turning into the Chris from the trailer for RE8.
Yeah. You follow my lead or I'll kill you.
Exactly.
Soldier.
Now, Keith. Fall in line, soldier.
You heard the man. Let's move.
I used to fuck guys like you in Tekken.
How are we supposed to drop this thing if we can't even see it?
Drop a line on your
Shut up
chin.
and keep moving.
Any boxes?
Nope.
Yeah, I didn't see any either.
I haven't really fought anything.
Oh, we can go in here, but let's not yet. Oh. Sorry. Stop. I know what they're doing. Just stop. You don't have to do that.
Clear. Damn it. It's not here.
We aren't being tactical. We are playing a game. Leave that to the NPCs, okay?
Right.
It's like in Gears when it just it's like, oh, yeah. Just unload on that guy. Oh, I should have done that. I'm not gonna save him.
Right.
Based on my stupid ammo. Oh, I just saw Audie caught the Pokemon. Good shit, Audie.
About to catch his hands.
I found it. It's making its way downstairs. Repeat, it's headed downstairs. You're not getting away, you sneaky piece of shit.
This shit's in the way. Give me a hand.
Fall in line, soldier. Good soldiers follow orders. Is that the line? Oh, goddamn.
Oh, shit.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah.
Everyone, report in.
Tears here. I'm on the third floor. Captain, I can't find Jeff. He's gone.
You don't hold yourself, Marco. Where are you?
Second floor. Oh, shit. I think that thing's here.
Target is on the second floor. You all need to come here now.
Where you at? Are we separated?
Yeah, we are. I'm on the third floor. God damn it.
What are you doing, Tree? Oh, she's playing with a box. It scared me.
Bitch. Scared me.
Bitch. Hurt me.
Reed. God damn it.
We lost another one. I can hear the snake too. It's kind of cool.
Sounds very close to me.
Sounds close to me too. I think you're just fucking with us. Manufactured tension. It says on the second floor, right?
Coming, man. Just hang on.
Yeah.
Marco, don't move.
Nope.
Hold your position.
hit
Do
me.
you hear me? That's an order.
Mission. Kill BOW.
I see you. How do I get over there?
And Shuri. It's kind of adorable. She does this thing where she's like, it's like every time I get a package, I give her the box because she loves it. I guess to move it around, I just hear her like dive into it to scoot it around, and it's fucking adorable.
Yeah.
Come to you. Where you at? Oh, there you are. Hey, bitch.
Hey, bitch.
Hey, Hey, girl. Where you been, bitch? That's what she said. Fucking noise.
The chair
Should we find that piece of shit and we put it down fast and hard?
Piece of shit.
That's what she said. Put it down fast and hard.
Find that piece. We're gonna find that piece of shit and throw it back.
Poor bastard.
It's terrible. Demons. Ouch.
Where are you son of a bitch?
Like I don't want to keep saying it, but like, I genuinely like this game. You know?
Yeah, it's really good.
Oh, I like how its teeth are kind of like curved and jagged, not like an actual snake's. Huh?
Oh, they fucking wiggle.
Oh, dude, they have like little centipede arms.
Yeah. Gross. Ow.
Everything reminds me of her.
I was trying to make that joke too.
Oh,
Something like.
I should text her.
There! It's right there!
Fucking stop taking control away from me then. Actually, I had a better view on the floor.
Right.
Fucking idiot. Oh shit.
It's bullshit that my thermals don't work on it.
I wonder if I could. Your what? The quick shot?
No, my thermals. I have a thermal sight.
Oh, that's bullshit. Maybe it bends light and heat.
You killed my...
Bitch. I would have shot, but I pulled out my rocket launcher again.
No! No, it's grabbing him! I saved him. I saved him. Dude, he was wrapping around that dude.
I saw it. Now we gotta chase him. God damn it.
I think it went through there, Captain.
No fucking shit, you moron.
I shouldn't have saved you. I'm gonna take you next time. So I don't hear your stupid ass comments.
Oh shit.
Found a box.
Oh boy.
Uh-oh.
Okay, that was kind of cool. Do I have any herbs? I have a healing spray. Are you full health?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Use it.
There was boxes back in this alley.
Oh shit. I went after it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm coming out. I'm gonna find those boxes. No fucking move. Actually, I think this game's cool. I don't think we'll get in each other's way, unlike fucking Transformers.
We've been getting each other's way.
Where you at?
It's back here.
Where are you at? Okay. Oh, nice. I see them. Thanks. You full health? Yeah, anyway.
Yeah,
It's like RE5 or we'll both get healed. But thanks, I needed that. I use my shotgun for now. Then yeah, I'm gonna go in the tunnel. Follow me.
Follow you, Captain. Oh shit.
That was cool. Reload.
I think it's better you fucking to aim, you like spin your body around to lay on your back instead of just aiming forward.
I kinda wish I was aiming forward. And I could scoot back normal, like, you know what I mean? But it's whatever.
Yeah,
This game's cool enough as is.
Oh, I can fast crawl.
Yeah, with A. Uh-oh.
What's up with you, Captain?
I had him or something.
Right.
Fox is over here. Oh, he's still in here, isn't he? Yeah, he is.
I'm taking you down!
It's kind of a cool boss in its own right. Like,
Yeah. I like it.
I just have nothing but compliments for this game.
Yeah.
The inoffensive, well-made.
That thing's in here.
Like if it didn't, if it wasn't named Resident Evil, it probably would have been received a lot better.
Exactly, it'd be a fucking classic.
Yeah, yeah. It's like one of the best Resident Evil likes.
Resident Evil game. Did my like or something. I don't know. Oh shit.
Yeah, he fucked you up.
Yeah, he did. It took like half my health. Bitch.
Oh, you fucking thought. Quick draw, McGraw over here. Oh. Whoa.
Did he get you?
No, grab something else.
Can we save him?
Can we save? Oh wait, is he the one I wanted to die? Like the stupid ass.
After it.
He survived.
I did the same thing after I had my morning coffee.
That's my frame rate had like the tank.
Did it really?
It was like over 100, now it's at 60.
Oh, do you have your frame rate displayed?
I mean, it was working just fine just a second ago, and now it's locked for some reason. See if we can fix it.
Here, I'll wait for you. Oh, Audie's still catching Pokemon.
Display frequency 120. Oh, frame rate. So what the fuck? That was so weird. This
fixed?
game is so bizarre.
Yeah.
Just like randomly changes shit.
What kind of graphics card do you have again? You have like a 3080 or something, right?
Yeah.
Here.
Just switch it to variable.
Over here.
You switched it to variable?
Yeah, that's what it's supposed to be at.
Oh, mine was set to like 165 or something.
Why is it locking my frame rate to 60?
Are you looking at OBS or are you looking at the game?
The game.
Oh, I don't know. You're still streaming?
It was just working and it just randomly broke.
What are you rocking right now?
What do you mean?
Like, what's your frame rate currently?
Oh, here we go. It is locked to 60.
Weird.
There we go. Fixed it. Some ammo over here.
Get your ass over here, boy. Oh, did you find some stuff? Ammo and shit?
The one piece ammo, yeah.
Found the one piece? Hell yeah.
Yeah. Ah, the one piece.
I gotta give that shit a try one time. Oh, damn. Oh, shit. Dead. These land on their necks.
Yeah, yeah.
Defeat the BOW. Okay, cool. Oh, god damn it. There's some mechanic here. We don't have to just shoot him.
Its hide is toughened up or something. Our weapons aren't doing anything. Then we have to find something that will.
Alright, get there. Flip the switch when it's in a certain spot. Oh shit.
God damn it.
I don't have much health, you dickhead.
Okay, ladder?
Oh, there's herbs up there. Great.
Found the ganja. Okay.
Uh-oh.
God
damn it.
Marco, power this thing up.
Marco's gonna get eaten. Marco's gonna get eaten.
I'm on it.
Or electrocuted, that'd be amazing.
We didn't save you for nothing.
I knew it.
Nope. Idiot.
Better him than me.
The fuck? Oh, no. What's the camera doing?
Did the same thing to me too. Here, let me know when you're crossing over the thingy. Right now?
Wait.
Oh, no, not yet. Oh, I fucked up. I fucked up. Oh, he's coming over here. Oh, shit.
Oh my god.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Wait, help me. You passed me. What are you doing?
Oh, I didn't realize you were fucking dead though. No? Okay.
Oh, now I am. It's my fault. I thought it was on the other side. I should have just waited. But he came up here. Was he following you up here or was he following me up here?
The camera just exploded.
No, the camera was like locked on the thing. I was like, is this still a cutscene? Like, we wasted time. Watch it kick you again. Can we skip this? At least that will help me.
Our weapons aren't doing anything!
Oh, there's a red herb on the other side too with him.
Then we have to find something that will.
Okay, so it's by the switch. That's where we gotta hit it. When he's over the water, then yeah.
God damn it.
Yeah, it's annoying.
I'm gonna run over here, man.
They don't really take damage from that.
Yeah. It's moving around.
Is he over the water yet?
Not yet.
He might be coming up here, is he?
No.
Oh, there you go.
Marco, power this thing up!
Marco!
I'm on it!
Marco! You can do it! I believe in you!
You stupid ass.
I hope Marco makes it. Alright. You wanna get down there or should I get down? Oh shit. Oh, he's coming up here. Fuck! No, I didn't mean to do that! I didn't mean to do that! God damn it. Because A's run. I wanted to run. Alright, let me go fix the fucking thing. Wait. Is it ready? Is it charged?
Oh, that was close.
Did you get him?
No, I fucking... God damn it! I just avoided his fucking attack. Barely.
Do it!
Is he coming up here again? No, he's not coming. He's not going up. He's not doing it.
Sorry.
What the fuck is happening?
One of us has to be down there, I think. I'll be bait.
Okay.
Just don't do it when I'm over here.
No, he's coming. He's coming.
Nice. That was pretty good timing too. Oh, alright, that wasn't so bad. Oh, cool.
We did
It's a
it.
sparkler.
We fried that son of a bitch.
He's about to die.
He's gonna get eaten by another one. Or it's babies.
Marco, are you
Right.
okay? Marco!
Polo.
God damn, my inventory is completely full.
Can you like merge any herbs? I bet
No,
Marco's
I
gonna
don't
die
think
right now. I don't know if he lives or not.
I don't know what happens if I drop stuff.
He gets fins. Yeah, you can drop stuff. I've had to actually drop ammo before or a flash grenade or something.
Grenades. I don't need this shit.
Flash grenades can be helpful, but I get it.
No, I have 10 regular grenades.
I think there's a red herb over here somewhere. Could be. Oh my god, I just got electrocuted.
Oh my god. Okay.
There was a red herb up here.
And this with this.
I didn't pick it up, did I? Without thinking.
That there. There's also a green herb over here. I don't know if you.
I picked up that one.
Okay. And I guess I'll pick it up. I have the slot now.
Yeah, after the mission, I'll call it too.
See, oh, I can climb here?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Marco's not dead. He can.
Oh,
He
Marco's open. You know what, Marco? You're not so bad.
It's only better than that bitch Finn.
At least we got it.
Yeah, even if you're a fucking
No way yet. I'm not gonna rest until we have
I traded in like 8 fins for 1 Marco. Be careful, or did you actually go over there? Oh. I got electrocuted by the thing, trying to get over it.
You mean you did exactly what Marco did?
Well, Marco plugged it in. I thought, because I thought there was a red herb on the other side. I saw one in the cutscenes.
And you saw him get electrocuted, then you walked on it?
Well, we used it. I thought it was spent.
Right, Captain, right. Sure.
Give me lip soldier.
Crazy. It's not safe in here. We need to pull
Insubordination.
out. Captain!
Ben! I mean, Marco!
Looking for me, boys?
Go, bitch!
Welcome to China.
She's spreading her COVID everywhere!
The vaccine's giving him autism! No!
Wait! We've got no choice. We have to kill him.
Not Marco
Do
anymore.
the same for us.
I expect you to do the same for me. You know what to do! You know what to do, Rico!
Fuck, it just turned into bees.
Marco!
Polo! There's a box right here. Oh, that's cool.
that's what we're doing. Reloading!
Kill the queen, kill the queen!
Spit of the unbeliever.
Emperor.
Reloading!
Good shit. That was fun. That was a good one. Ah, shit. Oh, okay, I thought we had like more.
Or drop C4.
Oh, I like how the one inorganic thing is.
Alright.
His clothes got turned into bees too?
Yeah.
Oh, no, he burned. That's right. Well, it's funny, he burned, but the explosives didn't go off. Nice. Damn it! Why does this keep happening?
Go! Oh.
I actually cut you out, whatever you were saying.
I said, Marco! Oh, and I said,
oh, Paulo! It's funny, I cut you out again, but I caught the puck.
God damn it.
I know. Maybe the filter's too sensitive or something.
Just slam the C4 as it explodes.
Fuck!
Chris, we need to stay calm.
You need to stay
After
calm.
what she's done to us, how many of our men are dead because of that bitch?
I'm right there with you, Captain. Your personal vendetta isn't gonna get us anywhere. If you hadn't been blinded by vengeance, we could have prevented some of those deaths.
Shut up.
Vengeance.
Fuck off.
Do you even care about our mission anymore?
Shut up!
I feel sorry for all the men that died believing in you.
It's not your fault. It's not your fault. It's not your man. It's not your fault.
What happened to you?
It's not your fault.
It's a good thing Finn's not going to see you this way.
Punch him.
I'm going after Ada.
Fuck Ada.
HQ,
Fuck
this is
Finn.
Alpha Leader.
Fuck you.
I need a location on Ada Wong.
I'm going with you. Someone's got to keep an eye on you, whether you want them to or not.
Gotta keep an eye on that chiseled cheeks.
That's Umbrella's ass. Or, Raccoon's ass. Damn it. Fucked up my own joke.
This is HQ. We've got the location for you. Ada Wong has left the city and is heading south for the harbor. HQ to all
fuck you
teams.
that fast?
Target Ada Wong has
I
been
just saw
spotted
her.
heading south for the harbor. We want her alive.
You want to follow me
Damn,
around?
how long is this
Fine.
fucking mission?
I know,
Make sure
right?
you stay out of my way.
As long as you don't cross the line again, that won't
Oh,
be a
actually, I
problem.
think this is
Ada's
the
just playing with you.
climax.
When are you gonna realize that?
I'm not stupid enough to fall for her bullshit. You should have a little more faith in your captain.
What are you gonna eat?
Well, I'm gonna try not to.
You're gonna go to bed? It's like 4 a.m. for you, huh? Fuck.
Yeah.
This part kind of sucks. Or no, I think we just run. Run and gun, I think. Boxes over here.
Snipers.
Oh, shit. And me. Oh, nice. I didn't kill him, though. Oh, shit, he's mutating. Beginning to mutate. Want him in the Nemesis program. Yeah. Why does someone go this way? Oh, we're over here.
Oh, Bacchus.
Oh, too late. I can't go over there. My bad. All you, boo-boo. Get chicken legs. Get crickets. Sniping cricket. Shut the fuck up. Oh shit, I'm out of ammo.
Where'd that come from? Oh, there he is. Asshole.
Why am I not doing any damage to him? Barely any. I got him finally. Did you heal me?
Did I? I was trying to heal myself.
Did you use a first aid spray?
No, I used a tablet.
Oh, nice, you fell in the water. Good shit. Fucker!
Where's he at? Where's he at?
Puto? Boxes.
Oh, sniper.
See him. I think we both shot at the same time.
Yeah.
That dude's totally gonna mutate. Get my shotgun out. Get shoddy. Oh, look at that. I think I surprised no one. Oh, it's one of the big armored dudes. Okay, with your fucking rifle, I'm invincible. This box open. Dead, dead.
God damn.
Are they still on it? You really like Pokemon game. Gonna catch a sparrow. Oh, sparrow would be nice.
Which game is she playing? Pokemon Go?
She's playing. Oh, she's doing it in the chat, the chat Pokemon, but she's playing Overwatch. I believe.
Oh, I see.
Cheers.
Damn, kick the shit out of the door.
She left the city.
Captain, get a hold of your stuff.
She's heading to the
Hero's
arbor.
about to open up on us.
We'll beat her there somehow.
We're sitting ducks out here. We need to find cover.
Oh shit!
Damn it.
Oh.
I think I missed.
Oh, Jesus.
Can't see. Okay. Oh no. Oh god. Okay.
What's happening?
Nothing. I thought I was gonna make it. That's pretty good. That was pretty good. You saw that?
Yeah.
Just kick him off.
And then I shot him while I was flying. With the shotgun. Uh oh.
We can just get to that building.
Oh shit! I fell in the water. God damn it! Wait, why am I sinking so fast? Is all my muscles?
Right.
All right. I guess we just have to run for it.
Can you run past them?
Well, that guy, I think we can, because those guys are fairly slow. Oh damn! All the way over here.
You gotta be kidding me.
I like being able to hold A to do all this shit.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, I ran past that guy.
Keep moving.
Ran past that guy.
We can just get to that building.
Ran past that. Yeah, you can just run past
Nice,
him.
yeah.
Alpha to HQ. We got a visual on 801. We're in pursuit.
This is HQ. Ada Wong has been spotted moving down the canal. Charlie and Delta teams form a perimeter around the shed.
All right, we can drop that chopper from here.
Oh shit.
I think we get inside too.
Yeah, I'm inside.
Oh, nice. Herbs.
Nice.
Grenades. Oh shit. Grenade rounds. Ah!
Alright, let's get out.
jeez, Rick. Audie's doubting. I don't think she likes the canal joke.
I don't think I can hit him with that. Oh shit. Okay, yeah, clearly I'm supposed to use like a grenade launcher.
God damn it, I'm almost dead. Oh, at least we
got
killed
him.
Oh, thank you. Oh, nice.
I got it.
Killed the guys behind here.
Oh, holy, oh, okay, whoa.
Let's go. That's that. Now we get Ada.
Copy that.
This is the level that never ends. It goes on and on. Ada Wong is a bitch in this game. The spoiler alert, that's really not Ada, that's Carlo something. She just meleeed him.
She's here.
Oh, god damn.
Holy shit. Oh, I wish I could have got my sniper out faster. I wanted to try and shoot them all with one shot. On the box. Ooh, skill points.
Shit, I just countered that.
Nice.
Dude, the fucking knife rocks. Holy shit.
There's a skill point back here.
Oh, is there? Okay, it's coming. Where?
Right here. In this box.
Oh,
right
nice. Oh, I saw that box too. I just thought it was like a normal ass box. I didn't realize it was one of the openable ones. Come on, game. I'm trying to go to bed.
I know.
This is it? Or another fucking boss fight?
Let's go.
Another chopper. Ben comes back from the dead or something. Searching for partner. Okay. Yeah, let's wait for this to end. We got 1 more minute. I'm glad I got the heart rate monitor thing figured out. It was really annoying me today. It's just because I even emailed Pulsoid, which is the company that does it. Like, what do you think it could be? Email them back.
How do you
Like,
attach it to yourself?
huh?
What do you use to interface with it?
Vinny gave me his old Samsung watch, and I found out on the website it's compatible. So.
Oh, nice. Oh, using a health tablet near your partner will restore their health too. Oh, so that's how that works.
Okay. I was like, did you see me? Like, I heard it. I was like, oh, he just used it, but I was like, no, because I didn't see the health go up, but I was pretty sure I was damaged. So, oh, that was only for healing sprays, so that's good to know.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
Hopefully, it doesn't crash for you, and you get to save your shit, like skill points. Yeah, I'll probably I'll upgrade, and then I think I'll save, and then we'll just end there.
Yeah. God damn, this game is fun.
I'm having a fucking blast. Yeah, I think it's like the end cutscene. I swear to God, if we have to keep playing.
This is where they've been developing the s.t.a.r.s.
I feel like Jaden Smith. I want to go home. I hate it here. Oh, I know it's this exact cutscene.
Look at that man over here.
You know. I mean, she's been doing that since 4.
You can't run forever.
And I guess the remake of 2, I don't think original 2 has grapple.
Alpha team to HQ, come in. We're in
damn
pursuit of
it.
Ada Wong. No use hiding, Ada.
Just quit here.
I don't know. You want to take that chance? Like, kind of.
Huh? Kinda. Fucking how long is this level?
I don't know. Did it save?
The elevator.
Like, can we just continue?
I mean, there's like a big old loading screen. I hope it saved.
I don't know if it did or not. I mean, it's not a big deal if you have to repeat all of that, right?
Glad you could stop in. Like what I've done with the place. You enjoy
Oh
your
shit.
Shit. Can we dodge it? Can we quick time it here? Here, Rookie, go test it.
Hold. Oh, while dashing, slide.
Oh, okay. Whee! Oh, that's cool. Wait for the next one.
The game has so many features. Oh fuck.
Oh shit! Dumbass. I just died by turning a cutscene at the same time. Maybe I'm down, but not like dead.
No, I still gotta break it. Oh god. Oh, I can't see.
Here. Close to me?
I'm fine.
Now you're double fine.
Damn it, it's gone. Fine, we'll take the stairs.
I just like randomly cut to fixed camera.
I know.
You know that. I hope.
Aw, thank you, Audie. Proud of you too. Hope you know that. I think after this, it really is over. At least this chapter. Oh, hold on.
Bunch of boxes. I have 2 healing sprays.
I have another healing spray. And I had to combine some herbs. Ah. Get out of here, game. Like all the handgun ammo in the world, but like no assault rifle.
Sign.
Plus, I kind of need to take a shower.
What the hell is all this?
Keep your eyes peeled. Who knows what this bitch has in store?
Who knows what this cunt has up her sleeve? Give me a lot of shotgun ammo. Does it give me what I'm holding? The invisible snake shows back up. I'm like, fuck!
Oh, that's Leon over there.
Oh, is this the one?
Locked
dude.
in.
There's like little doodads that come on the floor. This is actually gonna be annoying. You're gonna hate this.
Engaging lock.
Yeah.
Testing for prototype.
Let's come back to them.
Huh? I just
go back to tomorrow or something.
Okay, okay. Wait on, let me just double check because I think I know what this is. Well, yeah, I know this part.
We've been conducting such fascinating
God damn. Already started.
We'll end it. You wanna end it?
No. Oh my god.
Your little bag of tricks is going to stop us.
What do we do?
I don't know, I think we just... Oh shit. Cover me!
Yeah, keep him on Leon's side. Keep him on Leon's side. You can have those, Leon. Go over there.
Oh shit,
Keep those damn things back. I'll get the lock.
Security breach detected in room 0.
On
What the
it.
fuck? Oh, you're dead.
Oh shit! Oh shit, sorry, I'm sorry. I'm working on it.
Oh my god, this is so...
I got this like 5 more times, 3 more times.
Security breach detected in room 1. Security breach detected in room 0.
One more, we're almost out of here.
Detected in room 0. Security breach detected in room
No, Leon, fuck
0.
you! Fuck you, Leon! You keep him!
Disengaging locks in room 0.
Let's move. There's no time to waste. Someone doesn't want us to catch Ada.
It's not saying saving or anything like that, it's just checkpoint. I don't think it saves anybody. This skill point right here.
Big money.
Oh nice, we got a weapon I think. Oh, some more skills. Ready, buddy? Alright, we're almost out of here, I promise. There's like a cutscene because he meets Leon, and they freak out for a second.
Give it up, Ada. It's over.
Like we run out of here or something.
Is the big bad soldier gonna shoot me?
I mean,
Sliding under the laser felt really good.
Yeah, that was cool. I didn't know that was a feature.
Slide? Yeah. I'm still teaching us things.
Yeah. I wish grapples were real.
I think they're like impossible, because like The force
Like,
needed to shoot the thing will like break your wrist, you know?
Hey, no!
Yeah.
Like
then,
you would have to mount it and then maybe do it.
yeah, and then the kind of energy you would need to like lift a human person is like just insane. To having such a small package.
Yeah, and it would, like,
There she is. Cut her
if
off.
it could pull you, I think it would like rip your arm out of your socket.
Super slow.
Like it would for sure dislocate it. Like, she's doing. She just throws like a ninja fucking smoke bomb and like just disappears. Oh Jesus Christ! God damn it now.
Kung Fu. Suplex. Suplex that pretty boy.
We're gonna team up. 3 movies.
Leon.
2.
What are you doing here?
Elena.
Put your gun down, Chris. She's a key witness. We need her. A witness? She's the one who did all this!
No, it wasn't her. It was Simmons, the national security advisor.
I lost all my men because of her!
And I lost over 70,000 people, including the president, because of Simmons.
Oh yeah, the fucking president. I missed a Pokemon. You did.
She's working for Neo.
A MODBAP.
You know what that
Is it
means?
cute? Are you gonna Google it?
Yeah, I do. And you're still going to protect this woman? I am.
Dude, so you're like, what the fuck is going on? God damn it, Pierce!
You've been
Man, she was
flashbanged, right?
running
You're
by
in the
that
army.
too. Fuck no, I don't know flashbang.
Oh, I thought that was like part of your training, no?
No, that's CS gas.
Oh. It hurts!
Yeah.
Some people like throw up and shit.
Yeah.
It hurts your skin too, right? Like it's
I've never hurt my skin that much.
just your eyes and like your lungs and shit.
Yeah.
Just coughing up mucus.
Yeah.
Boogers and tears everywhere.
The SAA will handle later.
Yeah, I remember. You start with your gas mask on, and they have you start reciting, like or they had us start reciting like the Pledge of Allegiance or something, and then they take your gas mask off while you're doing it.
You'll do the right thing.
I mean, like 3 words in. We're like, oh, say, can you?
I think they do it so they can catch you like you made a sentence, right? Like that's. You're not holding your breath in anticipation of it. You just if you get surprised, you're not like.
Yeah. You're supposed to like breathe it in.
Were there any champs? Anybody just fucking taking it, just walking out like that sucked, but I did it. Or did everybody just fucking?
Yeah, once I got out of there, it cleared up pretty quick, and some people were like gagging shit. I just like walked out and just started breathing, and like kind of it went away pretty quick.
Oh my god, this game!
This is Piers Nibbins.
Alright, I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry. We're almost out of here.
Advising all personnel to be on the alert.
Oh, I'm driving? Oh, I'm driving.
Don't bother. We can handle this.
Thank God.
I've had enough of these stupid games.
Had enough of your games, bitch! Obligatory early 2010s driving section.
I kind of miss these. You don't get these too many anymore. You don't get these too often anymore. You see a butt? Is that evil? Is that Van Evil? No. Car Evil? No. Damn, the mix is way ahead of us.
Chris HQ,
of even being
lock
here.
up all the exits.
Oh, I have a boost.
All our units are currently engaged. I don't have any to spare.
Somebody's equivalent with nitrous?
This is part of our plans.
This makes no fucking sense. This game is silly as fuck. Oh, at least we made the checkpoint.
Now we've got
Uh-oh. You're on the wrong side of the road.
Oops. Am I supposed to shoot her?
I don't know. Oh god.
Because I can totally see it penalizing me and being like, you weren't supposed to shoot her.
Alright.
Supposed to catch her. They wanted her alive. Start the whole level over again and keep on
They
up
wanted
later.
her alive. We don't give a fuck.
Me?
No, I said they wanted her alive. We don't give a
Oh,
fuck.
yeah, exactly.
Shoot that bitch. Plus cap.
Oh, is that J.J.? Is that what you're trying to do?
Yeah.
You liked that one, huh?
That was fun.
I gotta rewatch it. I remember hating it. But that second one, I actually love that second movie. The Rock, the one to kill everybody.
Yeah.
And Ray Stevenson is in there. That's a good Ray Stevenson movie. That was a good role.
I'm the best driver the PSAA's got.
Oh.
Okay. I forgot I had that in there, Lottie. Is it too quiet for you too? I could turn it up probably. Yeah, I was gonna say key boost.
Yeah, I can only use it once.
You can charges?
Yeah, charges.
We ain't gonna last long. Gotta catch that woman before this
We didn't even like it last time. We have like almost full health.
Don't worry, soldier, we will.
It's good. It was good.
Keep
Okay,
those
okay.
civilians safe.
Roger that. Good luck.
So I remember when I first did it, it was like blowing my eardrums out. I was like, gotta fix that, and I might have overcorrected by turning it down. Oh, I'm glad it's good. Wait, Audie. It's like 5 in the morning. You good? Oh shit. It's a bitch.
Uh-oh.
Captain!
Y'all broke now, baby. Oh, Jesus.
I just killed innocent people, probably. Fuck 'em. Why are you in the city? Evacuate.
Right. Ooh, it's tighter. Hey, get away from me, bitch. I play Gran Turismo.
Then it's like fucking Casino Royale. There's just a chick tied in the middle of the road, and you're just like, you swerve to avoid her.
Fucking dark as shit.
I know, right? You're doing pretty good, though, dude. Are we in a parking garage?
Why am I slowing down?
Yeah. Can you boost?
I mean, I can, but I don't think it's gonna do anything. The game's like forcefully slowing down. Oh shit, fuck it.
Go on the left if you can. Aim that hard. Go to the left.
Got him?
Got him? Okay, good.
Oh, cool. My sniper will blow things up in one shot. This is so powerful.
Your gun is broken. That's kind of cool. I'm surprised we didn't get shot, and there were like 18 of them. Oh shit, fuck, I missed the...
Where do I go? Where do I go?
Press L1 if you get lost. I think it might still redirect you.
Oh.
Is it?
No.
Oh fuck, okay, I'm going up still. At least we're not timed. That's so dumb.
Why slow down so much on these hills?
Oh, wow, I totally...
Hey,
you
grab
could've
your
made
gun.
that.
I'm taking the wheel.
Oh shit.
Oh, we're trading.
How do you turbo?
Hang on! I'm taking a shortcut!
Hey.
Okay. Just totaled the car.
Yeah,
There we
yeah.
go. There's no way the suspension can handle that. Oh nice, I can punch out the fucking windshield.
Nice.
Did you see that?
Yeah, I did.
You're not gonna lose us, Ada.
Come on, fish.
Good
Oh,
lord.
Joel. Do it faster. I can't even turn behind. I can't aim behind him.
No, you cannot. No. I'm so angry, I'm driving faster. That's how it works.
Drive angry. I never saw that movie.
Who's in that movie? Is that the one with
Okay.
Nicolas Cage?
Yeah, it's Nick Cage.
I haven't seen it. And Selena Gomez, right? I remember remember wanting to see it. It looked cool.
God, giant.
Where are the Pokemon? I think it's one every 15 minutes, I want to say, so maybe it's just not been enough time. Sounds like Metal Gear music.
Right.
Oh shit!
Oh shit! Okay, I got a missile launcher now.
Alright, I'm gonna try to keep it steady, but I'm trying to avoid getting shot also, okay?
Yep.
Oh yeah, David.
HQ to Alpha. We've spotted an aircraft carrier of unknown origin.
What the fuck? What the hell is all?
Picked up indicates it might belong to Neo Umbrella.
Are you able to shoot them or no?
I don't see them.
You don't see enemies on the left of us? Well, not in front now.
No, you went so fast. They're behind us.
You don't see the enemies moving right in front of me? Oh shit!
No! Oh my God! Oh my God!
We can't let her reach.
We're gonna die.
What the fuck is happening?
I'm gonna jump at them.
We're gonna die.
Oh gee! Oh my God! Oh my! Oh, I literally can't shoot.
What happened?
We got these stun locked.
You couldn't shoot? Did we break the gun?
You broke it. I think you broke the game. You're supposed to get that far up.
I got some hang time there.
Yeah.
Love of God. Okay. Thank you.
Finally.
That's only chapter 3? How many chapters are in this game? Oh yeah. Enemies routed. I think we share enemies killed. No, it's been different before. Alright, I'm gonna end the game. Then, yeah. Then we'll just continue this next time, brother.
Sure.
Alright. Alright, well, it's about that time anyway. I'm gonna rate out because I still have a surprising number of viewers.
Alright, cool.
Alright, everybody, thank you for hanging out. Bo, if you're here, which I don't think you are, I really do appreciate that. Can I catch one more, babe, before you end the stream? Okay, sure. Yeah, I'll just chat for a minute and then I'll rate out. How's that sound? Alright, Lemon, fuck you. Dude, that was fun. Thanks for playing with me. I have such a blast with this game. It's fucking dumb, but oh, I went to the wrong scene. My bad. Let's go to the fireplace.
What the
yeah, I'll let you catch one more Pokemon. You're really liking that one. Yeah, I'll quit.
Why do I have
this outfit?
Oh, that's right. That's right.
That was fun, stressful, and a little bloated.
Yeah,
a little too long. Bye, Diva. Heck you.
No, heck you. I feel like they could have broke up the levels a bit more.
Yeah, like that one chapter had legit like 3 or 4 boss fights. I'm like, what the hell's going on? We had the snake, right? That was still the same chapter, right? The snake?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, we had the snake. We had another chopper. We had the running with the chicken dudes on the boats, and then we had this driving shit. I don't know. That felt like boss encounters to me, but
yeah.
All right, let me close Steam and let's just chat for a minute. You know what I want to do? I'm gonna go back to my RE scenes and then add my heart rate. That's I like that. I like that. It's really neat.
Let's see, farm level.
And I need a shower. Oh yeah, I didn't even upgrade my stats. But you can actually do that from when you press select to go into the menu. You can do that there.
You can upgrade from the menu?
Mm-hmm. Like I saw it. You can equip skills. I don't know if you could buy more. My bad. You can equip them. I don't know if you could buy them.
I kind of wish you had told me exactly how much these upgrade my shit. Just says slightly increases firearm power.
Well, I mean, it's 2 out of 3. Watch it by the end. It's just like a 5% increase or something stupid.
All right. I'm gonna like
it's live.
Hit level or the firearm.
We got
level?
Bree cosplays. Oh, she's got 234. She don't need more views. We got Sky Day. We got Jade. Oh, we got Lovely Montana. I might give Lovely Montana a raid. Who else we got? Oh, this is bastard named Lemon Wedges. He's streaming right now.
Yeah, I'm about to stop. So
sweet. How many viewers do you got? You could rate out to me, and then I'll rate out. Or vice versa.
Right out separately.
Oh, that. Fuck you. Oh, that's true. That's true.
Got that done. I'm gonna raid lovely Montana.
I'm gonna raid lovely Montana. We got any Pokemon yet? Pokeball doesn't exist. Ultra Ball. Lusa is. Who's Lusa? Which one's Lusa again?
See if it saves my shit.
Is her name Lusa? Do I know Lusa? Who the fuck is Lusa? Not Lusa. Lusa T? Do I know Lusa?
Who's this?
She's playing Remnant 2. Lusa T?
Oh my god.
Eva knows him. Oh, I don't know why I thought Lusa was a girl name. Well,
Okay,
he could raid. Huh?
No.
I'm gonna raid Skyday. Or I'm gonna raid Lovely. I like Lovely Montana. I'm a fan. I'm a genuine fan. She's so sweet. Yeah.
Yeah. I just like her voice. She has a very soothing voice.
Got the Pokemon. Exactly. So, hello, how are you? And I was like, I'm good. All right. Well, Shoddy, you got your Pokemon. And it's time to raid out. So I'm actually gonna raid Lovely Montana. She's playing Kirby right now. People love Kirby, right? All right, well, everybody that was here, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for lurking, watching. I appreciate it. I had a blast today. We finished RE5 DLC, and we started RE6, one of the dumbest games I've ever fucking played, but it's just mindless fun.
One of the dumbest, best games I've ever played.
Yeah, it's one of the. I wouldn't even say, because it's like, oh, it's a good bad game. This is not a bad game by any stretch of the imagination. This is a good game. People are babies. All right, I'm gonna raid out. Thank you guys. Bye, Shoddy. I'm gonna take a shower and go to bed, and then wake up just in time for lunch.
He's wearing a cute pirate outfit.
Montana. All right. Bye, everybody.
Bye, guys.
Seacrest out. She's gonna get double rated.
Yep. Thanks for hanging out, guys.
Bye bye.
Have a good night.
All right, peace out. I'm ending stream. Bye, dude. Thank you for playing again. Yeah.
Let's do it again.
Yeah, for sure. Next week for sure.
Yeah.
Do Wednesdays work for you?
Good to see you. Welcome in, Raiders.
If it's not too late.
Let me know. All right. Well, I'm gonna hang up. Peace out, dude.
See ya.
Are they Salifa? Nice. Hello, Neko. Crash and Final Fantasy. Shattered Limit, thank you for the raid. I really appreciate it. Welcome in. Thank you for thinking of me. Also follow Shattered Limit, everybody. Everyone follow Shattered Limit. Thank you for the raid. Lemon Wedges. Oh my goodness, we're very popular today. And I appreciate you guys so much. Lemon Wedges, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for thinking of me. I hope you had a wonderful stream. Also, you, Shattered Limit. I hope you had a great stream. Everyone, check out Lemon Wedges and check out Shattered Limit and give them a follow. Thank you for the fart. PB of 40 minutes, says Joseph. Yesterday was my first attempt after not playing it for a year. Hey, that's really good then. That's amazing. GG's. Clapping you. I'm clapping you.